All right, let's get into a few things to expect on a Friday morning here. Import-export prices for March just coming out as we speak right now. Economic data going to come a little bit later on this morning as well. 10 a.m. we'll get April Michigan consumer sentiment. 0.3 meanwhile to the upside for export prices, 0.4 for import prices, both higher than expected on the month-over-month side of things. On the year-over-year, import 0.4 versus 0.1 negative. Meanwhile, export prices negative 1.4 versus 0.2. Again, all for March. The big number, though, market down 10 a.m. Michigan consumer sentiment. There's both a 1-year and a 5-year inflation expectation portion to that. Meanwhile, futures overall downside ever so slightly here this morning. Gold over here at 2,400. All-time highs for gold this morning. We'll talk big banks. JP Morgan downside, Wells Fargo trying to hold on to a decent gain here as we get going into a Friday morning. Yeah, there's a NASDAQ trying to roll over. And once again, 445, a little bit of a problem spot there in the pre-market so far after this monster move yesterday. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. Yeah, big move yesterday for the market and for tech in general. Apple leading the way. Biggest day it's had since May of last year, precipitated by the release of the M4 chip. It's supposed to be an AI-specific chip coming out on the MacBook and many different variants of the computers that they sell. But speaking of gold, because you just mentioned gold, I was reading a little tidbit. Costco is selling about $230 million worth of gold a week, Brendo.
Yeah.
Unreal.
A lot of people posting pictures of their gold bars, their Costco gold bars yesterday. I saw that. They're back in stock. I remember the first time around it was like a weekend, and then they were gone by Monday. They were all gone. So, yeah. I mean, listen, all-time highs for gold, all-time highs for the market as of the end of the day yesterday as well. Back downside here again, coming off that producer price number yesterday, if you missed it. Basically in line with expectations. There was portions of it a little bit higher than expected once again. On the back of CPI the prior day, 2 days in a row, we get inflation data pointing to inflation, guess what, still a problem. We'll see how today plays out here, though. But the big number coming at 10 o'clock this morning again. Banks in focus here. I was just hearing JP Morgan. They might have actually just wrapped up their call, but there was some comments coming through from some executives from JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, as well as Citigroup reporting. So expect those calls throughout the morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And yeah, and what a day it was yesterday. I mean, you kidding me? Apple, 3% kind of day, ridiculous performance by them. The relief rally that we were able to get from the market, and I guess that's what we're going to call it. We'll call it a relief rally after the hot number on CPI, and then PPI was kind of good. But wow, super impressive. And to top it off, we get to start earnings season. I mean, so yeah, things were already exciting, and they get more exciting. JP wrapping up the earnings call. Wells Fargo actually pretty strong. But it's hard not to, like, if you're trading yesterday, if you took the day off yesterday, go back, have a look at the charts, gasp a little bit, and then get back to brass tacks. NVIDIA, AMD and Intel are going to be in play specifically, and I think they're still weak relative to the group because that was a big dichotomy. NVIDIA's got to be in play today. Apple was super strong, but then you even had 52-week highs being put in by Amazon and Google. So it was a lot of crazy action, and it should be a good Friday. The only thing that, there's always a chance that we could get a little bit of sideways action when you have that much volatility. I don't expect us to have, Apple's not going to have top to bottom $8, I don't think, today. But there should be things to trade. I'm already short Intel because the last time this happened that I was bearish on Intel at a key level, I refused to sit in the stock. And when it did like a drop in the pre-market, you missed the drop and had to make the second one. So this time I am sitting in it for this consolidation as China puts the clamps down on them once again. And he's one goal away. So you were saying Timo Solani is the last.
No, he's 2 goals away.
I thought he got. Oh, no, he's 67, 68. But Timo Solani was the last NHL player to get 70 goals, apparently.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to do that.
And he should be able to do it. The guy's an absolute sniper. Austin Matthews. Beast.
Hopefully he'll be able to win the heart, and we'll go on that. Yeah, Alibaba is going to be on the sticky note today. I like the dip by opportunity, down 2% here on bad China news. And then the number one trade idea today is going to be Intel. So we'll talk all about that as we get going. Let's go back over to the desk.
Still seeing a little bit of A few comments. Anyways, JP Morgan CFO saying they will remain cautious on buyback trajectory going forward. So that was about 5 minutes ago, but we'll see if the others start to pop up here. But yeah, I mean, let's touch on this. There was a note there just on OpenAI suggesting Sam Altman has been hosting, quote unquote, several large Fortune 500 firms in San Francisco, London, and New York over the past few weeks, basically pitching some of the services and features of ChatGPT to, on a corporate standpoint, to some of these companies. So I just brought up Microsoft. There's not much going on, down ever so slightly here. We're basically at highs though for Microsoft. Looks like Wells Fargo CFO now talking as well, quoting credit cards to continue solid growth this year on the conference call. So JPM and Wells Fargo now.
Yeah, interesting look here from Altman. I mean, you figure that he wants to familiarize a lot of these corporate CEOs with exactly what he can offer them at an enterprise level. We all know that they're building out data centers to be able to, have the infrastructure to do all this. But if we don't know the nuances of how you can incorporate this into your business, I mean, it's as good as useless. So I think he's doing the right thing here. With respect to Microsoft, they got a price target upgrade today. ADR will get that in a second. But yeah, keep eyes on that, Brendo, and the chips as well. Sean was mentioning the chips. China looking at blocking some of these American imports now. They really want to focus on local development.
Yeah, pretty ugly day across the board for Chinese markets, but specifically some of the ADRs now on the pre-market downside as well. We don't talk about it a lot or really look at gold stocks at all. Here's 2,400. I just brought up GLD. Nice gap again today if you zoom out on GLD, the crazy trend continuing. I mean, Michael Moss talked about it going back to the beginning of the week, and gold's crazy cousin silver was even more volatile than gold. Shout out to Michael Moss, by the way, congratulations. Welcoming his latest yesterday, apparently. So we're going to have a guest. I won't spoil it, but a guest coming up here in a couple of minutes from Trade Ideas in place of Mr. Noss. Yeah, guys, this move on gold, impressive still.
It is. Oh, I was going to say something. We can go to Mike. We'll talk Microsoft, I guess, when the rundown comes on, because I'm pretty sure it's on there. But yeah, GLD, and it's been breaking out for a hot minute. I think the Costco story it's emblematic when you get runs like this in gold. You always start to hear, well, you get more commercials for, hey, get your gold here, trade in your gold. I feel like I'm going to hear a few more of those when I'm on my satellite radio listening in the car. But at the end of the day, the trend is going to be your friend. Now, I don't trade in commodities, and we keep getting asked about silver, which is kind of lagging and trying to catch up a little bit here. So all I would say is this is not something you want to fight. It makes a ton of sense, given that I think there's a little bit more, we keep getting more clarity as to the fact of where this inflation is going or not going, as a matter of fact. And I think that does bode well for gold. But the other side to this coin is that we keep talking about Bitcoin as like a risk asset, which it is, and following the NASDAQ. But in the last week, and I've been pointing this out a little bit, in the last little bit, we have had Bitcoin strong relative to the NASDAQ when it's weak, and then we've had Bitcoin strong relative to the NASDAQ when the NASDAQ is strong. It's just you've had strength on both sides of it. We regained the 70,000 level. I have a 15-minute chart up because I wanted to show sort of the consolidation that's happening right now in the last couple of sessions on BTC, and you've got putting in higher lows. If it does hold this one, I think we can have a break toward the 72 today. So that puts a whole bunch of things into play. We already saw the ridiculous run that Coinbase was on. I'd maybe stay away from Mara. MSTR is probably going to be in play if we do get this breakout, and then maybe a retest of that fresh high on BTC. So I think this should be on watch. Anytime you're making higher lows into a flat top, you can get that flat top break. So that's going to be on alert for me today. Still have some key levels to possibly fade on Coinbase, but they're not the same ones as they were yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much every night on the recap show, we discuss gold and silver and all of that, and copper and Dr. Copper as we talk about that. This is an interesting thing. We did this yesterday again on the recap show. We talked all about where the gold reserves are right now and what countries are taking this out. Right here, it looks like We have the USA, Fabian knows this, we did this last night. USA, Germany, Italy, France, Russia, and China. I think that's where a lot of the buy is happening right now. So I feel like I've just been hearing that Russia and China, really ramping up some of their reserves here, of course, ahead of any sort of political unrest that continues. We saw what happened to the shekel. We saw what happened to the Russian ruble when we had some of those issues, obviously, with Ukraine and then with Palestine and Israel. So it would make sense that if China and Russia start to move up this ladder and become 2-3, if they're not already. So there it is right here. These are the central bank gold reserves in tons. And if you believe that for the United States, then that's interesting. But we'll wait to see what happens here. As I don't know if any of these are believable, but this is what's written down. Russia and China moving up the list, creating a nice bump up here in gold. So I don't think it hasn't really been an investable asset over the last 70 years, but for the last 6 months, it's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, look at this. This is insane. So, great move up for gold. I would have said take some off here, and then I would have said take some out here, and now I'm saying take some out here. So you've been wrong the whole way up. When does it stop? Nobody knows, especially not me, Brendan and Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a non-stop move to the upside. And on topic this morning, as I mentioned, Mr. Noss off for a couple of weeks here as he and his family welcome their latest. Congratulations to the Noss household in his place. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is going to jump on. Not the first time he's been on the show, going back a couple of years when
Thank you.
Michael Noss had his first. Chris Varley, good to see you. Happy Friday.
You as well, gentlemen. Happy Friday. Honored to be here. Big shout out to Michael and his wife welcoming baby number 2. And yeah, as you mentioned before, I believe it was April 8th, a couple of years ago, I was on.
That's crazy. Same month. Is that right?
That is correct. Same month.
Wow.
I was going over the slides when I did this presentation. I was putting together this presentation last night, and I really couldn't believe it. So
amazing.
There
All right,
it is.
let's touch on some trending ideas here, and trending in the sense of directional movement in the overall market. I mean, Sean just showing the gold daily chart there. I mean, it doesn't get more of a trend than that chart, I think, at this point.
No, and I struggled last night when I went to put together this presentation because some of the scans that I was looking at and what am I going to do here, trying to do something of value for everybody to look at. I was like, everybody's looking at gold right now, though. So I wanted to find something a little different, but it was so hard to find anything because anything that's looking at anything in a trend is gold, gold, gold. And then, as you alluded to before, silver has started to make its case that it wants to catch up as well. So it's just, it's one of those things. The trend is your friend, and rising boats, rising tides lift all boats, and just everybody seems to want to jump on that train with precious metals right now.
All right, let's get a look at an interesting scan here, and I actually like the concept here, and this is something that Michael Noss, touches on from time and again when he's on the show. Is there's so many different ways to utilize this platform, Trade Ideas, and construct different concepts when it comes to scanning for individual ideas. So tell us about this, a 20-period low trend scan.
All right, so it starts with, we have a chart indicator called our swing low. And I'm one of those people that doesn't like a lot of things on my chart whatsoever. And when you have it up on your chart, there's a few other things with Trade Ideas that come up there that show different levels. And so I asked Michael, I said, is there a way for me to have this on my chart but not have all the other stuff? And he said, yeah, I'll just write the indicator into the software for you because it's all actually in there. And it doesn't really require any math or anything on the back end or server tech. So he put this in, and essentially what it does is it looks at the lowest period of the stock over the last 20 days. So this is an indicator anybody can find on their chart to start with. Aside from that, we also have a filter called position in 20-day range. And so what I started to notice with this indicator is, we often talk about stocks taking the long staircase up and the empty elevator shaft down. And I just found really great trends in this. There was a way to find stocks in uptrends where all of a sudden maybe there was a slight pause, and you could see that pause really play out on this scan essentially. So, I called it multi-period low, and then talking about the versatility of the scan, aside from setting the filters on find me stocks on these different distances and things like that, you can also sort the stocks too and not actually use the filter with the value. So what I did is I said, let's find stocks that have been an uptrend over the last 9 months. And then also let's find these stocks that are close to that 20 period. So they haven't really exploded off of it yet, if they were going to explode off of it. And so the first slide that I have is pointing down on that 20-day range. And, just showing that first set of the list there that they're pointing at that range. The next thing I wanted to show here is the SPY. And you can see that staircase kind of really, present itself essentially. And there's a few times when you see that staircase kind of flatten out and you get that really nice boost. Now, is it like that every time? Is it a magic indicator? Of course not. But sometimes, trend line isn't as easy to define as something like this is. So, that's what I wanted to show on that second slide. And then we can move into, the next set of slides and some examples from the scan. So, Wells Fargo first. And you can see, again, a lot of these are going to be where the market kind of bottomed out at the end of October, beginning of November last year. And you could see where it starts to catch up and then where it starts to kind of boost itself. So, Wells Fargo is one. We're now real close to that multi-period. It's something I'd like to see it kind of make that shelf of those stairs right there, consolidate a little bit and see if it can't get a little leg up. The next one, moving on to is a PRG, same kind of concept here, really nice defined trend. And you can also see that on the weekly chart, going back many, many months with that starts to sell off a little bit and settle itself into that multi-period low. And then OTIS, again, just trying to throw a few ideas out there, especially for the folks that can't be in front of the screen all day long. They're looking for swing ideas. Truth be told, I was a terrible day trader to start with, and my first successes started in swing trading. So it's kind of where I always go to as my home. Again, OTIS doing the same thing. And last but not least, on the uptrends that are close to this multi-period low, Airbnb. And so again, just trying to highlight where it has, looked at and done that essentially. When we move into the next slides, we're going to be looking at RVMD, and this is where we see some results. So what I did was I flipped the scan essentially on the sort and showing stocks that were furthest away from that 20-period low, and just showing that, this, could be a viable trading strategy where you use that multi-period low as not only an entry, but nearing a stop too, kind of trying to set up a low risk entry essentially. So, RVMD is one example of that happening there. I believe NRG we had next, and same concept here. You got that really low, a really long shelf before a nice explosion off of it. And then last but not least, and ZETA ties into a little more of the story of me filling in for Michael a couple of years ago. ZETA was one of the stocks that I actually had talked about at the time. I was talking about a stock that was a scan that was looking at unusual options volume with stocks that were an uptrend. Truth be told, it was one of the 5 stocks on there that actually didn't do anything and collapsed about a month later. So bad on me, but that is what it is. All the same, ZETA, it's on there. It's made quite a move. It's, I believe, nearing all-time highs again. And, so that's what I have. Anybody that wants to scan, you're welcome to email in to info@trade-ideas.com. I've got the cloud link ready for anybody that wants to take a look at that.
I love the visual aspect of the flat line. One of the more challenging aspects of a higher time frame is understanding what is actually in a trend and what is not, or just moving sideways or chopping around doing absolutely nothing. So a great way to visualize very easily that solid flat line. Indicating that there's no real direction here. So whether you're looking at a 5-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, or a 2-week chart, you get that aid.
Absolutely. So you can apply it to any time frame. I just happened to apply it to the daily chart that it worked for me for whatever reason. I think like a lot of traders, you struggle with an actual trading plan, And this, set a trading plan where, all right, around here, if we collapse, I'm wrong. And on top of that, it really set a time frame, because that was one thing that I struggled with personally as a trader is, am I looking at a 5-minute time frame? Am I looking at a daily? Am I looking at a weekly? And this said, all right, well, we're looking at a 20-day time frame now. And that makes it real clear and easy for you to look at like that.
It's a great concept as well, and you touched on it there briefly, but in a market where there's been so much focus on AI and chips and semiconductor, NVIDIA, that are all at highs or near highs, finding those pullbacks that are still in the uptrend, but a pullback that hasn't necessarily made that next move yet. You're anticipating that rotation of possibly where money could go next.
No, absolutely. And, you want to be where the money is, but you also want to be where the money is and extend it at this point. So again, it's really looking to find that low risk setup for those that just can't be there all the time to watch tick by tick.
Great stuff. A natural, Chris Varley. He'll be back again with us for the next couple of weeks anyways, filling in for.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thank you for having me on, everybody. Have a great Friday.
Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Big thanks to Chris there, filling in for obviously one of our favorite guests, Michael Noss, but doing a fantastic job. And I love the fact that, we day trade, we talk about this, you're in and out. It's a very different from investing, which is very different from swing trading, and you got to find your niche. And you can jump from time frame to time frame. And I'm going to do that because Wells Fargo was one that was mentioned, and he put it up there. And if you actually zoom it out further on my trade ideas weekly here, man, that level gets even better when you start talking about the consolidation. Obviously, they reported this morning, so there is going to be fundamentally some movement going on away from this range, you would suspect, in the next couple of days and weeks. But this is a monster level from 2022. You're talking about the post-pandemic highs that it's consolidating underneath when you zoom that chart out, and maybe that's the kind of thing that just gives you a little bit of confluence if it does eventually break, hold this support and break out through 60, or if this is resistance. I mean, it plays both ways if you were to break in either direction here. So Wells is probably already on the radar. If you're watching any of the bank stocks today, Wells, JPM, both with some solid numbers, obviously. But hey, if you're looking at the charts and the technicals, then you just wait for things to set up and then you take action based on that. And the earnings can just be the catalyst for the move.
So yesterday's, big thanks and a big congratulations to Michael Noss, of course, a good friend of the show, always on the recap show as well. So a big shout out to that. Look, yesterday's number one P&L name was the bank name that I'll be looking at again here today, and it's Morgan Stanley. So yesterday we absolutely nailed this trade. Hey, what's going on, man? We absolutely hammered this yesterday. There it is right here. It's Morgan Stanley. It is straight to the downside. We're going to be looking to short an 88 or something like that here today. Our best fill on this, here we go. Shout out to, I guess, Will Smith here. This is how we do it. This is what we did yesterday. We're here to make money. I liked what he said. He wasn't a very good day trader. That's honesty. And this is honest right here. This move, this is the kind of stuff that we're looking for. We'll see if we can get an 88 fill for Morgan Stanley one more time today. So that's going to be a short idea that I'm working with there. MS on the short side.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Adair is set over at the screen with some upgrades and downgrades.
DocuSign starting the list off this morning with an upgrade from UBS. We have GitLab trading up about 1.5% after this upgrade from Raymond James. This one's interesting here. BMO Capital Markets upgrading Microsoft, raising its price target. Worth noting, this is actually in terms of what the note said related to Microsoft's strength in the gaming segment. So interesting note here. You can read more about that in our watch list. First Solar, last name on the upgrades list, trading lower today, but getting this upgrade with the $226 price target from Janney. Downgrade, Stevens here downgrading both Cheesecake Factory and Papa John's, so some food-themed downgrades here from Stevens. We also have Citigroup downgrading Cisco here, and Arista getting a downgrade from Rosenblatt. Nice mixed bag here, guys.
Good luck, and I can kill two birds with one stone here with GitLab because GitLab on the upgrade board, but there was a question in the chat that was just, what is the difference between a pullback and a consolidation? Now you can get, like, people will say pullback, correction, it's percentage moves back in. I think it's kind of like you know it when you see it. like obviously a pullback should take you through support levels. So a stock like GitLab on the daily chart, pullback, broke through a support level, and then made another leg down. So the stock was in a pullback. A consolidation should mean that you have a decent period of time in which you have essentially the same highs and lows in a tight-ish range. It doesn't have to be a super tight range. Not all consolidations are tight ranges. But GitLab, you could say, is in a consolidated phase above the 200 period moving average. It's bouncing off the 200 into the same high at 60. And today, with the upgrade, maybe you have a chance at a consolidation break. The downside would be really light volume, a 50-cent spread on GitLab. It doesn't always trade the most amount of volume. I really don't like a 50-cent spread on a $50 or $60 stock. But yeah, you see that consolidation, potential breakout. So we look at things like, I look at things like this. So if it's trending in the afternoon, I'll be able to remind myself, hey, it's breaking out above 60. It should have some room to go. And if it's trending up, find ways to get into the trend. But you got to see the volume start to come in first. Simply having an upgrade and being at a level isn't really enough if A, the level doesn't break, and B, there isn't volume above that at the open. Like if it touches that by 100 and goes to 60.10 because some guy buys 100 or 200 shares, and then right away at 9:31, it's dumping underneath, and that breakout is no good. It's much different when you're trading a breakout on a more liquid stock. You can get in on that break much more securely than I would ever suggest here.
So DocuSign there on the upgrade side. You know, we really liked this name when we were first hearing about a possible buyout or somebody looking into the name. Then it came back down in, and we bought more of this name at $50. So this has been a good trade for us. I don't know. It was good. Upgrade today. I like the name. I would still say hold on to this, but the idea is getting close to getting out. I haven't really heard anything about potentially, you know, new buyouts or anything like that, but into earnings, DocuSign looking pretty good and getting upgraded again, so we like the way that sounds. This is another name that will be talked about potentially and has been talked about on the podcast, which Brendan and I will be filming later on tonight. It's funny, Adara was saying, she'll probably tell the story that she went to bed at 8 o'clock last night, so that's pretty cool. I was with my kid at chess at 8 o'clock last night. No rest for the wicked, but it's working out around here. We'll be having a good one. May take a couple days off next week. We'll see how it goes. But for right now, let's go back to the desk and see what's up with Brendan and Sharif.
I was just double checking here. 11 a.m. is the call, it looks like, for Citigroup. But I just saw a comment come by. CFO saying 7,000 employee job cuts will appear in data over subsequent quarters going forward. I don't know. I see 11 o'clock, but that was apparently on a media call. So heads up on Citigroup for anyone watching that one this morning. It's not really doing anything, but did pop back up there on that note. Again, 7,000 employee job cuts will appear in data over subsequent quarters from the CFO of Citigroup. All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning. Sharif's going to lead us off here with a look at the futures.
52.42, guys. That's where we ended up closing out yesterday after that big pop-up midday. So we're going to go ahead and say 52.50, which is the overnight high, as that level of resistance. We're really close to that 100-point level right now at 5,200. So if we don't break 5,200, let's use that level as support.
Just remember, 10 o'clock Michigan Sentiment coming up this morning as well. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's free. Why not? Go to tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get everything you need to know every single morning delivered right to your inbox. Let's talk banks. Here's JP Morgan downside. I just showed you Citigroup there, Wells Fargo also trying to hang on to, I mean, a decent move anyways, but JP Morgan standing out here as notably negative coming off their earnings this morning. Again, it looks like the comments have slowed, at least, maybe finished, for their earnings call.
Yeah, prior to you and I talking, I was really confused as to why this one was trading down. Looks like net interest income harder to forecast than previously expected, but that doesn't mean they didn't do well, guys. They beat, and they beat big. The bank's profit rose 6% year over year on the quarter to $13.5 billion. Revenue rose 8% to $42.5 billion. They also allocated a smaller amount of money for their loan loss provisions. They're not going to lose as much money on these car loans and commercial loans as well as previously expected. And their 2024 net interest income actually supposed to be a little bit higher. So analysts looking for a bit of a better print. We'll see what the rest of the month brings for them, Brendo.
Yeah, you have to assume that has to be tied with the uncertainty and rates in general going forward. But yeah, as you mentioned, decent report across the board. Anyway, market day lows here, guys.
There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just earnings and whatever the market decides to do with them in this particular case, because you've already heard this before many, many times. How many times have we seen JP Morgan or any bank make a ton of money and beat most of all of the metrics, and then the stock is actually down when it was rallying going into it? So that's what happened today. There's a chance it could bounce off the 50-period moving average, which it's already done once, and it's got somewhat of support here at the 186, 187 level. I don't know that this is one that I want to step into. We always talk about, you know, being involved in morning earnings, or do you like those earnings plays? I typically prefer them. Like, the retail ones are generally pretty good. I'm 100% with Sean in that you look at the story that happened in Morgan Stanley, and that's pretty clear. Like, it was bad news. And on top of that, the fact that JP Morgan's going down today, even though it had a good report, actually bodes well in terms of looking at overall shorts. Now, I think it's a little bit far away from you pop into resistance where I would like it right now, and you do have to keep an eye on what's going on in the sector, but it makes a little bit more sense to trade something with a traditional bad news catalyst as to try and decipher JPM. I think long-term is probably fine. If you're dollar cost averaging, you're probably pretty comfortable buying the 50-period moving average on JPM. Wells Fargo, we already pointed that one out. It needs to break out that top. It's still in a consolidative phase. Just wanted to get, like, the NASDAQ just dropped down past 1% to the downside while all that was happening. The Intel 37, I did cover some in front of 65s. We essentially, you've got, like I said, you've got support that turned into resistance, and the trend line does have this sucker headed down for what was a year-long higher level of support all the way through at about, it works out to like 36 and change today. So I think it's going to test a very long support trend here on Intel. If it cracks through 36, that will be breaking that today. I'm expecting there'd be some buyers when it hits that trend line.
All right, so we will get to Intel. Intel is the #1 trade idea here on the sticky note, and you guys know what that means. Morgan Stanley right here, $88 yesterday. I mean, this is the trade that we had. It was pretty epic. Something that, again, you know, you trade all, this is what I was talking about yesterday. You trade all day, you know, to get the news, and then all of a sudden, this is the #1 P&L name here on the show, off one trade. So basically, this is what you wait for when you're looking at this. I don't ever trade bank earnings, really, and so I don't think we'll be into this. We've been talking about JP Morgan. Again, we had Daniel Shea on yesterday. And shout out to Nimit. We're getting the market recap show up for those of you that want to see Danielle yesterday. 191, I mean, I don't know, to sit here and try to figure out like which direction this is going to go. JPM.cc, oh yeah, that's the Canadian one, I guess. But in order to try to figure this out, I don't know, I'm not smart enough to do that. So I just saw this, and we were talking about over and over again the declining RSI on the banks and what that meant. And right there, we did it one more time for you. Join me on the market recap show for now. Well, not for today, but starting on Monday, where we've been talking about, and I don't have RSI set up over here. I should actually get my trade ideas layout from over there and bring it over here. But that was pretty awesome. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go do that, actually. I'm going to get that over here, because we had a declining RSI into a price movement that was holding near the high side. So that was a very, very interesting development over there on JP Morgan. Hey, Sharif, do you know how to, you know, my trade idea is probably in there. Yo, Sharif, could you save that trade ideas to the cloud and send it to me?
Absolutely.
Yes, so there you go. So we're doing live promo right there.
What am I supposed
You
to
can
do?
easily send your layouts. Use trade ideas, Trader TV 20. So my layout that is over there on the market recap show, Sharif can just hit save to cloud, message to me, and then it's over here in as fast as I can click it. So no, that was more just for the promotion, but yeah, do it and send it. But that's the real cool thing about trade ideas. So anyways, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. We probably won't trade any of them, but I will trade Morgan Stanley. So get ready for that one. I like the 88 level. I don't think we get back up there, but let's just keep on looking at this, man. Can you imagine this name is already, one of, I mean, it was doing fine up there for a minute, for sure. Like some of these banks started to get going again, but now you're back into a level where I think you're going to want to buy it, but you might as well at this point wait for, what is it, Monday? I mean, you're not that far away.
I think it's Wednesday.
It's silly to buy, it wouldn't, next week at some point. It's silly to buy names ahead of earnings unless for some reason you've got a bird whispering something to you. I don't think it's really worth it, but right now you are back into support. I think it's probably going to be a buy, but wait for the number to come out. Maybe you get a flush back into here somewhere. But then again, if the banks get hit, I'm just going back to JP Morgan myself. So anyways, all right, back over to the desk.
Yeah, more to come next week. Goldman as well we'll get early next week. And then I saw Netflix later on.
Yep.
So we're right back into it. Pretty exciting. 1% here for NVIDIA already, back below 900 once again, and seems to be holding. Yeah, more U.S.-China back and forth overnight. China going to further restrict the use of these U.S. chips.
Yep, tit for tat exchanges here, Brendo, in semis and microchips. Here's what's happening, guys. So a lot of these Chinese telecoms are using Intel and AMD chips. China's not pleased with that. They say it's a security risk. They want them to phase it out by 2027. It's not immediately clear whether China's main semiconductor company can actually replace these chips. We'll have to wait and see, but that's the order coming in from the top.
Yeah, not terribly active, I guess, this morning for any of these, really. I was just going through some of them, 800,000 already for NVIDIA, AMD, about the same overall, but downside across the board here, guys.
Yeah, definitely, especially when some of them were so strong yesterday, and by some of them I mean like NVIDIA was ridiculous. But look, Intel's down a point right now. We just went over it. AMD, I could have used this as an example of consolidation after a pullback as well. So there's the pullback, but now it's just consolidating with a potential flat bottom break at about 165. But when you put a range in like this, I kind of think it's not that complicated, although the chances of getting fills close to 170 seem like they're dwindling every single second that we've been on this morning. I don't know if we get a chance to be in this one. It was just not at a level that I liked. Like you're sitting right in the middle at 168 when we sat down. So if I want to be shorting pops in AMD in addition to this Intel 37, but we just might not get that opportunity. And the reason AMD Intel is because those are the ones mostly affected by this recent rhetoric coming out of China. Obviously, the tit for tat has been going on for quite some time. Like this is not anything new. This is probably a decent time to mention, like we said, like NVIDIA, super strong. If it were to give you some kind of a pullback, there was this nice like consolidation ramp up at 880. You'd have to think if we really fall down here, 880 would be the first level to look for a dip. The 860 is kind of obvious, and also $34 away, $35 away.
Okay. Oh, wow. I was looking at some of the lineups for next week on earnings. Yeah, because I was looking it up. Goldman's on Monday. Morgan's on Tuesday. So I'll just tweet this out here, and we'll get that going in a minute. Yeah, AXP on Friday. It's going to be pretty interesting. Here, I'll tweet it out.
Ooh, Wednesday's got a great one.
Yeah, so
we don't talk about them enough.
Well, I'm sure we will on Wednesday. Let me see here. Here it is right here. So we got Goldman, we've got UNH, J&J. Oh, a couple nice healthcare names as well. Neil's going to mention ASML. TSM there, Netflix. Some big ones coming through next week, and that's just a few. There's many, many more as we will tweet that out right there, right now. And we also tweeted out, by the way, that we have two names on our, we have two names on our sticky note here today for everybody, and it was just pretty simple. What's up, man? It's this. It's Intel short, and it's AMD short. So number one P&L yesterday was Morgan. Number two was AMD, and they're both the same. So we'll stick with Morgan. Yesterday we had yesterday on yesterday's note, we had it written right there. Good round for Tiger, -1 actually. Good luck. Yesterday we wrote down here on yesterday's note that we wanted AMD these same levels short, and it turned out to be the 171. That was absolutely huge, and we took that at the end of the day. So today we've got horrible news again for Intel, as China is trying to redirect some of the mobile chips, and that's going to affect Intel because they're in the mobile phones. So yeah, more negativity to come for Intel. I wrote down 37.50 just yesterday's close, but anything in and around 37 is a definite short, and I think we'll get that opportunity. AMD as well, I think it's something very, very similar here for advanced micro devices, but I didn't think we'd get that pop yesterday. And it's just so hilarious because I sit here yesterday and lose on NVIDIA, which, by the way, NVIDIA was the #1 overall stock, period, on the floor yesterday, and it was my #1 and the #1 loser here. We waited all day for AMD, and then finally it came to 171 as it was written. And then it was boom to the downside. And it was just, if we had just followed and listened and been patient. Now we're not going to get that today. I wrote that down early. So I'm thinking now like 168. 168.50, something like that, right into here. It's making such a move down. So I'll make an adjustment to that sticky note. I'm going to write down 168 or so for advanced micro devices in and around this area for a possible short, into here 168.50 as well. So I'm thinking in and around these areas for a short for advanced micro devices. And then unfortunately yesterday we were only trying to go short. We didn't wind up losing that much, but still, we should have been long at some point, not just planning to play these. Every single $5 I tried to short it, and it was just wrong yesterday on NVIDIA. But that's the #1 thing that you can be as a trader, is true to yourself. All right, 895 right there. This is looking like a pretty decent dip buy area for sure. Lots of consolidation down here at 885, between 885 and 890 yesterday before eventually breaking out. So dip buys into this area as well. The problem is the NASDAQ is just down so much right now that we could get that continued move south on everything. So I don't know, man. CPI was not great. Apparently PPI was. And we gave back every single thing we lost. We got it back. The bears gave it back yesterday on that move up. And then now today we open up the NASDAQ and we look at this and we say the same thing again. We went right to the level we thought we'd go to again, but then we blasted up to 18.5. Now you're not holding 18.4, so we're back underneath now. So in the middle, underneath, with momentum going this way. So that leads me into this area again, 18.2, 18.1. So that's 100 handles away from 18.2, then 18.1 I think is where you start to go long, which is where I have written down names like Microsoft and names that I think I like for potential long areas if and when we get into 18.2. But I'll be here to trade for you guys, the TQQs. You know that. I'll be here to trade the SMH for you. We'll be sitting here trading AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, Alibaba, Microsoft. We've got a bunch of names ready to go today. Today should be an absolutely amazing day one more time. And we'll see if we can continue the streak over here. And just continue to put those numbers up. PLT and Mara, yeah, I mean, everything's moving. Bitcoin 70, holding that as well. I'm going to go reload my coffee and send it over to the desk.
More comments on Citi right now. Just be aware if anyone's watching Citigroup. I saw this one pop up as well. Roku downside on a bit of a spike here. The company saying it has identified a second data incident, which impacted additional user accounts. Not a huge move, but Roku negative off that, it would appear so far this morning. Yeah, let's talk Apple. Bit of a pullback here this morning, 174 trying to hold. Hey, guess what? Dan Ives has more comments about Apple this morning. If you missed it yesterday, they're going to redo the entire Mac lineup with this next-gen M4 chip that's going to be all about AI. So 3% day for Apple.
Yeah, big, like we mentioned, biggest since May of 2023. But here's the deal. So we're going to get 3 new MacBook variants this year in 2024. You're going to get a low-end 14-inch MacBook Pro and a high-end 14-inch MacBook Pro, as well as the 16. So those ones are all going to have the M4 chip, despite the fact that we just upgraded the M3 chip in October. Then, in 2025, you're going to have 3 more. You're going to have a 13 and a 15-inch MacBook Air with the M4 chip, the Mac Studio, and then later the MacBook Pro in 2025. The Mac Pro, sorry, in 2025, Brendo. So we'll see what comes of this.
I was, you and I have had this conversation many times, but I was actually in the process of maybe looking at another one or a new one, and I don't know if I should wait now, but I mean, that's a long time to the end of this year or beginning of next year. But I bought more Apple yesterday. I mean, huge volume at the end of the day specifically. Look at the closing print on this to the upside. So a bit of a pullback this morning, but still looks good.
Pretty much in the afternoon range, it's looking like for this pre-market after that, I want to say historic day, but I mean, come on, when was the last time we saw Apple do that? Like Sharif just said there, you're talking about a year, more or less a year, 11 months, since we saw something like that for Apple, but you've seen it to the downside to a certain extent. Finally, Apple is doing something off of this consolidation lower. Has it broken the trend yet? I would suggest that it hasn't broken the downward trend. Maybe not until you close above the 50 period or get back above 178. It can hang out there for a little bit. I think the trend would be reversed at that point, but clearly the buying was in. Probably could have done way better to have been long this, but you know, it is what it is. We talked about this yesterday. Like if you have a conservative approach, you know, you'd adhere to your stops, all that kind of stuff. You could have been short, had some good opportunities, and all you could do was stay away from the things that were ripping faces off and short the weaker names on a day like yesterday, but going long would have been better. I do like resistance turning into support. You've heard me say that a bunch. 173 sits out here for Apple as the previous resistance level, and then you had a gap out, which we've already taken. So I would look to see if it can hold 73. Now, there's a couple of names that I guess, yeah, I mean, China we're going to talk about, and then Boeing, JPM. You know what? I think this is a good time to maybe talk about something like Amazon as well, where super strong move, 52-week highs got put in. It's looking super strong. It's pretty much at resistance. And being a Friday, being an options day, you can expect every even dollar options level to actually have some considerable volume around it. That's the best way to put it. Is it impossible to see that 86 again and get like a mulligan over yesterday's longs? It's not impossible. I just think it's a little bit unlikely. But that was the spot that you wanted it. It was off the 186 level on Amazon. If it were to be a free fall Friday, then that's the Alamo for me on Amazon, not the 184. I think the 184, if it gets down there, a lot of bad things have happened. I think that 186 is that spot where I want to be going for the long on Amazon there. And then the third one is Google. You know, Alphabet did pretty much the same thing as Amazon up here, where you had the stairs to the upside. It got that 158 breakout. It's at the support level, and anybody can say, you can say it over and over again. At the open, you had this chance for the dip into 156. So you've got the 156 half, you've got the 155. I think you got a couple of decent levels on two of the strongest names out there to look for some dip buys. And just keep in mind, like, you know, a couple of these names, and maybe not Google as an example, but Amazon's a pretty good example of this, and Microsoft's a great example as well. Google came into the 200 period and rallied. Apple pulled down and consolidated off the 50 period. Some of that rally was money that needed to get in. It's like, oh crap, we're going up already. And there was no dip buy in Amazon. So you do have money that's probably chasing this a little bit when there are small dips. And I think as long as that's the case, you tend to want to favor buying the dip as a trading strategy in this type of a trend. Like Amazon has very few ridiculously outlandish days, up or down. You get a couple of them, and when you have that, I think it's worthy of going for the dip buy. So we'll try to do a little bit better with it than we did yesterday.
Oh, man. All right, let's touch on some China weakness this morning. We had some economic data come out overnight that was worse than expected. So Chinese indexes, first of all, across the board had a pretty ugly day to end the week. I just bought a BABA here, but I mean, they all look fairly similar here this morning. PDD, JD, all downside in a big way, actually at day lows right now.
Yeah, Brendo, every single Chinese ADR on my watch list is red. This is not specific to all Chinese ADRs, but this is specific to Chinese EVs. Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown writing a letter to Joe Biden, basically saying that he should be banning outright all Chinese-made EVs. He's calling them an existential threat and a security threat to the United States. Says that the auto workers in his industry need protecting from Chinese government subsidized vehicles, guys. So we'll continue to watch and see what happens here. But yeah, decidedly in the red.
Yeah, similar look for these across the board. Looks like XPeng, the worst off right now, 4.7% downside. Li Auto also under pressure, 3%.
So I'm just going to stay with the story. You know, I've been putting Alibaba on watch pretty much. I mean, we probably goes back to February. Like ever since we were holding this $70 level. And I just, you know, they had a good earnings report. I thought everything was fine there, and I still do think it is. The fact that China keeps coming up every single day on our notes, and we keep getting bad Chinese data realistically. I mean, one day I guess it appears to be good. We had Alibaba up the other day 5.5% with the Chinese market starting to go back upside as well. But until we really break below this 70, I'm trying to find areas to get long here on Alibaba because we've really nailed this the last couple days. I mean, yesterday we didn't. Well, yeah, it was 74 as well. We were waiting for 74. We didn't have that. We had it the day before down here when it went into 74, and we had that. And then we just kept on having. We had 72.50 here. We wrote. I was looking over the sticky notes. We had 72.50, 74, 70, like all these levels, and every single one that we wrote down pretty much held for us. And then yesterday we didn't get in. That drop was too dramatic there, so we didn't buy anything yesterday. I think we had written down 74 again and just never got there. So although it looks like a short, it would say it's a short. So that's why I wrote down on the sticky note, very, very simple. Like when I'm speaking, I'm trying to be as like direct as possible as to what I'm going to do and what I'm going to do on, you know, a realistic amount of shares for myself. So here on Alibaba, it's pretty simple. Might have to wait for this to hold before stepping in. Market could take this to 72. So let's wait for it to break, hold, and then go long. So this market is not going to hold 73. So we kind of wrote that down when we were up here. You know, we wrote it down before we come on the air. So 73.50, 73.60. We said it was going to probably get into 73, which we liked. So right now it's into 73. Market's down 1%. This could be one of those trades where I look back and it's like, man, why don't we just pull the trigger down here? But without the ability to know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, this market is down 1% and definitely trending lower. So for me, this once again, man, has to be one of those patient games where the only area that I really see for some kind of decent support is probably down here into 72 again. We had a little bit of garbage down to 71.50. You know, if we put on a couple hundred shares here at 72 and I have to hold it against 71.50, for me that's fine. For many it wouldn't be. But I'm going to wait for that 71.50 as sort of the line in the sand if stuff hits the fan on Alibaba. So that's what I'm looking for. I know it's weak today. I don't like to go long on these names when they look like this, but I've been supporting this level and making a lot. I mean, not making a lot of money. I mean, we put in more shares on other names, but making decent money on Alibaba by going long. So I'm not going to throw this baby out with the bathwater.
They might be throwing Neo out with the bathwater.
Oh, yeah.
So yesterday there was a flat bottom break on Rivian through $10. And then last night in the afternoon show, I was like, well, Lucid has the exact same setup. So this is a $10 breakdown. It was basically, it just fell apart all the way to 950, eventually getting a 930 bottom. Just nasty. It was a great opportunity to be short. We've been waiting for the $10 break for a while. And then I said in the afternoon show, Lucid has the same thing at $2.50. We have this bottom on the daily, and it's trying to take out 250. The thing about it, and I'm still going to take the Lucid trade. Neo has it's not a clean, even dollar level, but it's now double bottom at $4.35 in what is an obvious downward trend, and it might take out that similar bottom. Now, I like the Lucid one because it's the round number. It's Friday, it's 250. So I feel like it either runs away from it or at least tries to hang out there, and you'll know right away. To me, a 250 on a Friday, you'll know right away whether it's working or not. So you can have that tight stop like you do on the Rivian breakdown. But man, if NIO isn't set up very similarly, I don't know where the bottom is on this, or Xpeng, Li Auto. Those two are actually doing better than NIO, which is consistently on the lows. I just feel as you come in thinking short first and then figure the rest out later. So I already had these marked off in the last couple of days. It's not on my note because I have nothing new to say about NIO. I like the 480 short. I like the 460 short. That's the same thing I've liked all week. But this is now a flat bottom break as well at 435. So not great for EVs in general, I suppose, but then you got some NIO under some extra pressure compared to its cohorts.
All right, let's touch on Boeing here. Sharif and I were just talking about this chart. If you zoom out a little bit on BA, it seems like every single day there's some sort of negative move over the past week or so anyways. Here's this morning down here on a 15-minute chart. Downside ever so slightly. JP Morgan with a bit of a note this morning, cutting their price target, but maintaining their overall rating. If you remember, it was earlier in the week, Bank of America with a similar note.
Yeah. Can you blame them? No, in all seriousness, here's what they said. The path forward on production is not very clear given the current production pace and expectations that customers like Southwest will cut orders. We've been hearing about this. The planes are going to not come in time, so they're just cutting these orders. However, as Brendo mentioned, the overweight rating is maintained because they expect Boeing to be able to kind of recover from the 737 MAX recertification in China. That's supposed to help deliveries, so we'll have to wait and see here, Brendo. 31 brokers rate BA as a buy and a medium price target of 240.
Just saw Roku pop back up to the downside as well, pop back up on my screen to the downside. If you missed it, another data breach here apparently for Roku.
Oh, yuck. I was just going to say, Boeing has...
Man, people are breaching data all over the place.
10 days in a row to the downside, something like that for Boeing. So they report in a couple of weeks. I just feel like, here's what Boeing needs. Just a couple of days, maybe even 1 week, without any headlines. I don't even care if good headlines, bad, just nothing. I want to hear nothing about Boeing for a week or two into earnings, and then if that happens, I feel like the stock should be able to rally. But every time you hear something, it's just I don't like what you hear. Let it make a positive day. If it continues the trend to the downside, you probably have like a 170 break. It's already underneath its 52-week low. There's just not a heck of a lot to like with Boeing, and it's down at the level where my mind is starting to think about the bounce. And so like that's where my head is at with Boeing. I'm looking for some signs of a bounce play. And then Roku, with the hack or data breach, whatever you want to call it, gets pretty interesting here for another how many consolidations? Like we get a question, what does the consolidation look like? And then all of a sudden, you just sort of see that pattern everywhere. $60 this last week. I mean, it's just this week that it's been holding the 60 level. It's at 61, so I don't know if you get that breakdown today. I think that's worth a look.
Yeah.
If we do get a free fall Friday, 60 breaking would look pretty decent for Roku there. But yeah, Boeing, maybe you can short like a big enough pop, but I'm starting to think there's going to be a bounce in that stock coming soon. So I'm no longer on the auto short train.
Okay, so here is, I know we're talking about Boeing, but I just want to talk about JP Morgan. So here's my layout coming over from the recap show to right over to here. This is what we've been talking about for a minute. Look at this, RSI up here at 90, RSI here at 80, right, making these highs. Meanwhile, JP Morgan was hanging out up here, but look what's been happening basically the last month and a half. We've had RSI going to the downside pretty aggressively. Meanwhile, stock was holding up. So when you get a divergent RSI into a stock that's been holding up, it's losing its strength, right, relative strength. So you're not seeing the buyers up here to hold that bid. So when JP Morgan comes out today with a little bit of a disaster, not disaster, but I guess a report that's not well received, this is kind of the action that you're going to see down to the downside there. Yeah, it's JP Morgan's actually right now, guys, down right here. What is this down there? It's supposed to be Bitcoin, but that's down. Yeah, right now the Bitcoin down
That's right.
0.7.
Yeah.
JP Morgan down 4 in a bit. So, okay, 1 minute to the market open. So it's going to be a phone. Ooh, I got to clear those. It's going to be a good day today here, hopefully in the market. Stay tuned as we'll be having a bunch of trades ready to rock and roll for you here. And in just a couple minutes, the market will open. What am I waiting for? A few interesting things, that's for sure. Alibaba dip buys. I don't have any bids out yet. I still have an Intel offer, but that's a little higher than where we are right now, so let's see if that works. And then we did talk about AMD possibly. Oh, I didn't send that tweet out. Yeah, we're not anywhere near there. We're looking at like a 168 now for AMD.
Yeah, that's why. Like the market did make that pullback, so I think it's going to require some patience this morning. Like looking for dip buys and things like the Amazons that were strong and the Apples and the Googles of the world. But we got so much movement that I think you want to be nice, calm, relaxed, patient. Could see some flat bottom breaks and some crappy EV names though. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
All right.
Right at the open,
sir.
Big Patty Ice is like, yeah, good luck everybody. I love the
Big Patty
excitement
Ice
there.
is always good energy, so I really like the guy for that. So, but that's about it. No, just joking. Okay, here we go. Nice move down here for AMD. Obviously down 3 and
Wow.
still
my
undefeated to the short is AMD. Right now making more lows as we speak. Intel's probably dying. No, not really.
No, it's right
And this
where it
is
was
the problem
before.
with Intel
Right
is
before.
it is a confused little animal there. What are we doing? Zooming in on that. Fabian really loves crypto. Fabian really wants that crypto
Fabian
podcast.
just bought a bunch at 70,000 probably.
I get it. I get it, Fabian. I get it, Fabian. Okay, so that's what's happening there. Morgan Stanley not doing anything either. JP Morgan. I'm not in anything yet. JP Morgan 188 and change. The market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, we were looking at some of these names, and I'm just sort of going by some
Neo
names right
broke-
now. Apple's going higher, so that might be something.
Oh, well, I guess there wasn't much of a
Market
dip buy.
flat? No, not much
No.
of anything.
Neo did make a breakdown. Lucid, this is ridiculous. Like Lucid was at $2.50 for like a half an hour before the open, and at the open it doesn't even move. But Neo broke that low. I got 32s on a break of 36. If it gets back above 37, I'm just going to jump out of it. Oh, that's ridiculous. Lucid is still holding that 250 bid. Why is Lucid so strong? It makes no sense. There's an auto buyer who seems to want that price. 186, I'm waiting on Amazon. You're into Apple?
Yeah, Apple's already an absolute monster. There it is. Sorry, guys. We said we couldn't find anything, but then, oops, we did. There's Apple right there, almost. It's 60 cents in the money. I mean, there it is. It's one trade, and it is now 60, 70 cents, 80 cents. And oh my God, we did it one more time. They're now 70 cents in the money and starting to go upside. There is Apple. So all we went over to, I was just running the gauntlet. You saw me do it live. We passed it back to Neil. We got into Apple. Boom. We were looking at a possible move down for Microsoft. We wrote down 423. So we're kind of there right now. That little dip down was 422.50. So Microsoft right now on that bottom, 422.50, at the levels that possibly we might want to look at this name. So Microsoft right here could be a good long, but the market's trying to bounce off that 50 right now. Can we get back to the long side here on a name like Microsoft? Let's do a starter position and see if we can.
Yeah, Intel did just fall apart. It just went down to the 30 level, so we're at 36.30. This is, with the market bouncing here, I feel like this is going to be a snap back into VWAP. Well, actually, check that, not VWAP, the morning breakdown at 36.60. So if it gets back above 35, I'm going to trail it. I see nothing happen. Amazon's kind of boring. NVIDIA, I wanted to get to that one. Want to make sure we're scanning the big movers. NVIDIA didn't even drop there. Couldn't even break the pre-market low. So this one could just be your strong name of the day. So I'm now out of Intel. We said we'd trail it down here. I want to find another entry point. If we can, I like VWAP. I want this sucker to calm down. The only other trade I'm in is that NIO on a flat bottom break. Still waiting on Lucid to break down. Adara?
We're at the runway trying to go for a second day here, already up about 8%. This one ran yesterday on earnings. Today, not seeing any new catalysts. Looks like it could be a day two play. We've seen a couple different float numbers, but definitely something in the range of 1.5 million to 2.5 million share float. So low float here, RENT, guys.
I mean, we're just starting. Man, remember I was like, I should take some days off? Yeah, that's hilarious. Look at this move right now, guys. What else? All right, and then by the way, we also took 60 cents on half of our Microsoft position as well. So we'll go 2 for 2 here to start, and there it is. Kevin Mendoza, everybody that's here, man, you guys wanted to get possibly an early little break here today. Well, you know, it's not Christmas, but Merry Christmas. There it is. Go to the beach, boys and girls. If you're following Trader TV, Sean, you are done. So there it is right there. That's what we're doing. We just got another reload on Microsoft. Let's see if the market goes upside. But remember, the one thing is we had a very, very shady sort of movement yesterday and the day before. So anything, and everything to be expected and is on the table for potential moves here right now. There's Apple. Now Apple's $1.50 in the money. Like, honestly, man, Neil, this is what this market is all about. Put up the winners, put up the numbers. It's another 2 for 2 day. And every day I feel like we're doing this for you. Every single day, live here on the show, we're doing this for you. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and yeah, Obi, I'm probably not taking any time off next week. There it is, a nice move up there for Apple. Let's see what happens here. 175.60, 175.70, $1.50 in the money there, 70 cents in the money for Microsoft. Kill them with kindness, Neil. Let's go.
Long or short? Long's Apple, Microsoft. By the way, Intel is actually going lower as we speak. I got out at 33, so that's almost... Like, at the end of the day, if Intel goes 5%, that's a big move for Intel. It's down that 3.5. You get about 1.5% movement already, all 2% if you took the absolute bottom. And you know what? AMD, remember we said the bad news was in AMD and Intel? AMD's down 4 and just hit 163 as the market is bouncing. The market's bouncing, and this thing is still cratering to the downside. Just for everyone out there, I said this yesterday, I'm not going to trade rent. But rent is halted, 22.35, tapped 22.35. Yesterday's high is $24. If it breaks 24, I guess the shorts are getting squeezed on that, by boy. Rent the Runway had earnings and a 1.5 million float. So this is a low float runner, I guess we're going to call it. NEO's still on that same flat bottom breakout or breakdown. So I'm still short it, but it's right here. I got 32s when it broke. Lucid hasn't broken the 250 yet. I still think it has a chance, though.
I mean, Apple is just really, really on one now. And we are also now... Microsoft is really, really going right now again as well. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, 2 longs, we like it. And we wrote down that we like this 423 area for Microsoft. So it's written on here, top right corner, Microsoft 423 long. So puts that dollar in play again. I don't want to just drop everything here as we go. Sharif, back-to-back dollar clubs to start the day. So so far so good. Sit down, man, eat those eggs, eat that chicken, and let's get going. Yeah, big time movements here today, as we say. So I'm just going to sit here and watch, man. I mean, I have another offer up here at 424.50. Hopefully we can get that again, as Apple is really, really, not only are we printing here, baby. Sharif, I know you've been buying this as well. We've been buying the bottoms on Apple, baby. The swing trade here, turning out today. Turning out every day so far this week. We've been having some monster days. We talked about yesterday what that video was. Today, though, we get right back in that saddle, and there it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite one more time here. Up $2 now, Neil, on this Apple trade as we continue to go. What you got over there?
Still the same. The only mistake was getting out of Intel. It just continues to go lower.
Yeah.
But the market was, you know what? Sometimes you get a read on the market based on the stocks you're looking at. And all of the other things I was looking at, because Amazon, Apple, Google were all strong. And then I looked over at the futures bouncing as well. I saw a bid. I took the bounce. I put a trailing stop in, actually, and the trail hits. This is still down at 36. But again, you take your shot. I said multiple times, the last few times that Intel has gapped down,
wow.
I've missed the initial move because I wasn't sitting in the short. And I said the next time it happens, I'm going to be in the pre-market short under resistance and just try to hold into the open. The only brother position I'm in is that NIO breakdown, which is starting to fall. I tend to think NEO's going to have 1 million shares, or at least a few million shares on the bid of 4. So if it gets to $4, I'm not saying I'm going long, but I will be out of a short if this thing sees $4 today. NIO, there was bad Chinese news, or Yeah, I mean, sort of the bad Chinese news.
Yeah.
But it's been like the stock's been the dog anyways. It doesn't really need a bad news for it. What? Oh, Tesla. Oh my goodness. Nvidia just cracked 890, by the way. So if you're looking to buy the dip on Nvidia, it's getting a little bit skittish over there.
Yeah, we're getting skittish with our softy position here because we are long. We are 35-40 cents in the money now, but it was that dollar in the money, and we put an offer up top at 424.30, but got missed on that one. I'm thinking about just honestly let me take a piece out right here. So there we go. We'll take it out, another piece out, 440 more cents on that one. It's just okay. Here it goes back up to the upside. So all good on that one right now. Let's just stick doing what we're doing. I mean, honestly, there's no doubt about that. The number one trade idea for the day is Intel short. So let's go over there, have a look at Intel right now, and see if we could do something on the short. So again, a little bit of a pullback. Generally speaking, we like pullbacks into VWAP. That's something that we've been really studying and looking into that. So that could be something there for a pullback into Intel on VWAP right now. But, you know, we can be patient with that. So that's 36.50-ish or so on Intel. Come on, Microsoft. I might even just pull that top offer there at 424. See if we can really make this day something special because, like I said, to be here and just to fool around, that's not what we're here for. So we're going to see if we can hold on to this. We got $2 in the money right now on Apple. We've got $1 in the money, 70 cents in the money now on Microsoft. And the only other name that we were looking at AMD short. So let's have a look at that. I mean, that is just giving nothing except for that initial pull there to 166. Should have traded that, but instead we put the bangers on the other way. And then that's AMD. And then the one other name after that, we already talked about Alibaba, but let me just have a quick look to see how low that one's getting. So again, probably a 73 break long I may want to test on that, or a dip buy into 72. So let's put some bids down there, but just keep on doing what we're doing, man. Now $1 back in the money on Microsoft. Today is once again, guys, hopefully for you as well, a good day there. Short Neo over there, long Apple, long Microsoft. Good luck.
That's what's the best thing about the market. I mean, you've been only long. You've had two longs, I've had two shorts. And I'm looking for those longs, but they might not come back in because all of the strong names are up. Google's green now, actually. Meta, which we didn't have in that category. Meta flat bottom broke, actually. Let's be real. Down 1.5%. I do feel like if the market rallies from here, one of these names is going to go, whether it's Meta or a Microsoft. Off that 423. Oh, yeah, Lucid. Shoot, I still have that order for Lucid. So the thing about Lucid, shouldn't have been, it might have been SSR, but it did break 25. I'm offering 48 as it broke. Like my order was to get 48s as it came through, but I haven't gotten filled. So clearly there was no liquidity to get at 49, and I'm just sort of sitting here trying to get picked up. But Lucid did flat bottom break. I just haven't gotten the fill on it, trying to get that 48 level. You're seeing Rivian go to the downside. I'm going to cancel my short to pop in that one. And I still think Intel, if it gets back up, we want to be back into this. And I'm looking right here at 36.5. I might adjust to VWAP the later we get in the session or the morning session here. Okay, now I just got filled at 48 on Lucid. That kind of took a while. You're not guaranteed on a breakdown to get a fill. You know, sometimes your limit order doesn't go far enough.
All right. Yeah, Microsoft's still trying to go. I mean, I don't even have offers. Although we probably should. That does sound silly not to put an offer out, doesn't it? All right, so let's do that then. So let's just put an offer out here somewhere. What about 426? So let's put an offer up there at 426 because, again, you know, we're trying to put some numbers up. So let's see if we can do that right now. All right, so that's what we're doing here. We're going to do that. We're now $2.50 in the money on Apple. You want to talk about real trading? Thank you, Sebastian, for your kind words in there, saying that we're a machine both long and short. And we have that ability. Again, man. Like yesterday we were short. We talked about making that money on Morgan Stanley. We talked about making that money. And look at this. Here we go. We talked about making that on Boeing short. We've done all of this, man. Our number one trade idea is Intel short. So we'll have to find our way into that. But look at this, man. We picked this one out of thin air. Nah, it's on the sticky note, man. But there it is right there. It is a nice long for Microsoft. Now $1.50 in the money there. And then, of course, Apple. You know, stay with the best, man. Now $2.50 in the money for Apple. It takes two to make a thing go right.
It takes two.
And
to
we
make
got
that,
Adara
but-
over there at the desk.
Keep an eye on this Alarity here. This small cap trying to make new highs of day, up about 45%, basically filing a prospectus to increase the offering of its price of its common stock that might be offered. Worth noting, though, this one does have a really small float, about 309,000 shares from what I'm seeing. About 8.2% of that is going to be short. So pretty significant short float, especially given the number of shares, guys.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. No, chart. Occidental, Oxy is blowing the top off. So oil, energy, good. I think we all know this for a while, but that's a pretty big breakout for Oxy. I was saying it's through the Buffett top because every time it goes to 55, it's a long, and now it's finally breaking out of the top consolidation. Wish I had this one today. I don't know why I wasn't looking at XOM, because XOM did take out that triple top on the weekly. This should be a buy the dip situation. I'm favoring XOM because I don't really day trade Oxy. So 123 looks pretty good here. Keep your eye on oil futures. I'm still only in 2 shorts. Lucid was the only one that was the one that we just recently got. So we're gonna start getting some bids out here as it heads down to hopefully like a 225. I don't know that it's gonna do more than a 10% day in any regard, and a 250 break to 225 is the most easy logic for an ultimate target. So every 5 cents or so, we'll start taking some shares out on Lucid. We'll double check what's going on with Tesla because I said it didn't pull it up. Inside morning for Tesla. Didn't break the low, hasn't broken the pre-market high. So there's things that are doing more stuff or more interesting things in Tesla. But I always keep an eye on them or on Tesla when I'm trading any other EV name.
Yeah, good idea there.
Okay.
I mean, if you're $1 in the money, you're part of the $1 club. If you're $2 in the money, but we're 3. Apple right now is 177.50. And again, we talked about this. Let's get long Apple. Man, it was strong. It's real strong, and it continues to be pretty strong. What's up, Ryan? What's up to everybody? What's up to Dominic? Right there, Dominic wants to know about ALLR. Thank you, Dominic, for that one. Thank you to everybody that's here, man. If you're enjoying the show, let's see some ones up here in the chat. And then if we're all lucky, we'll do a little bit of a roll call. Where is my roll call thing? I know my guy over there has it. There it is right here. We'll do a roll call in a couple minutes. Let me know if you're enjoying the show, man. Are you $3, $4, $5 in the money on Apple? Are you $1.50 here? What positions do you have on right now? Put them in the chat and let's see what does happen. I will call all of you out. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and all of that. So let's go right now. So who is here? We got we got Oscar here. We've got Andy here. We've got Get a Real Job. Yeah, that'd be nice. Will Newman's here. NECA's here. What's up, NECA, my guy? Wow. Okay, Jimmy, Trader Life, FFTB, Saul, For Profit, The Void, Flawed, TJ, Ash is up in the building. No, I will not do that. Smell my finger was in there. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Kevin Mendoza, what's up? Elon, what's up? Crystal. Yo, T-Money, money. Right there. Thank you, everybody, for that roll call. And as we do that, Neil, guess what's happening? Mo money. So there you go, man. We talked about this with Sharif, man. He said, good vibes, Katina. And ever since that comment, man, you know what? It just justifies everything that we've been doing around here. Okay? And that is feeling good, showing you guys what's good, talking real, and just putting these numbers up. Having a good time, following your rules, evolving as a trader in front of everybody. It's been really cool. And there it goes to the upside. We've already called it. Adara's next. We're going to get some big trades happening here soon.
Oh, I got to say something. Is it okay?
No, not yet. So we have no, just go ahead. You have my permission. Go.
No, congratulations to Adara. She passed the compliance.
Yes. We mentioned that yesterday. Yeah, congratulations. It's pretty simple, but congratulations.
Well,
let's go live.
We didn't tell her how simple it was.
I did. I told her it was
you
simple.
did? Okay. It's a very basic test, but it's like a formality that has to be done for you to be able to trade live.
Yeah.
We joke around when people actually don't.
I mean, look, as far as graduates, there's me, you, there's Max.
Wayne.
Branko. So I'm just saying, I don't mean that graduation.
No.
And soon to be Josh.
Yeah, of course.
Actually,
yeah,
soon to be Obi.
Oh, that's a heartbreak. Sorry. I turned to look at Patrick, and I just saw a putt that was a heartbreaking miss. So Flush whoever that guy was. But
$4.
now look, the market's going up. Apple's going up. NEO's now down 6.5%. So the flat bottom break on NIO just went another 3% to the downside. So whether you're long, whether you're short, as long as you're in the right kind of names, you will be just fine. You know, we talked about this with trend trading, like short things that have a downward trend and long things that have one upward trend. And if you start with that, usually it's a little bit easier to work your trading. I'm just canceling offers here on Intel because shorting the pop on Intel might not happen. It just made another fresh low through 36. So I put two new on. We got out of Intel. That's going to be the mistake of the day, but I think NEO's headed to 4. Lucid's working to the downside. AMD, however, I mean, acceleration is definitely happening here on AMD. If you're looking for where the support was, it's $160 on the daily. 160, you got January lows, you got February lows, and you're about to see April lows at $160 on AMD. That would be the first bounce zone. If the market can hold up, that's the only place I'd even think about a long trade on one of these two chip names. The others aren't bad. I mean, NVIDIA is actually bouncing a little bit off the bottom.
So a big congrats to Adara, obviously, there. And what we were talking about there is it's the compliance test to go live. So it's not, people were saying, oh, was it like training for how to host and all that kind of stuff? No, we didn't get any of that. But the one thing that we got to talk about right now is congratulations, because we shouted out his name. Joining on the leaderboard today is both Josh and Obi. So right there, man, they're on the leaderboard right now today. So Josh and Obi joining the leaderboard today. We talked about the top 3, so there we go. Congratulations there. We did get out at 425 right there on Microsoft. So let's go. That's one. So that's another one. And then this is another one. And I promise you, we'll try to find, oh my God. Have you seen Apple? We will try to find another one on that one, but we're cooking with Apple. Like, we are long at 174 right now. This is at 178 and still motoring. Apple is taking names and ripping to the upside right now as we go. So, wow, there we go, man. Yes, big congrats to Obi. Big congrats to my guy Josh over there. The two next coming through. So we're really proud of those guys. No pressure, of course. But there it is, a nice move up to 176 and continuously going there. We talk about this all the time. It is a tough, tough job. Most will fail. So, of course, we are going to congratulate those that do, and especially the ones that put in the hard work. These guys have been here for a while, putting in the work, and now bearing the fruits of their labor. And welcome back, my guy Wayne. So let's do a big welcome back for my guy Wayne out there as well. And if you can't tell, we in a good mood, baby. It's one of these days again. Let's see if we can hold it out, man. This has been such an awesome experience over the last couple months to trade these markets, guys.
Yeah, it's been a fun market. It's a fun week as well. It's not fun for JP Morgan shareholders, although I would say it's fun if you want to pick some up on the bid. It's about to take out the low of the day. I've said I'm not really trading this one, but we'll cover it for you guys. It just broke down 5%, 186 on the bid. A little bit different to what's happening in Wells Fargo, which is actually green today. So I'm not going to sit here and try to analyze why Wells Fargo is having it better than JPM. When I briefly read the report to release the Coles notes, I can't tell you that Wells Fargo did any better than JP Morgan, but relative strength in Wells Fargo to be sure. Rivian, wish we had this one as well, but we can't. We have two EV names. I think I probably should have had Rivian, but there was just not a good enough setup. I thought we'd get like 965. It is breaking lower. I think these are all in the doldrums, at least temporarily. So we're starting to get some fills on Lucid to the downside. NEO is bouncing off 415. Google's about to take 160. Yeah.
Yes.
Alphabet's. Thankfully, this one gave you the dip buy, at least, because this came to the 200 period. But a 160 breakout with the market actually down, I'm going to be patient. I wanted dip buys on these, so I'm not going to be taking any tops. Alphabet, to me, was going to be like something in the, I think I said 157 or something like that. But we'll have to look for a VWAP retracement. The shorts have worked, the longs have worked, but you had to be in the right names. You couldn't just go long anything or go short anything. Oh, yeah, shoot, Roku. Roku had that data breach. Nothing happening. So I thought there might be some excitement on Roku with a chance for an opening breakdown at 60. We'll throw that one on the back burner. There was bad news, but it just doesn't seem to be doing anything in there. So be patient. Stick to your plan of action. I don't want to jump away from any name that I wasn't prepared to trade. So I'll look back at Intel. Maybe we get something along VWAP. Maybe we get something of a pop on AMD to be able to short it, and then look for the dip buys in the stronger names. As Marvell's apparently going. That rent stock, for all those of you out there that are having fun with it, it opened back up, and it's now just sort of going crazy in the same range. Like I said, I'm not going to touch this stock with a 10-foot pole, but it's got like a $3 range that's traveled 5 times since it reopened, if you're into that sort of thing.
I'm just trying to tweet out this Apple because we're still in 20% of this. So, like, this is, you know, as... Just trying to get this out here. As David Duchovny says here, it's a monster. Apple has been awakened, and it's a monster. But I keep talking about Apple because Apple's $4, almost $4 in the money. But what say you, Microsoft? We still got 20% of Microsoft. We still got 20% of both of these on. So again, you know, just sitting here trying to trade what we want to trade, and I feel like that's the most important thing. Trade the names that you've been doing best on, and get a good read on it. I wasn't prepared to trade Apple today, but I knew that when I saw this market, and this is where experience comes in, right? And hopefully this is what we're sort of giving every day, and that is that just ideas that could possibly work if something happens. So as soon as the market opened up and looked pretty strong there, I mean, we are in the very first minute on Apple. I said, worst case scenario, I deal with this near 174. So we got 174.43s. You know, so this was about 40, 50 cents, probably give it a little bit of slippage through 174. I don't think we would have, I mean, depending on the shares, I don't think we would have held it for this bottom, probably not. You know, we were looking at the 50 period. Anyways, it was 74, it's clear as day. So we are giving this one about 50 cents worth of risk. So of course our first outs are about 50 cents. That's 175, that's a 70. I thought I was a little bit lower actually, so that first out is like 40 cents. And then we had a play there as well for $1, $2, and then now all the way up here and watching it go. But the thing is, we still have to get over to VWAP, right? So that's another problem altogether. The fact that the market, if it doesn't get up there, then you're probably retracing back down. We still are short rate. We still should be short, I think, right now. So we're not short at all, but until...
Short Apple? What? You want to short Apple?
I mean, do I want to? No.
Oh, okay.
But I'm thinking that as long as we stay underneath VWAP, this is going to get exhausted at some point. But wow, look at Apple right now. Wow. Just going higher and higher and higher. No, I kind of want to short the market, which I was thinking about.
Oh, the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I was just, Apple's, I mean, come on, man. $4 in the money?
Amazon's at the low of the day breaking, by the way.
Okay, so that's what I want to do.
There's some weak names.
I'll go long that.
Amazon's down 0.8%, not 1%, but it's getting close to that support that we had yesterday. I mean, the bottom, it's more like 185.5 than 186, and you're still $1.50 away, but it's a double bottom in here on Amazon. So I kind of like this is one I wanted to dip by. We're holding 18.3 in the NASDAQ. Well, I'm watching the ES as well, but it's mostly the NASDAQ. So you have this level. The perfect level is yesterday's bottom, but you've got resistance to breakout to support. So wait for it to get down here. So I'm into it. Dominic asking for that ALLR. We'll look at the small caps for sure. I haven't had a chance to look at that one. I know you mentioned it there. I'm not familiar with that name.
All right, we'll take 15 cents right there quickly on Amazon, and then now see where we can go on that one. That comes right back into pre-market low, so good look on that. We'll take that as well. And then now just see how far we can go to the upside on this one, see if we can print a little bit here on AMZN. I mean, we can always get back into Apple. We don't have to have... Like, we can get back in at a 180 break or something like that as well. But right now, we are cruising. Oh, my. Right now, that was a good look right there on Amazon. Yes, sir. We will take that money and put that money in the bank. Shout out to all my WWE fans right there. As Money in the Bank, we'll be heading towards lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada coming up really soon. Shout out to Triple H. If you need a promoter, I'm right here for you. But here we go. Nice moves to the upside now. 40 cents in the money on Amazon. $4 in the money, $3.50 on Apple, and another $1.56 on Microsoft. Hey man, some days we're bullish, some days we're bearish. Today, as you can see, unos, dos, tres, all locked and loaded right now for this. So we're happy. It's been working out for us, obviously, here. So let's just keep the good vibes going. And right now, man, we have all the names. So I don't know. So far, so good. Microsoft, $1.70. Amazon, man, good look there.
It's about
on
to break
Amazon.
highs.
Yeah, boom.
Yeah, I mean, if Amazon can even get back to, I want it green. So I'm looking at 189. Sorry, check that. 188. Like 90s, 80s, and 90s, somewhere in here. If it can punch through this consolidation, I want it out in front of that. I keep hearing stuff about Roku, but who cares? Looks like it's going to be a nothing burger. But NEO's starting to bounce on me. I did take the majority of NEO out, and now it's starting to make that relief rally. So I want to hold this, see if it gets to the $4 level. It's pretty close. If I reload, it's got to be somewhere around VWAP. But we'll see it slow down first. Let it calm itself down, and then look for a reload. I'm still going to be like, what are we doing with Intel? Because it's finally starting to bounce, and I'm finally looking for this VWAP retrace, but the market's looking much stronger at this particular point. So with patience, allow it to get here, make some kind of a top, and then we can maybe reshort that. Let's go to Adara for happening now. Even though you said money talk.
Just getting in some numbers here. We got that Michigan Consumer Sentiment Preliminary coming in 77.9. So this is lower than the previous of 79.4. We also have 5-year inflation expectations preliminary, also higher than the previous. 3.0% versus 2.8% previous. So this is actually coming in higher than the forecast of 2.8%. So 5-year inflation expectations higher than the forecast. We also have consumer expectations preliminary lower, slightly lower than the forecast, 77 versus forecast of 77.5. Current conditions preliminary also lower, 79.3 versus forecast of 82.7. And last but not least, inflation expectations preliminary, 3.1% coming in higher than the forecast of 2.8%. So a lot of numbers higher than expected for inflation expectations and lower than expected for consumer sentiment, guys. We also have the market in general here not reacting too much to this, still seeing a little bit of consolidation on the 3-minute chart in this range, down about 0.6% right now on the day. A couple of specific areas to keep in mind. A lot of these banks or major financial institutions, JP Morgan up here, JPM, down at one point over 5% after its earnings. CEO Jamie Dimon saying that the firm should be prepared for potential, a wide range of potential environments, and basically warning of some potential geopolitical issues impacting the firm. We also have Alibaba and a lot of these Chinese ADRs to the downside. BABA down about 3% right now amid some weakness overnight in the Chinese markets, guys.
Oh, there's some headlines coming about the U.S. military making some movements in there. Yeah, watch out for your oil stocks. They're already running to the upside, but I imagine they're going to get some extra juice with any more of those geopolitical headlines. So keep your ear to the ground there. I just double-checked when Alibaba was moving. Pinduoduo, for now, holding a higher low. If there's a recovery in the Chinese ADRs, there's a little bit of strength coming into PDD. Tesla, because I'm still in the same couple of trades, and then the new one was Amazon to the long side. But Tesla fails to break out of the range another time. So I feel like it's only a matter of time. We're not going to stay inside a $2 range for Tesla the entirety of the day. If that's the case, I mean, look, I'm not going to make a bet because I'll make some stupid bet, then I'm going to have to eat Vegemite or something stupid. But there's no chance we're going to stay here. If it flat bottom breaks at 170, 150, I'm going to try to add to short positions in the EV names that I have and try to get into some Rivian as well. So it's about 70 cents away on Tesla. I just think it's a lot easier to be short these other things than Tesla. They're already trending down. But that floodgate opening up could provide a good entrance spot.
All right, I'm just going to start to get out of some things. I just got out of Apple right there as well. And a big shout out to Take Profit Tom, man. I mean, this is why I try to speak in certainties. So thanks, Sean. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate Neil, everybody here. So thanks, Sean. Appreciate you. Look at that. Nice little profit there on Intel. So congratulations. It was sticky note number one, of course. And you must have taken some options on that. So hit it right off the open. So congratulations to you on that one. All right, well, it's all ended. So it felt like a dream, but then it really wasn't. We just nailed Apple, and that's that. So we got out there, we got out at 50s there. So not a great out for sure, but we're out of that name now. We'll just sort of regroup and see what else we can get going here for Apple. If we get a little bit of a dip buy, we'll take that opportunity to do that. We are out of 80% of our Amazon trade, as well as that's, I don't know, I mean, again, don't know where it's going exactly, but we got out. So it made that move into the pre-market highs again, a bunch out at VWAP, and then a bunch more right there, as you guys can all see. So pretty happy with some of these trades so far here today. Let's just see if we can keep the good feels going. It's Microsoft right now that, of course, is my number one worry, but I'm not overly worried about it, but it is pulling back into VWAP. We only have 20% left of that as well. So 20% of Amazon, 20% of Microsoft, and flat on Apple, looking to get back in.
Yeah, I just got another fill in Lucid as that continues to work its way to the downside. Someone just asked if I had any long plays in Tesla. I'm not playing Tesla. It's Neo, Lucid, and hopefully Rivian that I want to be in today if we can. I just want to rent is halted again, and it's halted to the upside. So $27 halt, sorry, $26.69 halt, and it's up at $27. Which is the current tap. So congratulations if you got it. We'll keep you guys apprised of it, as I said, won't be trading it. If Tesla breaks down, it's just that I wanted to be adding. Support is there, 171.50, but I'm looking for adding to short opportunities in some of these other names. It'll be Amazon that's coming under some pressure back down into those lows, looking for the reload on Amazon. Previous resistance into support. If it holds a second time, technically it'll be a third time here. The second time is when we went into the long. I'll look for the long off that bottom one more time here in Amazon. Let's see what happens. The market's starting to head back in. If we break the lows, probably going to take everything down. But until that happens, support is support until it is not.
Hey, it doesn't take this guy too long. A big congratulations. Let's hear it on the floor for Wayne right now, who is on the leaderboard as well. So we've got Josh, we've got Wayne, we've got myself. We're all on that leaderboard right now, and we're trying to put some more damage here for you. Big congratulations to Wayne. Welcome back right there, as it's always nice to see familiar faces on the floor. And a big shout out to Wayne putting up numbers one more time. So that's what it's all about. Yeah, rent. You know, good show. I haven't seen that in a minute. I know that was one of your favorite Broadway shows for sure. I remember.
It's not one of. It is like.
It is your favorite.
I've probably seen it. I mean, we have the actual like recording of the actual.
Yeah, isn't it
like
on
the
Disney,
live Broadway? And there's also a movie.
Yeah,
I've seen the movie a dozen times. I've seen the Broadway recording multiple times as well.
Times.
No,
yeah,
we watch it every single New Year's. During the holidays, we watch it at least one time. My wife and I.
Wow, amazing. Okay, it's all the Wayne up. That's right. It's all the Wayne up. That's awesome, T-Money. There it is.
Wayne brought treats, by the way.
And this is what we're talking about. This is why we do this, to celebrate each other. We talk about so many times how hard this business is. And it's not easy, that is for sure. So, of course, a big shout out there. Make sure that if anybody's interested in joining, us here too, go over, find Real Trading, man. Go find the office or the area that works best for you and your family. Join us here at Real Trading, our number one sponsor, of course. We talk about it all the time, over 3,000 traders. Fortunately not available to residents of the United States, but come join us on a prop floor. And there's different things happening on that, so keep checking back with Real Trading. Submit your interest, and let's get ready to rock and roll. And by the way, look what happened to Apple. Money. Just by getting out, we saved ourselves that money. Like, that's another dollar winner, basically. I mean, we didn't go short, but we're sure as hell ain't holding on to it, you know? And by the way, that leads me to Amazon. All right, you know what? Fine. I'm not here to mess around. I'm only here to make money. So Amazon right there, we get out. We take it. We make that money. We put that on the board. And we get out once it comes back in. I'll just take that out right now. I'm getting a little nervous. We talked about that in this market, so let's wait to see. Remember when we were up here and I was like short, and Neil was like short Apple? I was like, nah, that was wrong, but at least we got out of Apple. And definitely big day here today, as we keep saying. Glad to be back from that NVIDIA yesterday, but we're back here today, and kind of waiting to watch these Masters here a little bit today. We're going to be busy. We got that podcast to prepare for. We've got a big party tonight for the hockey, and then hopefully some rest, but that probably won't be happening. Tomorrow, more hockey, more everything, more trading, more Trader TV Live. Go find that out as well. We get ready for the big show in the afternoon, which of course is breakouts again.
No, range trading.
Range trading. So you will learn all about range trading from both Adara and Sharif.
Professor himself.
The Egyptian nightmare. Sharif.
Which made me...
There you go, baby. Let's go.
Also, just the market's taking out these lows, and here could be the first chance to get back in at VWAP on Intel. Well, there was already a chance, but we didn't get it the first time through. So I'm going to jump back into this. I'm sort of sitting right here. Just pick me up on the offer. Amazon's right back into that support level. Just double checking NVIDIA. NVIDIA's chilling at 890. So no 880 level for NVIDIA, no 905. That we talked about in the afternoon yesterday. You had to sit both of those out. It's Intel I want back into. If you're going to stair step down, we'll rock that. I didn't check ARM, so that was a bit of a mistake. We were trading this one yesterday, and if you were looking for another chip name that's falling, ARM flushed is now underneath that 128 support. So if the market completely gives it up, this would be one to watch. It's got room to 125.
All right, the market is going to the downside. We definitely want to get a short. So again, guys,
VIX is also running.
like, look at this. I should probably just tweet this out. Just like that Morgan Stanley thing could have been an NFT. I mean, this Apple. I mean, I wish we had more ticks up here. But get out, a little bit of uncertainty off the open there, heading into yesterday's levels, 175. I mean, when we saw this, but then we were able to get out and really be able to sniff that out. And also put it up for saving money right here on Amazon. I mean, again, like, don't stay in something if it's going to start to break lower. We started to get those feels, so there it is right there, saving ourselves once again there on Amazon. So yeah, big trades, big names. Let's go look over at some of the banks quickly.
Amazon's trying to bounce again off that low. You know what? This time Amazon VWAP, I think, is going to be the thing. So Amazon just double bottom. We're going to ring the register for now. But remember, this is trending. This is trend down, and the market's trend down. This is like the third time we've tested that low. So we'll scalp it into VWAP if we can. Want to make sure we're taking profit as said. Lucid doing okay. Intel, we did get the fill to start that position. Why the JPM dump? There's a lot going on. But look, I said this a couple times, but I don't mind saying it again. Look, JP Morgan, I'm not going to tell you about the earnings being bad or anything like that. It's just the market is reacting, probably because how strong the stock had already been. Like, you make a move like this to the upside, and sometimes it's just to sell the news event. And it's not a bad report by any measurable that I would ever consider reasonable, but it doesn't matter. You know, just trade the price action. I'm staying away from this one today. I've had, I'd say, zero success the 2 or 3 times that I've traded bank earnings in the morning. So I'm not touching this one because I know better than to do it. And my bias would probably have me trying to find bids on this stock today, and there aren't any.
Okay, we are short here on Intel, and we're short at 32s. So I'm taking some 29s out here again. So we'll probably choose different outs here, but I'm going to try to scalp this out. We do have some shares on this, so if we could just start to stack up and start to add a little bit to our profit here, that would be good. So we'll wait at 27. We got a 28 there. I tried to cancel that. We're at 27. See if we can get a fill. I'm just taking out like 10% here at most, and then we'll see about a drop into 20-ish or so, and then we'll deal with it at that point. So that's what I'm kind of looking for right now. We do also have a new short on right now. It's shorting the market. And like I said, this is what I'm here to do. I talked about, I think the market's going to potentially start to head to the south side. So what did we do? We put on Intel. We put on the TQs. We got out of Amazon, right? We got out of Apple. So, I mean, whether or not we're right or wrong right now, I don't know, but our net is higher than where it was before. And the one thing I want to say is, too, this is why I'm putting on these trades for you guys, like Apple, that gives you these sort of one in and then deal with the out after that. You know, like, I fully understand that the way that I trade especially is very much hard to replicate. So look at the ideas. That was why we put out the sticky note to begin with. You know, I'll often look back and then you'll say, oh my God, like, it's $3 or $4 in the money, but I scalped it out for $1.50, but it still goes $1.50 more than that. So that's why, yeah, thanks for that, Fabian.
I don't have
there.
any of those.
That's why you'll go over, that's okay. Fabian always hits it. That's why you go over to the sticky note and you look for, potentially levels or ideas. And that's what I'm trying to do. I will scalp out of them, obviously to each their own style of trading. But again, that's why I talk about the leaderboard. That's why I talk about these things. The style for me is working. So you got to stay, as we say, stay in your grind. You only know your P&L. Look at what you're making money. Look at the trades that we're putting on and figure it out. So that's the whole thing. That's the purpose of Trader TV Live, to show you the stocks that we're in. Every fill that we take here for you on the show is showed. I try to explain the positions, and just at the end of the day, let's see if we can all get our accounts green. I mean, that's at the end of the day all that we're looking for, right? I mean, that's the whole point of what we're doing here. So, yeah, there it is, Pitch Bowl. You want Palantir money, money, money. I don't have Palantir on right now, but if you do and you're up, this is the community that we're talking about. We will spin the money, money, money for you. I remember back in the day, the man to my left over here, he was like always in the chat, hey man, spin that money, spin that money. So we did it, boom. Next thing I know, I turn around. This guy's sitting right behind me, right here, right where Big Patty Ice is.
With half a shirt on.
I'm like, who is this guy? He befriended the right people, works hard, and now this man is killing it on the Midday show. So shout out to Sharif over there. We look forward to hearing all about his range trading strategies here today, as we are still...
Speaking of ranges...
Yeah, go ahead.
The range is about to break on Amazon. That's my segue. So my change of direction was I got the reload and I took one out. Usually you'll see me do like 20 cents. I'll risk, if I'm risking 15 or 10, I'm gonna get some of 20. I would take one here and one there. No, this is too weak. This is gonna break. So I'll hold on to a small piece, and if it breaks a low, we just get out. The market doesn't seem to want it today. And I mean green. If we break those lows, we'll just hang on to the shorts that we have. It's been only short up until the Amazon trade for myself. So we'll see if it can hold on. I'm not really that optimistic that it's going to, but I got some out there and we'll have to walk away. If you put in lower highs and lower lows, then to me, that's weakness. And that's a trend to the downside. Intel working its way back in. We said short VWAP. It's starting to work its way back in. 36, I do believe, is going to be a thing, however, on Intel. Every 50 cents, this stock tends to have support and resistance. It's very typical that way for Intel. It's just the way that it happens to trade. So the shorts are ruling the day, unless you're talking about Apple and Google, I want to say.
And look at this, guys. I mean, we're already going to be up more on Intel, and we're only in the money 11 cents than we were on Amazon. So remember what we said? If you're going to put something out there, trade it and try to make money on it. So we put on some decent shares there for Intel for myself. So now that it's coming in, remember I told you I'll trade it a little bit different? I'm just going to start to take this out right here because of what I just told you. So that's something to note here, and that's why we always say, look at the stocks, look at the names, and then figure it out. There is some negativity a little bit right now hovering around. I don't know. I'm just hearing
there
it
was
in my ear.
There was some geopolitical stuff.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. There is some geopolitical stuff here. White House will not comment on reports. This is old. The market's not moving on this, I would say, because the market's not moving. It is going to the downside, but we started that pretty early today. Will not comment on reports of imminent Iran attack on Israel. So reports on a potential attack. So that's the story that I'm seeing here from Benzinga. We will obviously, if this market falls on its face, then you will know that most likely something's been confirmed, and obviously we hope for the best for everybody in any of those regions, regardless of what your political or whatever beliefs are. So that's hopefully that won't get to that, but loss of life, no matter what, is pretty unnecessary. So
and in that gold is flying.
Let's hope. Gold's been working for a minute. Yeah, no, that's
what?
It's not. If you do believe in that stuff, gold is up 17%. Neil, this year, and more than the NASDAQ, more than the S&P 500, not more than cocoa futures. But gold still nicely done up to the upside here. Look at this.
Chocolate never goes down.
I mean, no, chocolate, coffee, all that stuff. Look at it. Boom. Nice move to the upside in gold. And still today, as Neil mentioned, up 2%. So, yeah, man, not good, but Intel, by the way, see what I mean about getting out up there? So now all of a sudden, Intel, no, now I've made more money on Amazon. And what a good out, by the way, that was there on Amazon. Even though it's back up,
Oh, you got
the fact that we went to 187.20 there, like that, by me getting out here and keeping Amazon where it is, we still have a decent net on it. But at the same time, we didn't reload, which would have been nice. But then often what happens, sometimes, I think that's what you're going to say. I get wicked out all the time on that kind of stuff too. But Intel is more my concern right now because the market is battling back up. I was going to give this to 40. So if I'm going to do that, let me take another position here at 36 or so, which we just got. And then, well, obviously, it rips through us. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more out here. But a break up through 40, and right there, we're gone.
I have the same stop.
We're gone. So, yeah, so Neil
No, it's because you showed the chart, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Sean already showed the chart. I was getting ready to show you why the 40 level, but it's kind of obvious. I feel like Amazon did this exact same thing to me yesterday, and I'm like, why? It did this dipsy-do, and it looked like when everything was going to go down, it was going to do it with it, and then it put in a higher low. So I don't mind getting out there because it's following the rules, but if it's going to break and hold VWAP, then I need to at least be buying dips into VWAP. If I'm going to be out of it here, that's fine. But if it starts trending up and holding VWAP, I got to find the long later, which is exactly what I did not do yesterday. So that's going to be the plan of action on AMZN. I'm not going to get back in chasing it, but if it forms a pattern of higher lows, then I need to go back to that long. That was a huge mistake yesterday not doing so. I want to double check in on Lucid. It's bouncing back into VWAP, so I have taken some chunks out here, and I want to see if we can get a reload either at the 250 maybe or at VWAP to the downside. Neil's still working in the money as we go to the small cap recap. I wonder how the rent is doing.
Oh, man, is it due yet or what?
Nice pop up here for IWM, the Russell 2000, with this nice little green 3-minute candle. Still down, though, about 1% right now for the Russell 2000. A couple names on watch here today. I don't have Rent the Runway on here, but quite a few other names to talk about, including EasyGo. This one entering into a $1.84 million procurement agreement to sell some of its security patrol robots to a company in China. So nice move up here, about 100% to the upside for EasyGo. Pretty small float for this one as well, about 2 million shares. Small float also present here for Alarity Therapeutics, ALLR. This one is a float of what I'm seeing just over 300,000 shares, 8.2% short float. So pretty significant there for Alarity. This one increasing the offering of its common stock price from $1.4 million to $2.4 million. Last but not least, Pax Medica, PXMD up over 100% after announcing some positive test results or treatments for its Pax 101 treatment, guys.
Wow, so
Palantir's tanking or ripping?
ripping, tanking.
Okay, I'll take that.
Tanking.
Tanking, okay.
You think we're tanking? No, it's breaking out the top.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's, okay,
Take that.
I mean, 23 just went. If something is strong and trending up, like show me trend, and
Let's go
that's what we
Intel,
want.
baby.
I'm getting some out here in the 20s on Intel, but I want to do some possible work on Palantir because I don't want to long here into overhead resistance, but I would like to be long if it holds higher lows and the market holds up. So that'd be like 23 even on a pullback. VWAP, it's kind of far away from that as well. Now we can go back to Intel. I just wanted to make sure. Like Palantir, that's even stronger than I expected when I looked over. I heard you guys talking about it. I didn't realize what it was doing. Underneath VWAP, I still think take Intel out into 36 even. That's going to continue to be a short. AMD, I know we're focusing on Intel, but AMD has cracked VWAP and is still going to the upside. So in the back of...
Really?
Yeah, like in the back of my head or mind over here, I'm keeping an eye on AMD, which is starting to rip some faces off. I feel like if this is taking 65s, it might not be a reload a third time on Intel off this level. Because if it caught a bottom here, a relief rally doesn't have to go very far, how badly that stock's been beaten up. We saw this before. So keeping an eye on AMD. If it's breaking this 165 out, don't need to be going back to the well. TSM, people are asking about TSM, please. Okay, no, I was going to go there. You don't have to say please, but I appreciate being polite in the chat. We're Canadian, so we tend to be way too polite. Down 2%. This is usually look for longs and buy dips on TSM. That's the kind of stock. Oh, goodness, 143 on TSM. Oh, wow. If you saw this 1 minute ago, it just bounced off support and went $1. So congratulations if that's the reason. I'm kind of hoping you were talking about TSM because you saw it here and were looking for the buy. I wasn't. Congratulations if you got it. 143 looks like a good support level on TSM till it breaks.
Yeah, so just real quick here, we do have a new position. We've been talking about it, but now we have a fuller position. It's not going to be for very long, man. VWAP is right here at 10s. If we break above this on the TQs, just making sure we have that order in, then we're going to get out. I'm just playing a move back up into this area. And I chose the TQQs because that's the weapon of choice for me most of the time. It's triple levered. We've traded it well. I think we're probably net up on it. I say that because I really don't. I'll have to double check. I am not sure on that. But here it comes, pulling back in. We're up on it today. I mean, we already got short there at 80 and got out at the bottom of the day there. Let's see if we can continue to do that. That would be pretty sweet if we're able to. No guarantees, though, as we sit here and, of course, wait to see what's going to happen with the triple Qs, hopefully making that move back down. We got out of Intel, but back into it. Kind of an ugly trade, to be honest with you, there on Intel. We're still up on it, but only because it did pull back. I'm not like thrilled or anything with that Intel trade. Wish we would have done a little bit better on it, to be honest with you. So that's what we're doing right now, and that's about it for me. I mean, we're working on some of those trades. We do have the TQs. This is going to be a big position for me. Well, it is. So it's a big position. So we'll see if it comes back in and start to take a little bit out here as we go on the TQs, as we start to pull back in. So far, so good here on this one. Yes, sir. Let's go. A little bit more of a push down in, and we'll see if this market really gets going. Bouncing off the 50 period, that's what we like there.
Oh my goodness, DJT,
What happened there?
it's down 7% and about to break the lows.
Arga.
I don't have locates on this, so if it flat bottom breaks, it probably does so without me. I can get them, it'll take a second. But yeah, down 7%. It looks like this is going to be another one of these type of days. But it was consolidating for a flat bottom break. See, this is why we talk about this setup. You have a trending stock down that makes any kind of a double bottom and then just take the short trade as it breaks through. So if you had 32, like that could probably make your day. I'm going to go pay for locates so we have the optionality to be able to trade it. But I just feel like that's already happened on DJT. Yeah, here comes the concern. There goes Intel through that 40 level. So it does not hold on. Intel just broke it out. It's just one VWAP. I'm going to take this, like it goes back into VWAP on a trending stock to the downside. That's just a setup that I'm going to like almost every single time. But it does take out that local high on Intel. Other shorts still working fine, but that one just came back through.
You know, you won't believe this, but today we are 1 for 1 with Apple. We are 2 for 2 with Amazon. We are 3 for 3 with Intel. We are 4 for 4 with Microsoft. We are 5 for 5 with the TQQs.
Money, 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 money.
All right. So far, so good here as we go today. So nice little start to the day here. Shout out to everybody that's rocking. I mean, that's just what it is right now. Look at this market pull down. We just talked about shorting the market here again. So, you know, trading big names, small names.
Oh, damn it, not fast
NASDAQ names, all of these names. Well, you got old man hands over there? What's up?
No, I was trying to get the locates on DJT fast enough to take the break trade. So the momentum already took it down. Didn't quite get it fast enough. I didn't pay for locates before we sat down this morning, that's all.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Reddit, too, maybe a name that you may want to pay for locates. 10:30. I don't have what's for lunch yet, but so far today, man, we're cooking up 5 for 5. I don't know. We were
I've only traded fourth.
We were 9 for 9 the other day as well. Oh, that fell down? You stole them.
She's doing, Ram's back and she's very, very busy this morning. But you know what? I don't think there's a red stock on the desk.
God forbid we don't get our TikToks. Hey, what's going on? All right, let me see. Oh, I like that. Okay. Okay. Some dancing.
You guys will all be able to see it in a little bit.
Oh, I've refused to do anything like crazy dancing or anything like that. So you will probably see Sharif do it, and Adara do it, and Neil do it.
I'll do that kind of stuff.
I'm going to try to
I'm not
focus on trading.
I'm not taking myself that seriously. Like, I'll do some nonsensical stuff. Today I'm going to have to do the Bring Sally Up challenge because Mr. Westermeyer. I don't know if you're in the chat, Mr. Westermeyer, but if you are, I'm doing it today sometime during the midday, and then you owe us a new, once I'm going to fail the challenge, but I'm going to do it till failure. You're going to owe us a new Magic 8 Ball. Customizable Magic 8 Ball that we can ask questions like, will the NASDAQ be down 2%? No, it's already red. Will it be down 2% by the end of the day? And then I shake. I mean, that's how the Magic 8 Ball works. I don't have to tell you that I'm shaking. I could have just done it. See, and this is the problem. It's like it's hanging on to, and it's not really. See, that's anticlimactic. This silly thing does need to get replaced. There we go. Wait for it. Can't even read it. Confirm. I can't even read this silly thing. This is why we need a new one. Magic 8 Ball. Abject failure. You're as bad as DJT today.
It says Fahad says yes.
And that's why we got to replace it. So the NASDAQ's going down 2% today, apparently.
Yeah, that's a possibility for sure. I mean, we did talk about that. We are short the NASDAQ. I mean, there's reasons why I'm short the NASDAQ here. I'm not trying to do anything that's rocket science for everybody. I mean, we are just putting on trades and doing this. So, I mean, there it is. You know, like I said, have confidence. Find what you're doing best. And just keep on doing it, right? I mean, I think that's been something that has been a good theme for many of us around here. So we're going to still focus on this. It's 10:30. I'm going to go reload the coffee, and we're going to throw over to Adara for your crypto minute, 69.7 right now.
Start here, we're going to talk about BlackRock. They did have earnings today, but also interestingly enough, they did cross over $15 billion in total inflows for their spot Bitcoin ETF. That is IBIT for BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF. So interesting note here, as of their earnings, they apparently reported $14 billion in spot BTC ETF, inflows for Q1 2024. So nice look here for BLK with regards to their spot Bitcoin. We have Bitcoin itself right now continuing to consolidate at the top of this range, up around this 74,000 level. Right now, we're just below 70,000 here, 69.8, up about 0.3%. Ethereum also pretty flat here, just at 0.5% to the downside. We also have BNB up about 2.3%, Dogecoin up about 1%. So a lot of a mixed look here for a lot of these crypto names. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Thank you so much there, Adara. We talked about relative strength and weakness, and after the crypto segment, I saw in the chat, Coinbase is relatively strong. Usually you will hear me say I'm looking to fade Coinbase, and 260 was a good level yesterday. It's the only trade I made on Coin, which was right in there. I don't like the notion of shorting something which is making a high when the futures are and the market is bouncing off a low. Like market at lows, it's testing a high. That's not a recipe in my estimation for success. I try to stay away from something like that. If we were at a resistance spot, I thought on BTC, which we are at 70, that might be enough on most days. It's just a little bit too strong for me in Coinbase, so I'm going to stay away from it. I don't want to tempt fate. I got to be able to manage a couple of things here. Lucid's back at VWAP. This is not doing what Rivian did yesterday. If I pump over to Rivian, like Rivian's trade, when it broke the flat bottom, it was a clean 5% move to the downside. Now Lucid has been working, but it gives that flush, but it's a slow stair step and it's already bouncing. So there wasn't any kind of capitulation or fall apart. It's going to lead me to not reloading the trade. NEO, there has not been a reload. It's just been consolidating lower. And this is sort of the thing, why I like that flat bottom break. So Lucid isn't moving as much. But it breaks, it's just instantly in the money, and then now you can just sort of hang on to it. This is exactly what Rivian did yesterday. So when you find a pattern like that, you try to take advantage of it if you can. Frank Jones just said, I read your mind. Pull Coin back on the 1 minute. It's been in a downward trend since pre-market, and this could be the higher low. You know what the best thing about trading is I can say I love the level and usually I'd be shorting it and then not do it. And you might be right. It isn't. I don't necessarily disagree that it's in a downward trend since the open. But the other way, and you can read a chart any way you want, because I can then tell you, yeah, but also you could say it's a wipeout bottom underneath support, liquidity grab, and then stair step to the upside since the liquidity grab. I can read it a million ways. And sometimes if it's not clear to me, like I have conflicting reads on it, I'm just not going to trade it. That saved me. I'll tell you right now, the only reason I was green yesterday, because when the market stopped making sense for me on the shorts, I just stopped trading almost everything that wasn't still a weak stock. And I just kind of sat a bunch of it out for the middle of the day. So Coinbase, I'm sitting it out at 260. It just feels a little bit too strong for me. Like, why is it at the highs and testing tops when the market's at the lows? And that's the beauty of the market. You can always read it a million ways. And that's the thing about charts. I can look at a chart and tell you 10 things. 5 of them could be bullish and 5 of them could be bearish.
Yeah, and that's why you want to make sure that you have your you're going out of there. Okay, cheers to everybody that.
Oh shoot! I almost did it. I have to disconnect now before I get up.
Yeah, this is the thing here. Look what's happening to the market. Just as Neil said, it's one thing to take the trades. It's another thing to be in them and make money on them. So we got to be confident in some of the trades that we have. And like I said, this is really what's been the change for myself and for many traders that I do see around here. I mean, look at this. There's the TQs. We tweeted it out. And there it goes again, right? No matter what, I don't even really know how to properly say this, but this is what trading is. We're gonna go 5 for 5 again here today, just on ideas. Look at this. You just want to get out of Amazon. Didn't work. We put money up, didn't work. We got out. I mean, we made money. We're positive on it, but the trade itself wasn't sense when there's something happening, and it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. This is not, like we keep saying over and over again, this is definitely not for the faint or weak at heart trading, which is why I say that I never want my kids to do this. But the idea behind it is we still got to be here. We're here every day for you, and I'm glad of that. There's another push down in the TQQs. Again, what did we see? We saw a red market. I mean, you guys asking me this. This is not, market rallied back, 50 period, VWAP. Have confidence. We like the short. We gave you that unfortunate story there. Now, nothing's happened. I mean, I haven't heard anything else about the Middle East or anything. But unfortunately, that story's still there. So we're going to go short. We're going to find reasons to go short. And then when we do go short and it makes us money, we should not sit here and act like we're surprised when that winds up happening. This is the idea that we had heading into today, was to be able to be confident, be able to sit there in a position and let it work for us. We let Apple work for us for $3. We let Microsoft work for Microsoft. I'm still in this position, by the way, which is crazy. I got to find out what I'm doing with this. I can't even believe I'm still in this, to be honest with you. But look at the Qs right now. We're still well up on Microsoft, so I got to find out what I'm doing here. The Qs are really coming in now again. And guess what? We have this position. So right here on the futures, we took this position at, what time is this? 10:20. Okay, so we took this position at 10:20. So at 10:20, the market was at 18,300. So you're now at 18,240. So 60, 70 handles now in the money on this short. And it was just one that we found for you immediately. So yeah, these TQs now goes P&L number 2. P&L number 1, Apple on the show, P&L 2, TQs. That's it, man. Put it on the board. AMD, yeah, we could probably do that. Today is a good day for trading, Audrey. But to be honest with you, we're kind of just par for the course right here so far today. It has been a good day, but I do feel like there's going to be some even better opportunities coming our way very, very soon, especially if you're holding some of these shorts. What's up, Abe?
Be aware here, potentially amidst all of these geopolitical headlines, a lot of strength in some of these small cap energy names. We have HUSA here up about 35% and INDO up about 60%. So keep an eye on small cap energy stocks, guys.
Oh, damn.
Let's keep your ear to the ground. I'm back into Intel 36.5, just curled as the market continues to flush. I mean, we're now 1.4. I was half joking when I said the 2% thing, but on a Friday after the rally we had, it wouldn't be that crazy if we were to be able to see it. Nvidia just took out 890, so if you got some chips, they might be in the midst of a bit of a dip. I wanted to go to Marvell if I could for a second. Load. There we go. Marvell's trying to break VWAP as we speak. If you're looking for like a late move on a chip name, this is breaking down under yesterday's close and VWAP. So it's a new one. I wasn't looking at Marvell. I was scanning some names that might look like they would break down with the market that haven't yet, and Marvell will be one. It's not quite punching through and falling apart just yet, but if we hold the lows, I want a consolidation under VWAP. If it does do that, I would look for the south side of the trade. I know it looks like it's relatively strong, but if the market continues down, it's exactly this kind of name that can play a little bit of catch up here on MRVL.
All right. I'm just tweeting this out because, you know, I mean, sure, this TQQ trade is what it is, right? How do we do it? I mean, the thing is that we tweeted this out, how long ago? Well, when we started this trade was 14 minutes ago. Well, we started this trade a long time ago, but there's the tweet. This is why. I have like way too many posts, 14,000 posts. But go over there. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the follow. Ooh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer right now. So thank you again for all the love and the support continuously on the show as we spend a lot of time here every single day for you. And again, just glad that everyone's enjoying themselves and being able to watch and trade along with us, be able to enjoy this. Neil, the shorts, we're all short everything. There's Intel back into the short as well. So yeah, lots of trading happening right now. So how I lost was getting back into names. Intel is my lowest P&L name of the day. Still green, but let's go over to the board and see if we can find out something else to trade with Adara.
Just be aware if you are involved in Nike, CEO John Donahoe being interviewed on CNBC right now. So NKE, if you are involved, the CEO currently doing an interview. In terms of green sectors, we have exactly one that's going to be energy minerals. This one's strong again. We have some geopolitical headlines going on, so that could be what's bringing this one to the upside. We also have a little bit more of a flat look here, commercial services and utilities. But other than that, a lot of these sectors decidedly heading to the downside. Technology services, electronic technology with the exception of Apple, all very weak here amidst specifically chip names trading to the downside after that headline with Wall Street Journal reporting that China is looking to minimize the use of foreign processors, getting rid of them entirely by 2027. So AMD and Intel especially impacted by this. We also have a lot of weakness here in health technology. AbbVie leading this group to the downside, but pretty right across the board. Also right across the board is finance, being led here by JP Morgan after earnings to the downside. More finance earnings to come on Monday, guys.
Yeah, it's just the beginning of earnings season, right? Like if you think the excitement and volatility is fine today, we just had banks report. Wait till we get some numbers from some of these tech names, then you'll see what's up. Because when you start shocking the world, when you're Microsoft or Apple, I mean, look at Apple today, obviously, AMD, NVIDIA, ARM, what the heck is going on with ARM whenever they report? I can't, 1,600.
What is going on with ARM?
1,600 PE. It's not even a typo. AMD's breaking VWAP in here. So look, if AMD breaks VWAP, holds under and heads to the low of the day, and Intel doesn't go in the money, then there's something wrong over there. I did identify something else that I like in this particular, if Intel stops working, it is Marvell. I feel like it's got a ways to go. NVIDIA is showing me more signs of weakness to like the chip names to the downside. That's going to be breaking the low of the day. Don't really have any long trades on to be worried about at this point. And Jimbo Slice, you're right. TSM and ASML next week. Midweek for ASML. I think TSM as well was midweek.
Yeah, I think it's Thursday TSM, ASML Wednesday. Yeah. And yeah, about these shorts, guys, I mean, they are still printing. We did get a reload. Well, We took a shot there potentially on Microsoft. It is kind of barcoding here. We are long again at 421.60, but it's not, it's not like a great position here or anything like that. We're going to wait to see what does happen, but I'm just waiting to see about the TQs. This is really the level or the area for me here is that I'm concerned with. So we've already taken this out. Like I said, this just went way up the board. It's actually going to be better P&L wise because I let this drip down than Microsoft. So again, like that's what we're trying to do here. Amazon, way to give that one up. Like that's like basically a pat on the back right there for Amazon. Microsoft comes out, but we still stay green on that name. That was not, again, a great reload down there. We should have stayed net short, but it's all good, baby, because we got this one right now to the downside. Intel, good hold on that as that's pulling back in. We decided to leave that one alone. We should go over to AMD. AMD was P&L number 2 yesterday, and it did get up to 165. We were looking at 168, but it didn't even come close to up there. We could definitely, I wish I was sitting here. I would have taken that Coinbase 260. Easy to say now, it's at 255, but definitely, I had it yesterday for $5. I would have had it again today. So we can look at Coinbase if it comes back up. And then the other name, we can let me just check back in on Apple. Let's just check the temperature over there. All right, so Apple is pulling back quite nicely, getting close to something actually for Apple. Maybe Apple pullback is what we need at this time. So we could 175 though.
Yes, Mendoza.
I don't really want to go. Yeah, hopefully the Mendoza's having a huge day.
He's having fun. He's like, someone hit the market with photon torpedoes. Shields up, red alert. I feel like, no, this is like that scene from the new Star Wars where like, are our shields even up when they're getting destroyed? That's what it feels like. Are there bids even out there this morning? Answer being, unless it's on Apple. There's a bid right now on Google, kind of, sort of, maybe. There's a bid going on here, but we talk about Free Fall Friday as a joke because it was something that got said a while ago on the show, but today, it is. I mean, we're already down 1.4%. Even if you were to bounce from here, how much juice are we going to have after the rally that happened yesterday? Is there enough buying to actually get us a significant bounce, that 11 o'clock bounce you sometimes see? I'm not sure, but if you're going to try it in one of the stronger names. So Google, I was just checking. You just said Apple, so I won't bother going over there. And we've said this time and time again. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I was saying short Amazon because I wasn't at any point. I was only looking for the long. Sometimes the best thing you can do is get out of the way. Like this stock, it just couldn't hold the support level we liked. It's now flushed. It's not at 85, so it didn't really get back into, 86, I should say, check that. It's not at that 86 support level from yesterday where I probably would have liked the long again. But we can be patient. If the market wants 2%, then Amazon has a shot at that level. I don't see why we couldn't retest that. I do want to jump over to Marvell to see if it's setting up any better. It's bouncing already with the market. So now what I want to see is consolidation under VWAP and then try to short it back to 71.5 on MRVL. These guys are always like super late in the cycle. The good thing about this is it's got a very defined range top the last couple of days. And if it consolidates and falls, I don't see why I can't get to at least the $70 bottom that it put in this morning.
I mean, we're gonna discuss what's for lunch. All right. So today's not too bad. We got a decent lunch offering here today. I think it should be okay. Hard to kind of screw this one up unless it's way too oily, which it has been in the past. Today's what's for lunch. Today's lunch menu is spaghetti bolognese. So we'll see if they can get that properly. You know, being Italian, for me, they probably won't get it right. But at the end of the day, it's not too bad. We'll see spaghetti bolognese. Nice little lunch. You know, I think that's pretty reasonable there. We'd like to, support lighter fare lunches. You don't want to be sitting down at your desk and you've got like this huge piece of roast beef just
I got a question.
Melting up in there.
This maybe it's worth it for the pod, or maybe you're Italian, so I'll start with asking you. When you cook pasta,
yes.
Do you save the boiled water with the pasta and then use it for other things, which I've heard you?
You can do that. We don't do that. I mean, if you're making fresh pasta, the water probably be a little bit better. If you're obviously buying store-bought, then it's kind of like meh. But yeah, you can do that. You can do it, save it, make some bread with that, or make more pasta with it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fresh pasta is amazing.
It's the best way.
You got to have a little bit of time for that. put it through. Shout out to Chef Joe. Yeah, if you have lots of garlic in it, yeah, that's also very, very nice.
We can't do that at my house because my wife is really, really not a garlic person. So
Yeah.
and I do like it, but she's not a garlic fan. Apparently that's a big deal to remain some.
Oh no, Marissa is without garlic. Like that would probably be. I mean, she ain't ever divorcing me, but that would be pretty close to that. So yeah, garlic is a must for my wife. Okay, so far so good here, trading with this move down in here today as the NASDAQ continues to go lower and lower and lower and lower. And who has it? You know, hopefully you guys do. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. Shout out to everybody shout out to Dan Emmons. I haven't even seen you in the chat, but shout out to everybody that's been part of Short Gang. We could probably tag that as well, man. It's been a Short Gang kind of a day here today, although most of my damage, well, first of all, the TQs might go into first place right here as that's going, but mostly all my trades pretty much today were long. So long Amazon, long Apple, short Intel. We're up on Intel, but Intel ain't doing jack, so that's not for me. Microsoft, we were long. And then the other name was the TQs, of course, the market in which we are hella short. So yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's been a good day. Let's see if we can continue sort of that now into the midday where we'll talk about range bound. I don't think the market's going to be too range bound, but never a problem learning different techniques for said range-bound trading. So
You can never have, this is the thing, you can never have too many things in your toolbox.
No.
If you use it, you use it. If you don't, you don't.
I mean, today's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Short the futures, short little small baby stocks like Intel, trading Apple,
Long
Amazon.
rents.
Look at you, Neo, Lucid. Shout out to Rio as the Packers will be coming over into Brazil,
Right.
so everybody in South America will be able to see. I think a top 10 QB Jordan Love could be this year, fantasy-wise.
Oh, fantasy.
He was number 5 last year.
No, fantasy-wise, yes. I wouldn't put him in. There's a very big difference between fantasy
Yes,
QB.
yes.
As Justin Fields is the perfect example of that, right?
And Josh Allen. A great fantasy quarterback, but
And
can't
also,
win.
and also the best quarterback in the NFL.
but also can't
and
win
also
the
the
big
best
game.
and also the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yes. No, Patrick Mahomes is
Okay, Patrick Mahomes, and then
Right.
number 2 maybe.
number 2.
Don't tell me. Come on, man.
No, but I'm saying that's the problem is winning, right? We
It's
talked
not
about
his
that with
fault.
No, but well,
It's not his.
those of you that watch the NFL, I mean, the
It's
quarterback
not-
is.
Did you see the pass?
No, I'm just
that
saying quarterbacks
Diggs
get blamed.
dropped like a
Quarterbacks
perfect,
get blamed.
A perfect 60-yard pass down the sideline that Diggs dropped in the playoffs last year. That we probably win that game if he catches. It was a perfect catch. I'm not saying it was an easy catch. I probably couldn't catch it
Right.
myself. And Diggs is a great receiver, but Allen couldn't have done anything better.
Oh no, it's just like you will never, like Allen will never be considered as
get
good as he
defensive.
probably is
Until he wins.
unless he wins. That's all.
No,
It's
I don't just.
you know, we talk about Austin
I get
Matthews.
emotional about-
Austin Matthews is by far the most
Oh, yeah.
talented Maple Leaf to ever
No question.
put on skates, period.
No
it's not
question.
even close. But there's no way in hell he's going to be the most celebrated Maple Leaf until he gets one of these. And
If
that's
he-
and I mean once he does, then you can freaking put a statue of him. I'll put one right here on my
They
desk.
put a
I mean,
statue. The city will probably it'll get out of hand if the Leafs win a cup.
you know, so
Like if you don't want to be on the streets and going
Tyler
ham,
Burdett.
then you don't want to be anywhere around here if Maple Leafs win. I remember when they won like the second round and people were just going crazy. They're playing
Yeah,
street
yeah.
hockey. People are climbing telephone poles. There's cops everywhere. And they won the second round.
Yeah,
if
and
they
it was
win the
like-
cup, it's game over. Like
Yeah.
you're going to see me with like face paint. It's going to be like, I don't know.
Hopefully it's on a
Oh,
weekend.
shoot. Apparently it is 10:50 and money talks. My bad.
and we'll get to Kyle Burdett super chat.
Oh, yeah, that too.
DXY here having a nice day up. We had a nice pop on Wednesday as well after the higher than expected CPI print. A little bit stagnant yesterday, but today breaking above that 106 area. Right now we're basically just above 106, 106.05. We've got a series of economic pieces of data today. We have import price index slightly higher than expected for March, 0.4% versus 0.3% expected. Export price index coming exactly in line with expectations at 0.3% to the upside. And we also had Michigan consumer sentiment coming in for April, slightly lower than expected here. So 77.9 versus 79 expected, also lower than the previous number of 79.4. We have some Fed speakers coming up later today. Goolsbee at 12, Schmidt at 1. 2:30 we have Fed's Bostic, and at 3:30 we have Fed's Daily. So 4 Fed speakers to keep an eye on as we head into the rest of the day. Also worth noting, this is the Great British Pound to the USD here, taking a big move to the downside in addition to the strength that we saw with the DXY. We also have ex-US Fed Chair Ben Bernanke doing basically a look at how the Bank of England looks at their rates and saying that their methods have significant shortcomings. So basically, ex-Fed Chair criticizing the methods being used by the British bank for their rate hikes or for their rate analysis. So move down here with the Great British Pound to the USD, guys.
Yeah. We were just talking about not getting leaf tickets.
Yeah,
but,
he asked me if we got the leaf tickets. I'm like, you know what, like.
I don't see.
I would love to go to a playoff game, but round one, and I was just saying to Neil, like, by the time you buy drinks or get the food and, you know, do this, do that, it's like, it gets so freaking expensive.
It is.
It's already $1,000 for the pair. That's a little much for round one. You know, the Maple Leafs last year, they had 6 home playoff games, and they were 1-5. So it's like they're even debating. No, but they're even debating not wanting to win the next couple games so they could be on the road for the first 2, either in Florida or Tampa, I think, at this point.
If they play, and the thing about those are home games as well.
Yeah, remember they were banning Ontario residents from buying
They'll stop
tickets.
They did this last year, 2 years ago. They stopped people from buying tickets. The market is still flushing. Just to go back to the market, I did get that Marvell is the name of the stock. 730 short. I got 27s. It just hit 71s. I think low of the day is reasonable. The reload on Intel up at V. It's actually holding VWAP. So you know what? Whoa. Hold on a second. Intel's trying to hold VWAP when the market's breaking lows. We're going to get another out there. So Marvell, Intel, Neo is still hot garbage. Headed towards $4. I never got a reload on this stock. If it breaks the low and doesn't hit $4, I'm probably going to get out at $4.15. And the other one that we're short, I mean, Lucid, it's like in the money, but it's not really doing anything. This Lucid apparently just isn't Rivian. This breaks a fresh flat bottom 52-week low, and it kind of goes to the downside. Rivian puked all over itself yesterday, so I'm going to make a mental note that for some reason Lucid has a bit better of a bid when it breaks down.
So yeah, and that's the thing. Like trading Lucid, Neo, especially like we should look at Alibaba.
Oh yeah,
Just to note, some of these names, you know, without a catalyst here, even though the market is tanking, could be pretty slow. But this is a nice rebound. We just took another piece out. We only have 10% left now of our TQQ position right there. So let's be sort of a little bit weary of what we're doing here in the market. Okay. Kyle Burdett, what's up, my guy over here? Yeah, what is up with that? He says, what are the proper noodles? So we could discuss this. I mean, you know, if you do have enough sauce, obviously in the pot, you do want to throw. For me, and it's different for everybody. I like personally getting a little bit of sauce there, and then he's just saying, do you want to finish the noodle in the saucepan? So, you know, again, I was going to suggest here, you know, gnocchi, like those little potatoes.
Yes.
Like you like to fry those up a little bit. So you boil them, then you fry them up a little bit, and then you put the sauce, and that is a treat, to say the least, if you're doing that. But I think you should probably finish in the pan. For me, I like that. I don't like a lot of sauce. So for me, I would rather kind of just get the noodle, put a little bit of sauce in there, mix it around, throw it on a plate, a little bit of Parmesan. I've been liking pesto a little bit lately, depending on what the noodle is.
I don't love pesto.
Yeah, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not really my
Most
favorite.
people that make pesto, I find use too much of it.
Yeah, that's where you get the what we just talked about, garlic.
No, but I love a homemade marinara sauce. My problem is if it's a homemade marinara, I will use twice as much as is necessary.
Yeah,
because
I feel like it needs to be homemade.
Good. Like Amar did it one time when I was in Texas. Our buddy, he made fresh spaghetti, and I was just like more. I'm like he's like, is there any spaghetti in there? I'm like, I don't care. It doesn't need to be any spaghetti. No, I was just looking at Alibaba here because it's kind of making a bottoming pattern.
I forgot what I wanted to say.
But I look at it and it's like it's right on a key level. So resistance, support, fill in the gap, 72.30. It's not 72 even, but when I pulled out the 15-minute, it is a reasonable level. And it's one bottom and two bottoms in here.
Throw that away there.
So if it gets down into the 30s, I mean, you're not risking a lot. If you get a 35 fill and give it to 25, like that's, like when are you risking 25 cents on a BOBA trade, or 10 cents or 15 cents on a BOBA trade, and it's a reasonable setup. It gets to VWAP. You know, that's not even that bad. So Alibaba, we'll see what happens. We're only short, and it's not that I'm hunting for long, but something has to be at a good support level. And if it is, then we don't mind putting on. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. It's been a fun one. Learn to Trade's going to be wild. Obviously, we'll be back this afternoon. Oh, yeah, I'll be doing that Bring Sally Up challenge.
Oh, yeah.
And, I was looking to see the. What time do you want me to do it, Sharif? I'll do it sometime after the lesson.
Would it be better for before or after lunch though? Like, what are you feeling about a salad?
It's only push-ups.
Okay.
So I think it's fine. But I might use the. We have a putting green, and I might put it down just a little.
For slippage.
Look, if I fail, like if I go to the point of failure, I don't want to like fall on that nasty green screen thing. I might put something down.
I mean,
it's not like we clean that thing.
Yeah, but we probably also don't clean that golf thing either. But
well, that's fair.
All right, so join Neil in and around midday. Sharif will update the time.
Yeah.
Right, because that way we'll see how we're all feeling. Right there. Shout out to Mr. Westermeyer as well. What I wanted to say, and I forgot, this is like something that at least my family does it. Probably if you're Italian, you're probably doing this as well. You're not allowed to leave any sauce on your plate. So that's the one thing. So what
no problem here.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's because of what you said there. You made me think about that. I
forgot
about it. You take the fresh bread and you start scooping it up. And that's what you do. Because, you know, if Nona saw you leave something on the plate, it's a wooden spoon coming at you. So you need to either fit. Yeah, wooden spoon. I've had wooden spoon broke on me before. So, but as you can see, it wasn't. Yeah, but that was my mother running around, chasing me literally around the house with a wooden spoon, and then eventually. Yeah. My mother's brutal.
See,
and she's not even the Italian.
No, it's George that we were all afraid.
Oh no! My Italian father.
George would just sort of sit on the couch and look at you like
he wouldn't.
And you'd be like, "Yo, just when we all behave."
No,
I've known
Sean
since we
spoon.
were teenagers. That's why I can.
He's just looking at me strange. All right, so again, thanks for watching, man. I mean, we're still net short. Just quickly, the TQs are at the bottom. We did have a little bit of a move back. We did cover that. I feel like we just hold this the rest of the way because why not? We'll wait for that, and then if it goes down, man, we'll just continue to watch this hit rock bottom, baby. So just like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, the market is getting the rock bottom right now, and I don't know, man. Will it wake up and get that people's elbow later on?
I feel like it's more like the TKO.
Nobody knows.
Than the rock bottom.
TKO, okay. It might be getting Stone Cold Stunnered as well.
Stunner's more violent.
I mean,
TKO's more violent. The rock bottom's a good move, but I feel like the rock.
Rock bottom is a great move.
No, the rock knows how to play it up. As an actual, like, if other people do it, I feel like.
I love
the
TKO.
The
rock is pretty solid.
But it's 11 o'clock. We'll get out of here. You know you want to learn to range trade today. Hopefully, if you're short, the range breaks to the downside. But if you got the longs, you're kind of hoping those bids hold up.
Down, apparently.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock to round out this week. But for now, we've got Sharif and Adara with Learn to Trade.
Wooden Spoon Survivors Club.
What do you think?
I miss.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have big Kyle Burdett. What's up, my man? We got Bears versus Bulls. We got Darwin doing the disco dance there in the chat. Shout out to the OG Darwin, my man. Let's see everybody else come on over. We already have the world's best production team. Hola, says the Chilean Nightmare. TGI. Oh, Ram. Wow, you can't, you know. Exactly. That was the reason. Because of your heritage. AV, JC Finance, T-Dot, 420, Bud Monster, as well as J-Lo with Mateus Lane. We got Pedro Khan. We got NECA. We got Sixto V. We got Balba Nambi. We have a whole bunch of people. Charan, I see you, sir. Peter Panda, Adrian, Kevin Mendoza. We got Dino. We got 509 Blackjack, Sebastian, Marcos Susi. And even smell my finger is in the chat, believe it or not. I
What a
won't do
name.
that, but
What a
yes,
name.
good morning, Adara. How are you? TGIF.
I'm great. Yeah, TGIF.
Yeah.
As alluded by Sean on the morning show, I did fall asleep at 8 last night, so we are very overslept today, and we are now ready to how to trade, as we do over here. Someone was asking me in the chat, how did you do with that Tesla range trade? Unfortunately, like I said, I don't trade. I only trade in during the midday period, so I have not seen this. But I see what you mean. This is a nice little look here. That 173.50 top is kind of spicy. We're seeing a bit of a downward move. I'm going to wait and see what happens here, but congrats to anybody who did have that range. Right now, though, NVIDIA, which on the 1 minute is looking a little spicy for my range purposes. Look at this top around previous support at 886. NVIDIA, keep doing that, and I'll get involved. But yes, that's mainly what I'm looking at right here. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. I did pass the test. I'm not live yet because it takes a couple days to go through. But yeah, this will hopefully be one of my last days trading in the sim.
Amazing. I'm doing it. I'm celebrating Adara passing the test. Adara will be live on Monday. I can't tell you how proud I am of you, man. Good for you, and you're already killing it on your trading. So that just was sort of, you know, an administrative thing that you had to get done. We all know how that is. Shout out to you, Adara. Monday live. Make sure to join us on How to Trade. Adara will be trading live. All right, today, let's get right to it because we got the lesson du jour to get to. We're talking about range trading all week, baby. And today, no different. We're going to get right to it. We're going to talk about range trading and volatility analysis, because volatility can definitely have an effect on your range trading strategies. So let's get right to that today. So we'll dive into the world of volatility and explore how to use it to optimize your range trading strategy. By understanding how prices fluctuate within a range, you can make more informed entry and exit decisions. So let's get right to the business. So the importance of volatility. Let's talk about what volatility is as well as its importance to range trading. So essentially, if you're just new, volatility measures the extent to which price fluctuates over time. That is, you know, just the Merriam or whatever Webster dictionary definition. However, in range trading, volatility will help determine the breathing room of the price within the defined range. So the more volatile the markets, they're going to be the wider the range. The more less volatile the market, the tighter the range is going to be. And that's what we express here. High volatility translates into wider ranges, with obviously more potential profit, but also greater risk. That's kind of the trade-off you always get. Higher profit potential, higher risk. Conversely, low volatility results in tighter ranges with smaller potential gains, but lower risk. And again, we use the smaller and larger potential gains in air quotes, and that is because you can size up on a tighter range. Take 10,000 shares instead of taking 1,000 shares, okay? Just, that's pretty basic. Here are some tools, though, that you can include in your arsenal to help you analyze volatility, especially within the context of range trading. We alluded to this specific indicator earlier this week, and we're going to allude to it again. Average true range, colloquially known as ATR, okay? This indicator measures the true range of price movement over a chosen period. Typically that period, the standard default is 14 days. You can change that though in your program. A rising ATR, so a rising number in the average true range indicator, which is basically suggesting a range expansion. Okay, so we're talking about range trading today. The wider, the bigger the ATR is, or the rising ATR in a chart, typically will indicate to you that the range will expand. While a falling ATR, average true range, indicates potential range contraction. So that is good if you're looking for a range trade. You need to have one eye on the price action and the other on ATR because you need to know whether that range is going to stay in effect. Bollinger Bands, also excellent for range trading. I'm going to show you pictures of these later. These bands widen or contract based on volatility. The wider band suggests higher volatility and potentially a wider range, while a narrower band indicates lower volatility and a tighter range. And it behooves me here to bring in this side chart because on the top, you'll see the dark blue line. That is right there Let me just make this a little bit thicker so everybody can see it. The blue line on the top, that is the upper line of the Bollinger Band. And down here, this purple violet color, that is the lower band on the for the volatility. And so typically you will notice with Bollinger Bands is when the range gets tight, the distance between the lower band and the upper band will be super narrow. When things really start moving haywire and the volatility picks up and the momentum starts going and the range trade starts, being on the back burner, the gap, the distance between the lower band and the upper band really gonna expand here. So you need to keep your eye on the range for between the upper band and the lower band for a good volatility assessment there. So Bollinger Bands, average true range, all good indicators you can use. And there's also the historical volatility for the specific instrument in question. Anybody who traded Tesla in 2020, 2021, 2022 knows that it is Stressla, it is Mesla, it's not Besla. Well, actually it could have been Besla during those years, depending on how you trade it. So the whole point is to know that Tesla during those years was very volatile. So you need to look at the specific historical volatility for the instrument that you want to trade. Commodity, Forex, equities, ETFs, whatever the hell you want to trade, look at its historical volatility to know what's up, right? So, I just went on a tirade there, but I can read what I wrote earlier. Analyze historical price charts to understand the typical range and the volatility of the asset you're trading. This can help you set realistic expectations for potential profits within the range. And this is an excellent chart here. Shout out to Adair Panera for throwing this in. See, this is exactly what we were just talking about right now. This is the upper band of the Bollingers. It's super tight as the range is, very narrow, and then boom goes the dynamite. We break through the range. We start trending to the high side. All of a sudden, you see the distance between the lower band and the upper band really start opening up. And here is some methods that you can use to help you adapt your strategy to volatility. So with respect to high volatility, during periods of these high volatility, consider using a wider stop loss order in order to account for the larger price swings that are occurring within the range. You might also target slightly higher profits to compensate for the increased risk. Remember, when we talked about that week on managing risk, we talked about the risk to reward analysis, right? So if you're going to risk a little bit more, you need to make a bit more money to keep that ratio in check. So higher volatility, you can consider using wider stop losses, but also look for possibly a little bit loftier price targets if you are going long. Conversely, if you're going short. During periods of low volatility, tighten your stop losses in order to manage risk within the narrower range. You might also need to adjust your profit targets to reflect smaller potential price movements. Again, that just goes without saying. The range is tighter, your price is likely to stay closer to your entry than it would be during a more volatile time period. And consider taking profits within the range at previous support or resistance areas to make the most of the low volatility ranges and maximize your potential profits. So keep those little ideas in mind. And I don't know what the hell I did with this journaling thing. Yeah, and journal. Oh, no, that was from yesterday. And here are some techniques for combining your indicators. So you can combine volatility indicators like the ATR that we just talked about with other technical analysis tools for a more comprehensive picture. For example, you could use price action signals like the pin bars that we talked about that occur at support and resistance. These are the topping tail candles or bottoming tail candles that are more relevant when they appear at key areas of support and resistance. Look at ATR and look for the formation of those candles to help you have some confluence between your ideas there. And this could suggest a potential breakout attempt when it is occurring at resistance, or a breakdown when it is occurring at support. And remember, guys, consider using volatility filters to focus on trading opportunities within your preferred range based on your risk tolerance. You could do things like increase the average true range from 14 days to 21, narrow it to 10, any number of things that you could do. You could also use different moving averages and look for some crossovers there. We talked a lot about the distance between moving averages, same kind of thing with Bollinger Bands. When the 20 and the 10 are really close to each other, likely that the price hasn't really moved all that much, but when they start really separating from one another, the 10 really starts creating space between the 20, you know the volatility is picking up. So keep those little tidbits in mind. ADRs.
Yeah, I think it's really
cool. We have
cool.
a plethora of super chats.
We have a plethora of super chats that I definitely want to get to.
Go.
So let's start. Yeah, I love a plethora. Great word. Thank you so much to Corey at 2S's for the the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying congratulations, Adara. You deserve it with a little chart emoji. Thank you very much. I said this in the chat as well. I really appreciate all the support, and I'm always just happy to be here with everybody. Also, Richardson, 249 euro super chat. Thank you so much. Congrats, Adara. Wishing everyone a great day. We're also wishing everybody a great day. Thank you guys very much for the support. We also have Coral World Media. I'm not seeing a message here, but 199 super chat. Thank you very much to you. Last but not least, Dandelions. $5 super chat. Ooh. Yesterday I shorted MU. I didn't cover after losing big. I prayed to Algo God, and now I'm break even. He's real.
I love that. That's
congrats
funny.
to you. Because Micron yesterday had that massive move up on the news that basically their losses with regards to the Taiwan earthquake are going to be less than expected. So interesting story there on Micron. Today, though, Micron giving back the ghost, to use a term we use a little bit on the show. Decidedly below VWAP, decidedly weak. Oof is the best way to describe this chart for Micron. And maybe that's the semi I should be shorting instead of the semi I actually did short, which was NVIDIA. And this is a talk of ranges getting tighter than expected and having to adapt. So this range, initially I was like, oh, we could probably try to take about $2 on it, this 884 area. We got about 884.50s, then went back up. So then I was like, Adara, adapt. We're going to take 885.50s, which would have been great, except we got exactly one share filled here. We usually don't talk about position sizes, but I will say that we have all of the position except for one share still. So I just thought that was pretty funny, so I wanted to address that. We did have to change our area slightly. Now if we can get out at 888, like 60s, we'll be pleased as punch, because apparently 885.54 was like a really hot commodity area for whatever reason. So that's cool, NVIDIA. Do your thing, 21. I do not like this higher. I'm noticing these higher highs, higher lows, and the way we're writing this 90 MA. I am being cognizant of that. If we break decisively above into the 888 area, that's where I'm cutting the cord. But NVIDIA, you do need to give her a little bit more breathing room. So that's what I'm trying to do here with this trade.
Yeah, I was actually agreeing 100% with you. This is what I'm looking at, NVDL, 3980. There is the obvious level of support. We obviously have that level of resistance there, so if I can get filled there, that would be fantastic. I already put that resting short order to get filled on NVDL. We'll see what ends up happening there, but there is a host of small cap gappers today that we have to get to, and a lot of them are above the volume weighted average price. Less now than when we first started, but here we go. Let's start with this one. INDO, nice move up here. What is happening? Okay, I have to mute my, okay. INDO, nice move up. Not sure what the catalyst is on this bad boy, but it's up 78%. I don't have a catalyst on today, nor do I really care, to be honest with you, because it's done 17.5 million shares, $50 million market cap. The float on this is $4.75 million. It's been holding the volume weighted average price since the bell rung, but I gotta tell you, this one volume really started coming in here at 10:30. Yes, it was up at the bell, but the volume didn't really start coming in hot and heavy on this bad boy till this candle right here, and that goes by the time at 10:30. I don't really know why the volume started coming in at that time, but prior to holding the volume weighted average price, it had been, dating, flirting with that 10-period EMA. All the dips into the green solid line were bought up. So good luck for INDO. HUSA or whatever. This one is moving up nicely as well. This is a $25 million market cap. Houston America Energy, the float on this bad boy, 10 million shares to be exact. It put in a monster topping tail candle here, and I figured that was going to be the end of the matter, and we were going to do a Christmas tree shaped retracement down maybe into that 160 where we opened up today. It was, alas, it was not to be. That topping tail candle came in very aggressively, and it actually, the candle subsequent to it was a 5-minute candle will make a new low, but lo and behold, bouncing off that 10 EMA yet again, and here we go, right back into that 240, 245 area. 254 is HOD, so we're literally 14 pennies off that high on HUSA. This is a former runner. I didn't even need to look at the daily chart. I remember this ticker because it's kind of an easy one to remember. Another continuation MNDR, this one IPO'd a couple of days ago, and it's going yet again, 26% to the good today. A lot of check marks beside this one's name, but let me see on my platform now if we can actually get some details on MNDR, because we still don't have any. Sadly, still nothing coming in on my platform for Mobile Health Network Solutions, which is the official name of this company. It is doing the dance right now with $13. Beautiful bounce into the volume weighted average price there. So now I'm long NVDL, so I'm going to have to manage this trade.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the short on NVDA. So that was, yeah, I took a bit of an L on NVDA. But that's okay. It is, you know, it's always unfortunate when you get part filled with exactly one share. But you know what? That's what trading's about. The highs, the lows. And I do think as well, once I go live, which again, you know, all things considered should be happening next week, I will definitely be more aggressive with my profit taking. I should have been taking profits into that 884. 50 area. I just wasn't prepared for the range to get as tight as it did, but that's okay. It happened, and we are, you know, we're a little bit down, but we're definitely not out. And things I want to look at, I am trying to stay away a little bit from the SPY because the SPY's been kind of, you know, not my strongest suit as of late. So the one ETF I do have my little eyes on is this range action we've got going on in IWM. Look at this. We have this previous support around 200. We pop up into 220, then we drop back to 200, and then we see this chop and churn. I was trying to get long this at 199.70s, didn't get filled. That's okay. If you want to reject again at 200 IWM, I'm not going to stop you. In fact, I might even join. So that's what's going to happen here. We're going to give this about 20 pennies. We're trying to get minimum 30 pennies, so I feel okay with that risk reward. I want to watch, though, like I said, with ETFs, I'm very cognizant of what we're doing at the book. But look at this. We got all the way up to 200, and now we're like getting all scared away. So we are going to join this short here. I like this. The goal is to kind of continue to add as we get into 200s, then see what we do at $200.20. So I like that look. Also Meta getting a little bit interesting here. I'm never a fan of the spreada on Meta, so I usually don't get involved unless I love what I'm seeing on the chart. And right now, I'm not in love yet, but much like what NVIDIA is doing, coming back into these previous areas of resistance and getting a little fancy, trying to break back above VWAP. Look at this double top we had here at the 5 on 516.50. I like. Also, I'm adding to the short here on the IWM if we can get filled. Perfect. Please just punch. But yeah, mostly I'd be interested in punching in on Meta depending on what we do here, getting into this 516.50s. I don't have a sense of direction yet. It looks like we might be flipping long on some of these names. Happy I got out of NVIDIA at 888. So yeah, just kind of taking a look and seeing what's coming in to fruition here. I will take one last look here at Microsoft. And kind of seeing what we do here below VWAP. If we have a nice rejection here of this 423 area that we had that pop into earlier, that could be an area of interest for me. How goes NVDL?
It's okay. We're going to stop out if it breaks 40 on NVDL. So I'm just going to give it to you for a second because I have to put in my stops.
No worries. Yeah. So perfect. I can answer this question then from Mahmoud saying, would you long IWM or short today? I mean, I range, right? And I scalp. So whatever position I take is usually going to be shorter termed. Short term, shorter lived English. But yeah, so right now I'm short IWM. What I'm going to be looking for, though, as I kind of was mentioning, is building this position as we get into 200s, then getting rid of it as we get to this bottom of this range at 199.70, 199.60. I like this look. We're going to add a little bit here, too, and we're going to piece this out as we get low.
I'm getting out of this because the market is turning here, guys. If we do a big move up here on the future into 18.3, this will be an interesting area to see what equities or the Mag 7 names specifically do on this day, because we broke through 18.3 quite aggressively earlier. We did have a a little bit of a consolidation area popped up back into the 50, then really tanked. So here we go. We're curling up here. Let's see if we can continue to curl up on the NQ. We're curling up on a lot of these names. I see a lot of you in the chat saying Apple just put in a big boy candle in the VWAP. I absolutely see that. 176 jump into 176.80s, and then we retrace a little bit, closing that candle down at the $0.25. But look at this. The candle subsequent to it right back up into 176.50s, but still trading below the volume weighted average price. And if you're looking for this consolidation low at 176.75, we're still not above it at the moment. So interesting look here on AAPL and the market in general as it started curling up aggressively there. So we'll keep eyes on both those bad boys. I'm still going to be interested on a possible short on NVDA, but or NVDL, excuse me. Let's see if we can weasel our way into a trade with a better price around here on NVDL. So we'll take that short again. Then I'm going to try to fight this one maybe into a 40-10 or so. Stop. What are you guys looking at? Ben Lane, Sharif. Or Sheriff, I guess, Ben Lane writes. NVDL going to VWAP, then falling back down. You were just a little too early. That's a good analysis. I see NVDL has a VWAP around 40.20, 40.21, a little bit below the $0.25. To be honest with you, Ben Lane, I'll tell you what I was looking at on here on NVDL. And it was essentially using this area of support earlier previous support, and then it was supposed to be resistance. That's why I got in at this area. We'll see now if the whole dollar wants to hold up at these levels. We're rejecting, looks like, for the moment, this 890 area. All right, we'll see if NVDL can make its way down, wet our beak on some profits here. We'll see. Oscar plays, isn't the spread not so nice on NVDL? You're not the first person to tell me that. I was talking to Yanni a couple of days ago back there, and he's like, man, the spread on NVDL as well. But I'm looking at it right now. It's 1 penny. Now it's 2. Now it's 1. So I'm not that disappointed with the spread on NVDL, or I haven't been lately. I mean, it's 2 pennies on a $40 name. That's not that bad. What's the spread on NVDA?
Probably worse.
Well, obviously.
Definitely
But how much? 30 pennies at the moment. Obviously, it's hard to see because it fluctuates so much. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on both of these bad boys there.
Yeah, I am really pleased with this punch so far with this IWM short. Right now, like I said, I'm trying to get more aggressive with my profit takers as I work towards, obviously trading live, which is going to be happening soon. So what I'm doing is I have plans for this trade, and those plans involve 10 peak winners. I know. This is crazy. We already have 3 out. Pleased as dang punch without being able to punch out of these. So right now, about 10 pennies in the money, 3 beak wetters. We have 7 more, and we're just taking them. Basically what I'm doing is I'm watching the book like a hawk. What I'm noticing, we're like having a little bit of a move down. We take about 1/10 of our shares out. So this is very much a planned, like I said, I was planning on building the positions we get into 200 and then planning on letting it like air out of a balloon as we get to the downside. So just pinprick with 10 shares or with 10% of my position. Sorry, not 10 shares. It's not even accurate. I don't even know why I said 10 shares. 10% of my position every time as we just pop that balloon to the downside. Right now, though, IW, I'm trying to go back up here. Let's see what we do at 200. Every time we've gotten near this 200 area, if we've rejected, I'm not really interested in adding to the position right now because that is not part of the plan. So we're just going to we're going to breathe, and we're going to let IWM breathe. Pardon me?
Do woosah? You're going to do a woosah? Oh, you don't know what woosah is?
No.
Bad Boys.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie.
No, it's Bad Boys 2.
I haven't seen any of them, or Bad Boys for Life.
No way.
No.
You never seen this woosah?
Apparently, I need to watch this movie. No, I know it's like Martin Lawrence and Will Smith, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, Martin Lawrence, he's the partner that's more neurotic.
Oh, okay.
And Will Smith is just...
Is Will Smith.
Yeah, he's chilling and stuff, right?
I need to watch that. Okay.
He has to go see a psychiatrist for all the gunfights that they get into all the time. So psychiatrist gave him a little idea. He's like, do the woosah and rub your ears and stuff like that.
I need to do that. I need to watch that for some training advice.
No, we're kidding, of course. So keeping an eye on some of these names. Let's see what else is moving here in these markets. What are you guys looking at today? Wow, banks, BAC, says Rick Diaz. Well, banks started reporting, baby, so we're probably going to see a lot more of that. Let's look at BAC, see what Bank of America is up to. Today, it was not a good look. No, not NAC, Sharif, BAC. Today it was, look, I still don't really understand what the hell is going on with JP Morgan. I mean, Brendo tried to explain it to me a little bit here with net interest income coming down, but like, I don't know, it didn't seem all that bad to me. So BAC at day's low, bit of a range here between 36 and 35 to the downside. So we'll see what this one does at the moment. But it is at lows at 35, so we'll keep eyes on that one. But looks like NVDL wants its intent on going above 40. So we're going to put our stop at 40.12, and we'll cover the whole position if it makes its way up there. Let me see what I got over here. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? Why is it doing that? Can I just send it to you? So
Yes,
I
you
put
can.
in my
Yeah.
stop. Yeah.
So my eyes are back on the Cybertruck. Shockingly, plot twist of the century. Adara considering trading Tesla. No, I'm joking. But I'm not joking about my look on Tesla. I want to see what we do here as we kind of get into this 172.70 area. This line is left over from yesterday. That was an area I was waxing poetic about yesterday, and I did have some decent scalp shorts off of that area. So Tesla, if you want to reject here, I'm not going to complain. I will not complain. Also, AMD doing something very interesting. And by that I mean, look at this kind of consolidation we have around VWAP. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but I do think there's certainly lower highs here and a lot of chop and churn around VWAP. I did initially have an order here to get in 163.80, and I took it out because I was very preoccupied with the IWM. So I want to see what we do here on this level. I do think the lower highs are interesting. Maybe we're going to be interested. Let's do just maybe this 164 area, because that was where we had a little bit of chop and churn. I want to have my eyes more on AMD before I decide to get involved, though, especially because right now IWM kind of curling back up. So we'll have to wait and see what we do here. We are out of 2/5 of the position right now, so pretty pleased with that. So we're going to have to wait and see. IWM right now curling back off that 210 area, so that could be maybe a little bit of an add, and then we just scalp out back at 90s. We're going to have to wait and see on that. But yeah, pretty pleased as punch with how I've been executing the IWM trade so far, very much according to plan. Just doing my little scalps, doing my thing 21, and trying to play some ranges.
Amazon making it back up into the volume weighted average price. Nice curl up here as like equities are starting to show you a little bit of a different look. There's not a whole bunch of them are above VWAP, but Amazon is making it back into that 187.50. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. And the other one that's really making moves here right now is Meta. Meta was the dead one yesterday and is still down 1.25%. But look at this retracement off that 512 exactly right back into 516.5 and above the volume weighted average price here is Meta. Again, as Adara mentioned, kind of spready, so trade this carefully. Yeah, so I'll keep my eye on Meta. Microsoft curling up here. It looks like Apple's really the laggard here with respect to trying to make it back above VWAP because you have NVIDIA now at VWAP. This might get me out of my trade. Tesla is above VWAP. Microsoft above VWAP. Google's on its way, it looks like a little bit here, 158.50. So the market is doing things here now, trying to decipher exactly what direction we're going to go. NVIDIA's coming right back into the volume weighted average price. Does it respect it? The Katina is looking at taking some out here on NVDA, and I don't blame him. And I just got stopped out of my NVDL position because NVDA is on the way up here, baby. Looks like it's on its way to 893. We're at 892.5 at the moment. The market does look like it's curling up. We broke above 18,250 now on the future. And so now keep your eye on this area here. 18,275 seemed to be a little bit of a bottom earlier. That takes us back to around 1015 or so. It's also the 50 period on the 5, so keep an eye on that. And look at this area as well. We had a pretty discernible consolidation low at 18,275 for whatever reason, not a typical level that I chart. Usually I like these 100-point levels, but we'll take it. We'll call it out where we see it. So 18,275 or thereabouts could be that resistance zone, but it doesn't look like anything stopping at the moment. That is unless you are AAPL, everything on the way possibly here to the high side. But we'll keep eyes on this. Let's flip to some of these small cap gappers and see what we got with them. Anything popping off here? INDO breaking down now below VWAP. We were singing this one's praise earlier, saying that was one of the only ones left trading above the volume weighted average price, now broken down below that. So we'll see how long this one could last for. Also HUSA as well, breaking down just, by pennies here, below the volume weighted average price. VWAP at 225, trading at 222 HUSA. it hasn't had too many bouts below VWAP, at least not on a closing basis. You've had a couple of wicks, namely this candle over here that just closed. So yeah, maybe these small caps look like they may be turning here in not a good way. Let me look at my scanner to see if anything else is popping off. Not really. So these small cap gappers look like they're all turning. Let's flip back into, yeah, NVIDIA's going up, Katina Man. Yeah, the Katina Man is long NVDA at these levels. He's $4 in the money there, baby, off that. Where'd you get in? 889? 890. The Katina Man is long 890 on NVDA. And there we go, right into the 50-period moving average, right above pivots here on, say that again? He got half out for $2 in the money at 892, and now he's $2 more in the money, $4 total. Almost 3, Katina Man. It's on the way to 895 here. Shout out to him. You should have told me that before I got into my dang NVDL short. So yeah, the Katina Man on the way up, baby.
On the way up.
All the
But yeah,
way up.
lots of people mentioning gold. Apparently, big drop in gold. So let's take a look at this. Gold, do you want to help me? Okay. Let's see what we're doing in GOLD. Is that NY? Yeah, people were asking for GOLD.
GLD
that
on
ticker.
AM.
Oh, yeah, that's what people were. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is the 5-minute. So this was the ticker people were mentioning. Or some people were mentioning GLD as well, so I'll look at that too. Oh, okay, so gold's a miner, so let's look at GLD. Thank you, Sean, I appreciate that. Yeah, oh, below previous support. Wow, to the downside. Let's see if there's any news on this. Could it just be that the market got a little exhausted? Let's find out. Not seeing anything on this. Oh, so apparently the gain initially, what I'm seeing is we have the geopolitical conflict. So some people were attributing the gain to that. So maybe, I don't really know what the drop is on this then, explaining that. But if we find out, we shall let you know. I do have that open right now. I'm going to probably get out of this AMD short soon. But yeah, this gold is, it's not, right now, not all that glitters is gold, I'll tell you that for real. And not all that is gold is up, because right now gold is down. And that was after that big move up we had, right? So right now, AMD, I'm watching to see kind of what we do into this 30s and 40s area. We got in, we rejected it. If you want to keep rejecting it, like look at these wicks here. AMD does not want any smoke above this like 45 area. I watched, we got up to 43s. I had my finger ready to punch out, and then it was like, no, we're good. I was like, okay, AMD, I'm not going to stop you. Do your thing, 21. We're getting out here. I like just this VWAP area. We're just taking this to the VWAP area. The reason I got short this is because even as the rest of the market was having this little up, AMD was a little bit quieter. It's kind of the shy guy of the semiconductors today. So I'm like, you know what, AMD, if you want to chill out, I will let you. I have no problem with that. Also, IWM apparently decided to very much respect my stop area. I have no idea why. But so I said, if we get above $200.20, I'm getting out. I watched, we kind of stutter step near it, then we drop back. Obviously, that can change at any moment, but if it's going to respect this for the time being, who am I to judge it?
Who am I?
Who am I, WM? So if it's going to keep doing this, I'm pleased as punch. It looks like someone else is too. How is the trade going?
The Katina Man is now done with. Oh, no. What happened? Oh, it's only $5 in the money now with the Katina Man. I mean, that's very sad for you there, Sean. I don't know what to say to that. Shout out to Sean, killing it over there on the other side of the desk. I was going to say, you remind me of that song because we just talked about Bad Boys, and you said Shy Guy. And I know you didn't watch Bad Boys 1, but that's one of the songs. I don't want no shy guy. I just want a fly guy. Actually, oh, no, it's the other way. I don't want no fly guy. I just want a shy guy. Know what I want, yeah. Sorry.
I enjoyed that. I was like not prepared for story full on singing.
I'm having a good time over here.
Yeah, we always have a great time on the show. Thank you everybody so much for your support.
ACB, people are saying.
ACB.
Yeah. Let me have a look here at Aurora Cannabis. Let's pull up ACB, baby, because apparently, according to people, it's doing things. So let's have a look. Yes, ACB is on the way up. I have no idea what's going on with Aurora Cannabis here. 7 1/3. It's in a full state of pump it off that 6.5, and while it's up $0.75 right now through that 7 1/3. Let's see if there's anything coming in on my blotter to account for this midday move. 11:30, I see something here. Aurora Cannabis options alert. Okay, so there's an options, notification here about things happening. Nothing specifically on the 12th, but I did get some stuff on the 11th. FDA chief sees no reason for delay in cannabis rescheduling. Okay, this came in what time yesterday, though? That came in yesterday. I'm not sure exactly what time, but there you go. Positive catalyst here possibly for weed in general. So let's have a look at what weed is doing as a group. No, Aurora Cannabis and CGC, as well as CRON, CRON, the only green names, everything else red. MSOS, MSOX, the ETFs both red, Grow Generations red, Tilray red. So we'll continue to watch, see if anything is going on here. Oh no, what happened to my friend's company? It got removed? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. He was on the show, by the way. Yeah, I gotta show you. No, it's still there. Just I think I removed the privileges for it. All right, we're nicely in the money here on AAPL. We're about 20 pennies in the money as Apple now is back at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if Apple can make a recovery here like the overall market is, Adair.
Yeah, speaking of recovering the overall market, I'm flipping long IWM. I got out of the short exactly how I planned. Pleased as punch. Did not make any profits. I am right on everything today. Not going to lie, this has not been my trading day. But you know what that means? Things can only get better from here. Although, as someone once did point out in the chat, which is very accurate, with trading, things can always go worse. But we're going to be optimistic. So you know what? I can recognize the truism of that statement and also want to be optimistic. So we're going to do a little bit of that. Right now, IW, I'm giving you this kind of nice 13-cent range, hyper-specific from about $200.05, $200.07 up into 220. If we break below 200, I'm outie. I'm not staying above this. 200 is really interesting. So if we break below, I'm probably going to lose interest here. Maybe I got out of the short too early, but you had to do things according to plan. This green triangle, by the way, this is not a buy. This was me getting out of my short. That was a cover. Just want to clarify. So we just had a quick dip below 200. We got right back up. If you want to stay above 200 IWM, I will take you gladly into the 220.
You tell that IWM, Adara.
I will. Thank you very much, Sharif. Look, like we just had that massive pop here. We get down to 200 at 199.99, right back up. So sorry for the aggression there, but that's how this thing's moving.
I think you weren't on camera. That was intense. I like it.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty intense. It was a good thing, though. Good intense.
Appreciate that. Well, that's what I was saying. We got to talk fast sometimes. So these markets are the viciousness.
There you go. We're moving up on AAPL. I mean, Huang family was jokingly, well, probably not jokingly, probably actually felt this. Apple the dead one. How many times have you heard me call Apple the dead one? Many times. It is breaking through the volume weighted average price, though. So let's see if it's able to hold on to this little ascent that it's doing. I'm going to be looking for what it does at the whole dollar. If it gets into that 177 area, let's see, number one, does it make it up there? And then number two, what it does. Does it do the dance with no pants? The wick shimmy dance? There are many different dances, guys, that it can do, right? So we'll see exactly what we get when we get up there. But I got to tell you, looking at some of these other names that have, kind of slowed down in their ascent. I'm talking about some of these Mag 7 names here. I'm talking about you, Tesla. I'm talking about you, Amazon, even you too, Meta and Microsoft, because they're both putting in red candles after that nice curl up here on all of these bad boys. Tesla curling up, even goggles. Shout out to the Obe, the one, the Canobe, for that. I like that little.
So do I.
Yeah, goggles.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, I want to see exactly if Apple can kind of do a little bit of a different dance than some of these guys here and not curl back down. So we'll see if it can. Well, it did its own kind of independent move yesterday on that headline. So Apple, we'll see exactly what it's up to. I'm feeling like I want to short Amazon at these levels here. And
I was thinking that too.
Can I tell you why? I don't know if this is the reason that you're seeing, but this obviously and VWAP. And I think Adair is pointing to this range over here.
I was.
That we're talking about. And then you also have that confluence aspect of it with VWAP being at that exact same level. That level, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, 187.50 or thereabouts, former previous area of support in the morning, now acting as a bit, I don't want to call it a resistance level. We're just holding up briefly at these levels. So we'll see what we get here. The Fuge still didn't make its way up to 18.3. In fact, this topping tail candle over, what did it do? 18.291. So we'll see. We could recover here. Who knows, man? But as Sean said, there are things happening in the Middle East, okay? We don't typically get into politics on the show, but when there is some overlap with finance, we're going to talk about it. Anything could happen at any time. It looks as if between Iran, United States, and Israel, if that happens, if there are belligerencies, likely the market will tank, okay? So we need to keep an eye on that, and then also keep your eye on oil. You have to keep your eye on oil here because it's a Middle East problem, and we know where the majority of the oil comes from. So keeping an eye on the overall market, keeping an eye on oil. Obviously, today we have to be aware of the geopolitical stuff that's going on. And yeah, that's about it. What are you looking at over there?
Yeah, so today the theme of the day is going to be very brief scalps that I am taking very viciously, and we are taking them with shares, and we are taking no prisoners. Sorry for the intensity there, but I'm like, look at this Tesla. I'm trying to get short this 43s and then just take it to like around 172, and I want to explain why.
Go.
I have been waxing poetic for now 2 days about Tesla 172.70. We did break up into 173 on Tesla, but look where these candles close. That's right, 172.70. That's an area for Tesla. I don't know why. All I do is look at charts, but this is the second day in a row Tesla has run into some weird resistance with 172.70. So Tesla, if you're going to show me that, I'm going to have to trade you. You know, that's just how it goes. It's just, you know,
I like how you're threatening the stock.
Well,
like,
I'm not,
Tesla, if you continue to act in this way, I'm going to have to trade you and take money off you.
That's true. I made it seem like I was a little bit more upset with it than I actually am. I'm actually pleased as punch with it. Because, you know, Fabian was saying yesterday, kind of alluding to the idea, shout out to Fabian, that why I like range trading is because I like certainty. To me, there's not a lot of certainty in these markets often, but there is something bizarre about Tesla 172.70. So I think with that in mind, you can probably guess perhaps where my stop's going to be on this trade. That's right, 172.70. So let's see what we do in Tesla. For now, though, I also want to talk about this NVIDIA trade. This is how I need to be trading NVIDIA. This is not what I didn't do earlier today and what I should have done. And I got to get some vengeance. And why I say vengeance, I mean avenge trading, not revenge trading. I was really happy with this. Get involved around 194.50 with the potential to add at 194.05-ish. We didn't get back down there, so we just took $1 off this, off that. So I said 1, I meant 894. 894, basically took this about 894.50 to 895.50. Got top wick on this 1 minute candle, which often doesn't happen, so I was pretty pleased as punch. But again, thank you. This is the type of trading I need to be doing. Scalping off of ranges. That was where I got a little bit bitten over here. Pamp it. Except Tesla. Not you, Tesla. Don't do that. But pamp it for Apple. How is
Yeah, it's going
Apple?
really well right now, Adara. We're working our way incrementally into that 177 area that we spent a little bit of time at this morning. You'll notice between around 10 to around 10:25 or thereabouts, 25 minutes, half an hour, we were doing the dance with 177, excuse me, a little bit above, a little bit below. We're printing now 176.90. Let's see what we do at the whole dollar level, but it's a roundy bottom, as the NOS, the boss, likes to say. Again, Michael Moss, shout out to you. Congratulations on the birth of your new child. Obviously, you know, we're gonna send our love multiple times. I didn't have an opportunity. There was another individual today covering for the NOS boss from Trade Ideas, so shout out to him for coming through. But yeah, we want to shout out the NOS boss, baby. All right, 176, low 90s here on AAPL. Now we're getting mid 90 prints. Okay, so now we're back above 1% to the good on AAPL. Let's see if we can curl up here. I'm not selling. I mean, there's really no reason for me to sell at these levels. I don't see anything from a technical perspective that says Sharif sell, so I'm just going to pack my patience. I'll smack that roundy bottom. All right, Big Kyle Burdett, shout out to you, my man. He's always saying borderline stuff in the chat, but that's why we love Big Kyle. I mean, by the JF Trader, I've tried threatening stocks and flipping off my screen. It never works. Shout out to you, JF Trader. Neither does throwing slippers or other objects around. I've learned that the hard way. So yeah, this is obviously my early days. I don't throw slippers around here on the firm. Otherwise, I'd find myself on the way home quite quickly.
Yeah, that's. Right. I guess that's not really the place for
slippers
that.
in an area where there's a plethora of,
So people will be pretty entertained around here because we have a good time. But yeah, that would definitely not be the vibe. Probably.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Also, was not the vibe. Tesla, you know, he was respecting that 172.70 so well. I was not able to get out of this quickly as I wanted to, but we did get out, so that's all good. We're gonna watch again. I'm not positive on any names right now. Just being honest here, as we do on how to trade. But that means, again, we're just going to keep working. We're going to keep doing it. We did make some back on NVDA with that little baby scalp. So that's the type of trading I want to be doing on NVIDIA, is just these quick $1 scalps with size. With that in mind, I'm really proud of this long I did earlier, but it looks like the long might now be wrong in NVIDIA. If we stay below this 894.50 area, which I like because look how well we rode that 9 EMA earlier, also happens to be the level I took the long off of, so I like a reversal. But yeah, NVIDIA, if you want to stay below this area, somebody's going to go short. And that someone is me. So yeah, let's see what we do here. 894, this could be a spicy short on NVIDIA. Also now Tesla, again, struggling with 172.70. Tesla. We call it stressful for a reason.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let her fight her battle at 172.70, but if she wants to give up the fight at the level that she likes stopping the fight at, someone's gonna go short. And again, I will continue to be that person.
Love it.
NVIDIA trying to push back up now.
It is, and I'm seeing, okay, guys, I'm seeing Meta defend volume-weighted average price. I'm seeing Amazon now break through VWAP. Here's what I'm looking at here. There's these great-looking bottoming tail hammer candles here on Meta. Look at that dip down into 516, the aggression with which buyers are picking up Meta at these levels above VWAP. It's still down on the day. There's no question about that. But this is the kind of candle you want to see if you're looking at getting a VWAP trade. And look at it breaking through 517. Go Meta. Let's see if this one can break that critical support level 1 on pivots. And it's not just the fact that pivots are hanging out there. Look at that pre-market low. Consolidation low, pre-market consolidation low, right at that 518, 517 and 2/3 thereabouts. It's a $500 stock, right? So the areas are not going to be too exact. So Meta looking real good here. Amazon back above VWAP, even the softy right above VWAP as well, trying to break through that 424.5 or the 50-period moving average. AAPL came a little bit back down off that 177 touch. We're back at 176.25. I'm trying to pack my patience here to see if we can break through the whole dollar level. I don't want to paper hand this trade and take out, the shareage at the wrong level. I'm looking for a key technical signal to get out, to be told, okay, well, this is the time to get out. A lot easier said than done, obviously. It's still trading above the volume-weighted average price. I'm talking about AAPL. Let's see if it's able to hang out there and break above that level. John says NVIDIA in an inverse head and shoulders, it looks like. Let's have a look. If that's an inverse head and shoulders, John, then that would be a hell of a long. You already saw the Katina man just take $4 on that monster. So here it is. Look, you're not wrong. This could be the left shoulder over here with the head. We just haven't formed the right shoulder yet. We're going to have to dip down a little bit, maybe into an 890, dip and hold for that right shoulder to form before we break above 895, right? Otherwise, we don't have a right shoulder on the head and shoulders. And what I do like about your analysis, John, is that if an inverse head and shoulder forms here, it is preceded by a downtrend. And that's typically what we look for when we look for reversal patterns, right? We're looking for a downtrend and then the formation of the reversal pattern, and then we see the reverse of the trend go to the high side. So good look, but it's gonna have to form, more discernibly than it is right now if we're gonna really rely on that pattern to get long on 895. So shout out to you, John. Good eye there. Chef Joe, the right shoulder is broken. Dislocated, right? Big Kyle Burdette, ES 5200 NQ south of 83. Agree. Kyle, look what I don't really look at the ES all that much unless I'm on the big desk in the morning, but 18.3, we're doing the wick shimmy dance from the south side, and that's not what you want to see. Look, we haven't gotten quite to 18.3 yet. This is the closest candle over here, 18.291. I'd rather see a nice rejection off the actual level, 18.3, before, celebrating too much. Wow, we were just printing mid-70s on AAPL, and down it goes right back into my entry. So if I was looking for a reason to get out, well, what might be now here, Dara?
Yeah, I mean, this market, I have no words. I'm just so pleased as punch with AMD right now. Really, we're trying to have some AM redemption. That worked better in my head, but that's okay. Avenge trading and AMD. And so what happened here is I didn't love my point of entry. I also had really small positions, so this wasn't like any massive loss, except for my pride. No, I'm joking. But basically, I got involved here because I like these lower highs kind of chopping and turning around VWAP. Didn't end up working out. We got up when we pushed above those pretty decisive wicks here at 164.40. Then I said, Adara, if you still like 164.40 as you're out for the short, we can't get above it. Why not just take this baby short in the range? So I did. Right now we are literal pennies away from our last exit point. So AMD, if you want to get like a couple pennies lower here, oh, it doesn't. Okay, that's cool. AMD, yeah, it's always frustrating when things get like pennies away from your exit point, but that's all good. Really proud of this trade. It looks like we got filled, so please this punch. Basically what I was doing here is I was looking, we're talking about, I know I'm not any expert by any means, but we're talking about ranges this week. So if I kind of want to talk about my impetus for the profit taking on this range, if I may. So my first, I got in here around this 40s. I like that we were kind of seeing this rejection even as the market was moving up. Then in terms of where I chose my profit takers, look at this doji at 164.10s. That's where we're going to get profit taker number one. Number two was around this 164 area. That was a bit more arbitrary. I just kind of like this chop and churn area. Last but not least, I wanted to go above VWAP, but I didn't want to get as close to the bottom of the range because I did see this kind of doji and I was like, this could be a bit of a long, so I don't want to give us that much room. Got out at 90s. So that, yeah, I just wanted to kind of explain the impetus for that. We're talking about sometimes in these less volatile areas, and this AMD range is certainly pretty tight. You want to make sure that you're not letting it breathe too much. You're giving like little punches of it so you can take the profits and not get spooked out. So that's what happened with AMD. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I'm really proud of this range, and NVIDIA looking like she wants to give me a bit of a range too, so I might.
Yeah, I was just about to say that 895 range there at the top. I don't know what you're seeing on your side. I'm getting out of AAPL. Well, for about a 5-penny loss there on the last little bit. But this is the look. I like this look here on NVIDIA. Look at this wick shimmy dance with 895. And we know that that was kind of the top earlier as well. We didn't really have too many candles closing above 895. You had these two over here. Other than that, it was just wicks. So interesting look here on NVDA at these levels as we also don't make it back up above to 18.3. So there is some confluence there between the Mag 7 names and the, what are they called? And the futures. So keeping an eye on that. Let's flip back. Wow, Aurora Cannabis retraced the entire move off 735 right back into lows. So I have no idea what the hell that was on Aurora Cannabis, but it's really not that important. All right, flipping back here to NVDA. So this is going to be an interesting area. We could try to range trade, just as Adira was saying, this 895 area, the equivalent area on NVDL being about 40.40, 40.35, thereabouts. Looks like it's ranging now, and that is the the earlier area of consolidation from around 9:30 to around 10:30. So, but an hour consolidation at this area. Kyle Burdett, NVIDIA, I'm short again. Shout out to you, Kyle. Kill it, baby. What else we got? Apple, come on, says Brad Gober. Yeah, Apple disappointed me too. We could have taken profits at 177. We wanted the whole dollar break, and we ended up paying the price there. We were 60 pennies on the money on a very small piece, though. Let's see what else people are talking about. Ben Lane says, boom. I don't know what you're looking at, Ben, but shout out to you. Looks like you're printing on that. Just see what other people are talking about here. Yeah, okay. Tight stop on Tesla, says Big Rob. Okay. Yeah, well, Tesla's kind of doing that same consolidative move at maybe 173, thereabouts. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Let's flip back to some small cap gappers, see what they're doing. Since the Mag 7 names are... I forgot about this Easy Go. This thing absolutely tanked. I didn't even bother mention Easy GO. This was well over 100% rejected. Yeah. Now it's well down off the highs and below VWAP, so I'm not going to trade that. INDO is really the only small cap gapper that MNDR and INDO because it's trading above VWAP. But how I get into this, a bit of a tougher look. Didn't really respect VWAP over here for whatever reason, but it bounced beautifully off the 20. 20 is the yellow line on my chart. Maybe we'll set up a dip trade here at the 20, or that could have been done by now. Who knows? So keeping an eye on some of these names. Apple trying to defend 176 as well. So, yep, that's really all I have to say about that.
Nice. Yeah, hopefully, maybe you can get another bite of the apple there.
Hopefully.
But yeah, so NVIDIA, I want to talk about this. So Kyle Burdett was mentioning in the chat the 5-minute flat top on NVIDIA, and I liked it as well. I mean, look at this, like, whoop.
Nice.
I did, to be fair, I took a log off of it, but it was like a scalp log off the 1 minute. But yeah, this flat top is, whoof, and we had it earlier too. Like, I like when previous consolidation comes out and says, hey, Sharif was mentioning that as well. But yeah, so right now I have all my entries planned. All I need is for NVIDIA to come walk through the door. Making it sound like we're in some romance movie, like Jerry Maguire, you had me at hello, I don't know. But honestly, NVIDIA, if you can sell at these levels, you'll have me at sell-low. So I'm trying to get in here at this 193.70s-ish. Then we have another position ready, 194. Then around 194. Why do we keep saying 894.50. If we break above this 895 areas decisively, we're getting out. I don't know if we'll get those areas, but I also have to stay true to those are the areas I want to get involved in. So if we don't get in, we don't get in. But Meta, though, also kind of giving me the wave. So let's see how she's doing. And look at this range on META. Chef's kiss. We have this bottom around VWAP, which also comes into confluence with this earlier top and turn we had here, that 116.20 area. And then we kind of take this top at 517.25. So to me, this is a little interesting area of consolidation here at Meta, on Meta. That's French consolidation? No, I don't even think so. I'm just saying words. But yeah, so I like what we're doing here. I want to watch and make sure that this is a good area of entry, but I do think that and the spread is not even that bad right now. Okay, we're punching in on Meta. We're doing it. Getting in at 31s, getting in, this is a fine amount of shares. We're not getting too many shares. And then if we break kind of below into this VWAP, so we're giving this about 516, giving you about 30 pennies, trying to make about $1. So I have no problem with that risk and reward. Just got filled the first part of NVIDIA. Please just punch. I just did those thumbs up without saying anything, so that was kind of weird. Lolo saying love Adara's badge. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We just talk a lot over here, so I'm happy when it's well appreciated. But it looks like someone
I'm back in, baby.
And started eating the apple.
I'm back in, baby. We'll see if we can hold this 176. Honestly, I wanted the dip at the 50 period. I didn't get the dip I put my order at 85, 175, 85. Sadly, I didn't get filled. So it looks like it's defending the whole dollar here and the 50 on the 5. We'll see if Apple can make its way back up. We'll look to wet our beak maybe in a little bit. Kyle Burdett, I sent an email to Real Trading to try and get hooked up with you to share those fishing baits. My man, just send me a message on Instagram. Don't even bother. Just send me a message on Instagram, and I'll respond to you right away, Kyle. So I think my Instagram cycles every now and again by Streamlabs. Yeah, thank you, Bears versus Bulls, the world's greatest moderator. Thanks for throwing that in there again. Shout out to you, Kyle. CompuCare team, hello, my friend. Can you check Tesla long near VWAP? Yeah, it looks like it's range trading CompuCare at VWAP. Are you in Tesla? No.
I didn't, but look what area Tesla respected once again.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what he's looking at too. What do you think of that level?
I'm obsessed. Honestly, if we bounce off VWAP, I'm getting long and taking it to 172.70. But this is so upsetting. This is what bamboozlement is. We break above that 172.70, so I have to leave, and I basically get out top wick, and then it kind of does what I want to do. Clearly, my entry, though, in this was very flawed, so I should not have been getting short off VWAP. But hey, if we bounce here, I'm getting long, and if not, I am taking that beautiful 172.70 level short, because that's the level for me. And it's like, if I like it, that shouldn't be my stop. That should be my entry. So that's my take on that. Right now, please just punch with NVIDIA, just letting her do her thing, 21.
21.
I was about to type to Kyle in the chat, and then I did not, so I'll just say it out loud. I am trying to add still here at 894.50s, because I do want a little bit more oomph, want a little bit more room in this position. And we're going to be, let me switch to my 1 minute, because that's what I traded. There we go. NVIDIA 1 minute. I don't like that we're having this weird pop off this 893.40, but we're going to be getting some out of 893s, and then we're going to be saving pieces for dreams. Not a huge dream, mind you, just the bottom of this previous range. Around this 890, is it 892.85? We'll do like 892. We'll do 892.95, exactly there. You know, NVIDIA, if you're gonna give me levels, I'll just respect them. So yeah, NVIDIA definitely not one you wanna backhand or disrespect or talk down to. So happy with this trade right now. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, this Tesla breaks down below VWAP. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on this, but yeah, sometimes levels just scream at you. and I apparently ignored them. So congrats though to anyone who got that Tesla 172.70. I don't know why. You can't say for sure why stocks choose levels, but yeah, Tesla obsessed with that 172.70. Also, I just noticed, courtesy of our position board, shout out to the position board, that I am long Meta. So please just punch with this. This is what I wanted. And I'm going to switch to the 3 so you can kind of see the range on here. Yeah, really happy with this. We only got part filled, but we still have enough shares for me to, smile and get out of bed in the morning. So please just punch. We're going to be getting out of this just shy of that 517.20, the top of the range. There we go. Yeah, that's what I have right now. Short NVIDIA. It looks like we're out of NVIDIA. Out NVIDIA.
You're out
so
NVIDIA?
Pretty happy. Yeah. Vance Goolsby coming on. Thank you, DayTrader Cut, for letting us know. He will be taking the mic soon. If we see any updates here coming into the Benzinga, I shall let you know. AMD, though, also continuing to range, so I might have to let it know who's boss and take it short again. I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm not
thank you for reminding me about
stock.
The housekeeping that we have to do. Okay, here we go. So, Bostic is supposed to drop hot lines at 2:30. 14:30. So Raphael Bostic, Fed member, obviously coming on at 2:30. So keep tabs on that. That'll be on the Big Kahuna show. What else we have? We have Mary Daly gonna drop hot lines as well at 3:30. Again, that'll be later. That'll be on the closing show with Neil and Sean. So 2 Fed speakers today. Raphael Bostic, Mary Daly. What else do we have? No, that's it. That's the only Fed speakers. We have a lot of oil stuff coming out, crude, as well as gold stuff coming out as well at 3:30. So yeah, some commodity stuff, some Fed speakers. We'll see there. Brad Gober, I'm long Apple, 176.04. All right, brother, you got a better price than me. It's doing the dance right now. It's trying to hold the 50-period moving average, but I'm not very pleased with it. But we're already profitable on it, so let's see if we can get that move back up. Somebody was asking earlier, can you look at CrowdStrike? One that we haven't looked at in some time, CRWD. Let's have a look at the Benioff company. Oh, no, that's CRM. What am I talking about? I'm losing it. All right, here's CrowdStrike on the day. Let's go to a bit of a wider view. Yeah, Crowd's not doing much today, guys. I mean...
There's not a lot of crowd in crowd.
No, there isn't. There's no crowd in crowd today. Crowd's, well, it's down. It's down on the day. What the hell is it down? Let's find out. CRWD. So CrowdStrike down 2.43. No headlines. Haven't seen any significant headline come in on CrowdStrike in some time. So I got to tell you, I mean, it's at the volume-weighted average price right now, bouncing off 308 and 2/3, but there's just not enough for me today to be trading CrowdStrike. I'm sorry about that. But when there is, I will absolutely gladly trade it. I hold PanW in my long-term account. It is one of my long-term positions / swing. Really kind of changes from time to time, but exactly how I feel about that. So anyway, yeah, I'm really worried about this 176 on Apple. We're a little bit above 176, and then we keep rejecting it. So this is not maybe a good look here. I have my stop in place. I've got the dip trade here in place to get a better cost basis, but I think I'm just asking for too much there. So let's go ahead and put it in there for less shares. But yeah, Apple looking like it may not hold these levels. Not exactly sure. But that NVIDIA, I'm telling me you're still short NVIDIA.
No, I'm not.
What a beautiful short that was.
This is a really nice short, but I want to say to you the reason I'm not still short.
Okay.
Because I've learned, and this was my issue with this short earlier, is that although this was probably I think this short it took was a lot sweeter, the second one, but if I overstay my welcome, and if I don't have like a planned out for something like this, I get a little bit squeamish, and I just don't feel like I don't trade my best. Like for this earlier short, if I had gotten out when we just had that move down, we would have been $1 plus in the money. We ended up losing on the trade. So I just find that for myself, especially with stuff like NVIDIA, I kind of had to adhere to that. Of course, you're making a little bit less profit, but I also find I lose less doing this. So I'm still proud of my entry, honestly, too. Like, even if I didn't get all the profit, I still took about $1 on this. So I'm pleased as punch.
Nice. That's
and I
huge.
think that's what I've said too. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I feel like sometimes I fight FOMO by just having my plans and getting out, right? So that's the thing here. But yeah, congrats to anybody still short. This is gorgeous. And honestly, if we reject again off this 892 area, I'll get back in. I have no problem with that. I have to respect my ranges, I think, because I think the ranges treat me better when I treat them with respect.
I like that. You treat that range with respect. All right, keeping an eye on some of these other trades. Nothing happening here. Still in this position, but I do believe the Neil is ready for his lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, brought to you by Real Trading, the only place where you can fulfill your day trading dreams with real trades in every single market that you can absolutely imagine. And when you are trading, you probably hear this said a lot, especially on the morning show, the live show, the afternoon show, the midday show. Stay in your lane. And when you think about that term, now if you're driving, it's pretty obvious what that means, right? I mean, clearly, basically, you're either one of those people that likes the fast lane, you're passing people, you want to be just slightly above the pace of traffic, maybe you're conservative, you like to keep things slow, just chill out, or maybe you like the optionality in the middle where you're on the highway, you like to be able to have exits and you're kind of in between. In trading, I think it's very similar. If you can't define the type of trader that you are, then you're in that beginning phase. And you should be experimenting, and you should be trying all different flavors of trading. But once you've established what's profitable for you, then you've got to make sure that that's where the capital is going. And just because you get excited about something doesn't mean you want to jump into it. Now, the most obvious distinction that we can make between styles would be, I'd say, fundamental and technical. So if you are a trader that likes technicals, and when I say technicals, you're looking at a chart, you are looking for chart patterns, you are looking for support and resistance, maybe you're using some indicators. It's really just about those patterns, and then you're using price action based off of those patterns for your trades. You don't care necessarily whether you beat on the top and bottom lines or what the CEO might have said. It might give you a catalyst, but that's about it. If you're fundamental, I think we all understand there. You're going to be poring over balance sheets. You're going to be reading and listening to reports. You're going to care what the CEO has to say during a conference call, and you're going to make judgment calls. A lot of times when you're a fundamental trader, you might be buying into weakness. And why does that matter? I'll show you the best example, and pretty much the reason why this is the lesson of the day is all the questions we kept getting about JPM. And all morning long in the morning show, everyone's like, why is JP Morgan going down? And truth be told, I don't know. Because it's going down. Because buyers aren't there. Because sellers are taking profit. Because Jamie Dimon didn't say the right thing in the conference call. Because one metric wasn't good enough. Now, if you're a fundamental investor in JP Morgan, you're going to look at that, beat on the top and bottom lines, okay, what was their net interest income, all that kind of good stuff, and you're going to make a judgment as to whether this is too far to the downside, and maybe you'll like some longs like some longs on these dips. If that's what you do, that's what you do, but you probably have a different time horizon. If you are a price action trader, then you don't care if they had a good report. Ultimately, what you care about is a trend to the downside. And then the ability to tune it all out when you do see that trend and ignore the fact that it's on a potentially positive catalyst. Like at some point you could maybe favor a long if it looks strong because it was a positive earnings report. But at the end of the day, if you are a technical trader, then you've got to be able to stay in that lane. And here's the problem. If you try to jump back and forth, what's going to happen to you is you're just not going to be consistent. And if you're not consistent with your strategies, then you're not going to know in a true sense what does or doesn't work for you. Because you're going to be blending things and you will have no definable results with which to gauge your success and then put capital to the things that are working. And that's a huge problem for traders. I mean, if you like breakouts, again, price action, then maybe that's not the same as dip buying. But at least you're doing things that speak the same language. If you find yourself in the middle of the day in a downward trend in a stock, and you're a technical trader, and you're talking yourself into a long as you are reading a balance sheet, then you should probably take a step back and question your life decisions. Now, the other thing we say in terms of sticking in your lane comes down to trading style as well. And now within momentum and technical trading, you can be a couple of different things. You might be a trend trader. You might also be a mean reversion trader. I think these are two very different things. And if you are good at one versus the other, then you need to know what skill sets are going to be important to you. Now, I'll give you an example. If you're a trend trader, then when you see Coinbase, let's just say, wipe out bottom here, trend up, the next day, you will probably be favoring long trades. If this is what you do best, then when it does this, you want to have long opportunities. You look for things like dip buys, you look for higher lows, and when it keeps giving it to you, you want to be taking those trades. Now, it's easy to spot a trend as it's going and look for entries. Whether or not you get the dip buys or you time them right, of course, that's going to be the nuances that are not easy to trade. But if you're a mean reversion trader where you see a big move up and you're looking for the retracement, you simply might just have to spot those tops and sit out a stock that is going absolutely haywire until it goes right to your level. Now, the 260 level on Coinbase has been a big deal. There's no question about it. And if you look at this thing on a daily chart, I'm going to pull up my trade ideas up here. Since it has made these lower highs, it had been rejecting these tops. You made a lower high off the 260, which has been pretty significant resistance going into this week. So if your bread and butter is seeing parabolic moves that you think are too fast and too overextended and you want to fade them, then a mean reversion trader or a pullback trader or a buy the dip trader, if that's your style, requires you to have much more patience, generally speaking, than that momentum trader. You're going to do nothing. You're going to sit there, you're going to watch a stock go crazy, and then you're going to wait. And when it gets to your level, then you've got to be able to pounce. Like, think about somebody that has the patience to just sit there in the woods, waiting to see something in particular, or maybe you're a fisher. I like fishing. So you're out there, you're cool with just chilling, you got your brew, you might not catch anything, but you're relaxed, you're having fun, you know when there's a bite, you're ready to pounce, and you're gonna be happy with it. The difference in emotions for those two is very important. The difference in mentality for those two is very important. The momentum trader is looking aggressively for opportunities to grab that trend. They're probably going to have more executions. If you are that mean reversion trader, you might just get that one shot at the trade. So find who it is that you are, the style of trade that suits you best, and then try to lean into it. And I'll give you another tidbit here because a lot of traders kind of fall into this problem. And I know when I started in my first few months, I fell into this. There's the trader that you think is more fun, or the trade that you think is more fun, or what you think you might end up being, and then there's the actual thing you end up best at in trading. You don't really know until you start trading or get into your trading journey what style of trader you're going to be. You can have an idea about it. You can want to be a mean reversion trader. You can want to be a scalp trader. You can want to be a trend trader. You can want to be a swing trader. But there's a good chance that certain patterns are just going to speak to the way your brain works, and you've got to try them out. And then whichever one it happens to be okay with doing that. Because ultimately, I've seen a lot of traders fail because they'll have some success, build a bit of a bankroll doing something they didn't think is going to be their best trade or the best style or the style they wanted to do. And the second they make a bit of money, they throw that away, do something they think is more fun. And I get it. Everyone wants to do things that are fun. But you know what? You're in this to try to find what works. So if you can find your lane, stick to it, expand within it. It's much better to find a lane and then branch out and find ideas adjacent to it than to do conflicting trades. So on the longer time frame sense, it's obvious here, fundamentals versus momentum and obviously technical trading. And then within that, are you something like a mean revert? Do you like to chase patterns? Do you like breakout trades? You might even be somebody that likes news events. Maybe the only trade you make is around Fed days, is around oil numbers, is around when Fed speakers, around bond auctions, and you take one shot a day or one shot a week. Those are all valid. And there's no such thing as a bad trading style. There are only profitable ones and unprofitable ones. That's your lesson of the day. Stay in your lane, both on the highway, but also in trading.
Shout out to the Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. The Neil dropping hot lines on the midday. Now, while Neil was dropping hot lines, I got out of my Apple trade. I don't like it. I'm short NVDL. We're nicely in the money on this one, about 30 pennies in the money off this 40 break here. And NVDA is at 887, 50 the low, now coming back into 888s, looking to go into 9. We already wet our beak on some profits here, but the curl down on NVDA prompted me to take this NVDL trade. So we'll see what happens there. But I got to tell you, I was also very interested in that Amazon short. Now look where Amazon is, literally at day's low. Do we hold up here? Amazon has been absolutely a rocket as of late. It hit all-time highs yesterday. So right now, I'm thinking this 186 1/3 is an interesting area here to go long AMZN, and I'll just give it to the low of day. The low of day is like 10 pennies off where we are at the moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, let's see here if we can get a better cost basis. I'm long Amazon. I'm gonna give it, not that much. We'll see if it breaks out 186.23. That is technically the low of day. I'll send it to you, ADR, so I can put my stops.
Yeah, Pitchbull pointing out the reason for this, which is Amazon range. And honestly, I really like that. Thank you, Pitchbull, for pointing this out. I just typed in, decidedly not Amazon. I typed in ANZE.
Oh, no.
So let's find Amazon.
Tanking.
It's
tanking. I'm going to have to give this like 2 more pennies.
Also, I want to address too, I was in a meta long. That was not intentional. The first one was, and then I tried to get out part filled. I guess I accidentally added too much and then got long again, which was not the goal. So what we did was we punched out the second we noticed it. It's unfortunate. Things happen. And in my case, fat fingers are more common than they should be, but that's okay. AMD getting close to my exit here. I should have taken everything out at 64s. It was like a penny away from my point. But if we bounce here, I'm basically taking these 55s, which is just kind of the area we wick down to. If we bounce, I stay in. If we don't, I get out. Really simple. Yeah, this has not been my day. When the market is trendy, usually is not my day. But as Neil says, you have to figure out what kind of trader you are, which I really appreciate as well.
Yeah, that was actually really good.
Sharif and I were talking about that, and it's like, you really don't know until you try. Much like a lot of things. This Amazon, Amazon, what are you doing? Oh, I'm looking at Tesla. I thought Tesla and Amazon are so similar looking. I thought I was looking at Amazon, but I was looking at Tesla, which is also recovering here. Tesla, you're being interesting. Okay. I like this. I want to see what we do. The one thing that scares me about going long here is that we had this wick up on the 5 and rejected at 171.90. 171.90 was that area that was support earlier. I want to watch what we do here. Worst case scenario, I take it long into 171.90. AMD is becoming a bit of an AM disaster, so we're going to be getting out here. Bye, AMD. See you never. No, I'm joking. Oh, why would that not let me leave? Okay.
Man, AMD's down 4%.
Yeah.
Goodness, more than 4%.
It is, yeah, it's very much down, which is why the long, it was holding up pretty well initially, that long, especially compared to the rest of the market. Didn't end up staying holding up. So if we can get out of AMD, I'd be pleased as punch. And right now, I think we might punch into something on Tesla, but I need to wait for it to come into my areas.
Man, we are tanking here at Dare. We're 40 pennies in the money on NVDL now as this thing comes down to 39.65. NVDA curling, sell the rounded tops, says the NOS boss. Buy the rounded bottoms. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Big Kyle. So, yeah, I'm watching as NVDL falls, guys. We're short 40.03. I thought I had 40.04. We're on the way down here. Now, I don't know exactly where we hold up. Technically, LOD on NVDA is 88293, so essentially 893. That's still well away. That's about $4 from where we're trading at right now on NVDA. We're trading NVDL, the derivative. There are 2 others that I know about, maybe more that you know about, NVDS and NVDX. You could trade those if you don't want to spend $887 a share on NVDA. Big Kyle, I see you, sir. Shout out to Tisha, Sharif, Adara. Can you go over Endo move? Is probably over now, but it's still nice to see. Okay, so my headset just died again. I don't know what's going on with these headsets, but I think somebody's coming in at night and like bamboozling them.
Cursing it?
Yeah, because every day.
Sean, it's Sean.
What's going on, Katina Man? Mine's the only one that works. The Katina Man's is the only one that works. I mean, like, that's kind of a little unfair around here. We need ones that work too. No, I'm kidding, of course. Let's keep an eye on that. Let's look at INDO for Tisha. Let's bring in the side chart. See what's afoot on INDO. Indonesia Energy Corporation. $55 million market cap, right? We have this on the side chart. It's 98% to the good, right? On the day, let's put in the ticker. All right, topping tail candle into 594. $6 essentially. But the topping tail candle doesn't precipitate a huadunk. Look what happened after. You're getting another green candle there. So sometimes a little bamboozling these topping tail candles. You think that the matter is over with and we're going to start tanking. Look, I wanted to get in on this Tisha. Initially, I said, look, it's not respecting VWAP because it broke it right here around 11:30 to 11:40, 11:25 to 11:40. It bounced off the 20, which is the yellow line on my chart. I said, maybe that's the better look here. Wait for a dip into the 20. Alas, it hasn't come back down. Whether in the VWAP, whether to the 20, it has been doing the dance here with the 10, which is the green solid line on my chart. And back above 550 it goes again. It looks like it wants to take 6, Tisha, 105% to the good. Let me give you some details on this. 4.7 million share float. That's very small. It's not minuscule, but it is small, relatively speaking. The way that I would look to get in on this, Tisha, is either a retracement into the green, which is the 10 EMA, or I'd look for a dip trade into a key area of previous resistance, now support. So maybe that 520, that 5 as well, owing to this level over here or this level over here, depending on whether you want to use the closing prints or the wicks. But it looks like it is up and to the right. Even when it did retrace, it didn't retrace all that much. So we'll keep eyes on INDO. It's really the only good small cap gapper that's doing things at the moment. Let me just make sure that I'm accurate in saying that. INDO, yes. HUSA, okay, it's back above VWAP. So HUSA is back above the volume weighted average price, 48% to the good. It's not giving you much in the way of a notional move though, because, well, it's trading at like 10 pennies here, 10 pennies there. I mean, like, the opening print's 160, the HOD is 254. So the entire move on the day has been $1. But again, you know, you could volume, you could share size larger into this. So HUSA, INDO, the only small cap gappers that I'm watching. Tisha, I gotta tell you, I'm not gonna chase Indo up here. It'll have to dip trade into a key level of support before I wanna weasel my way into this. I hope you absolutely print on it though. Let me know how you're doing with that.
Yeah, thank you for DayTrader Cut keeping us updated here. Feds Goolsby saying if PCE is reinflating, the Fed will stabilize prices. So that's good to know. It's not good for the market, but it's certainly a good thing to keep in mind here. Also, I did get back NVIDIA. I'm happy so far, honestly, I have to say. You were NVDL, and neither of us are taking NVDLs here.
Well, to be honest with you, I like your entry and I like my hold because we're both at key areas.
Yeah. That's a good point. We're both at, let me look at the NVDL because I haven't looked at that chart in a couple moons. So let's see how this is going. Yeah, this is a great, you have a really good entry too. Look at that.
Yeah.
A little previous, but yeah.
Short
I like
40.03, yeah.
40.03, yeah, nice. But yeah, so right now I don't like for myself just the way I trade. I'm getting a little nervous at that pop back to 887, but breathe, Ladera, breathe. If we get into 888.50s again, I have another ad because I'm trying to get a little bit more ambitious because trading is about taking risks and, you know, trying to be a little bit riskier and friskier. No, I'm joking. I'm just trying to get more comfortable in the trades. So I'm happy right now. We're staying below that 9 EMA. So go down, NVDA and NVIDIA. Yeah, you say I was trying to do the down. There, said but at that time. But yeah, so still gonna be interested in adding an 880s. If we break up above into 890s, I'm done. So let's see what happens here. I trade NVIDIA, like I said, off the 1 minute just because I like those scalps better for myself. So I have better points of entry. But the 5, I'm still okay with this. We're below the 9 EMA and the 5, and I would say decisively below the 9 EMA and the 5. So I'm happy. But someone in the chat said something else that I've been kind of considering, which was Tesla long, and that is John Danaher. And I have to say, John Danaher, I like this. I mentioned earlier, the fact that Tesla had a suited double bottom is a nice look for me, but the area I will absolutely be watching, and just for myself, not advice, is that 171.90. That was the previous support area. If we resist, I insist I get involved in this short. And it looks like we are having a bit of trouble now with this area. For your sake, John, I do hope this one comes back to the upside. And honestly, like I said, if we push above that 170, I would also probably hop into the Cybertruck right with you, because I think that's a nice look to the upside. You're out of NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus on Apple, man, because Apple keeps bouncing off that 50 period. I mean, it's right back down again into that area. It keeps, for whatever reason, hovering between 176 and 175, 80-ish, or thereabouts. Where are we long? We're long 85. So I'll give us a little bit of room, a bit of a range trade happening here on AAPL. We'll see how long that lasts for. So I'll give this one, oh, wow, just as I talk about it, it comes right back down there. So the market, the market is inching a lot closer to 18.2. So yeah, decisions to be made here for futures traders who may be interested in that 100-point level. So we'll keep eyes on 18.2 as we're at 18.212. We're just a little bit lower actually at the moment. So we'll keep eyes on that one. What's NVDL doing? Yeah, it's still in that range or thereabouts, but I'm going to have to cut this trade on AAPL. Not a good trade here. Just as I get into the range, it breaks down on me, but that's just the way it is. I'll look to reinstitute a trade on AAPL either at the $0.50 or $0.33, because those are the areas of support that we got into at around, what time was that? 11:05 or so. That is that little double bottom that we have over here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. This one, these two over here. So if we're going to make our way down into that area, I'll be looking to re-up at that area there for Apple. So we'll see what we get there. We had a nice trade on that one earlier. What else is moving here? TSLA also at lows. This could be interesting here. Tesla coming into that 174.5. Oh, sorry, 171.5, excuse me. Last time we were down here, we bounced off this level. Could we get a double bottom at around these levels for TSLA? Questions to be asked here, especially since we're, kind of near the lows on the future. Technically, the low on the day on the June contract is 18.193. We're just a smidge above 18.2 at the moment. So let's pull up TSLA and see what is good with this one. Yeah, okay, that's an interesting area here on Tesla. We'll set up a dip trade at the 40s or so. We'll put 43. What's life without MZ? We'll see if we get something there, or we'll go without us. We'll have to wait and see there with Tesla. But yeah, that's really all I'm looking at. INDO, again, and HUSA, the only other two small caps I'm looking at. Unless you guys know of another better small cap that's moving. I keep looking at my scanner to see if anything is coming up new here, but everything seems to be the same old that we've seen from today. I know people are talking about PXMD. It's below VWAP. I know it had a big move earlier, but it's not trading the way it's supposed to. So, gonna lay off PXMD.
Yeah, well, staying a low dose of PXMD there, because Pax meant like a bit of a weak pun there, but it's all good. Also, NVIDIA took some out, 887. We're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna get filled for this reload, which I was trying to get here at that 888.50s, but it's all good. I have a profit taker set for some of this position at 887.50s. If we get it, please just punch. And then I have a final piece for the dream, which I will be dispensing somewhere I have not decided yet, because we're trying to take more risks. I like it. If we struggle with 887s, though, I'm just taking everything out of 887s. I'm really proud of this trade. And also, I have another semiconductor short as well to be friends with NVIDIA. And that's my AMD short. Right now, it looks like we got part out of NVIDIA. Okay, please just punch. AMD, I like this. I got involved here. I was trying to play this range to the upside off the bottom here of VWAP. And I was like, you know what, Adira, if the range switches, why don't you switch with the range? So instead of playing this range off the long side now, we're going to try it to the short side. I got involved here when I saw this failure of that 164. We're trying to get out some of this at 163.66, which we might not get. So you know what? We're going to take a third out here because sometimes you have to calculate and adapt your plans. And then I have another, we're going to get another third out. Let's stick with 66s because why not? And then final pieces for dreams around 50s. So this is the deal here with AMD, trying to be scalpy. I was going to say trying to be pleased as punch, but I am pleased as punch because I think as you take risks, you you know, with risk comes reward sometimes. And also, as long as you have like areas in mind, right? Why not try to, you know, have a little more fun with it? And shout out to Kyle Burdett as well, who was talking about this with me in the chat, because I was like, I got out of that initial NVIDIA short way too early, and I was proud of it. But Kyle was like, the way you entered, you didn't even really have any risk, which was true. So I just kind of spooked myself out trying to get that range. So it's like, you know, sometimes, and I'm just coming up with this at the top of my head, so who knows if this is accurate. Sometimes I think maybe in attempts to be fearful and be cautious, you actually end up being greedy because you want to protect your profit. And with that in mind, you stop yourself from great opportunities. I don't know if that made any sense.
It did. No, I absolutely agree. Great look there on, oh man, I got out of NVIDIA a little too early there, a little bit disappointed with myself. It comes right back down into that area. I'm trying to focus on TSLA here now because I see a little bit of support showing up here at that 171.5. We'll see what we get here. I put in a bit of a dip trade at 45s. It may not get filled. I'd like to get the lower end of the range rather than trying to chase this. So we'll see what we get for these bad boys. We're below 18.2 now, Big Kyle. You're probably happy at this point because we're at 18.2. A little bit above, a little bit below. How do we resolve? I looked over to the Katina man. I said, Sean. Well, I didn't call him Sean. You know that. No, what do you think? Do we break below 18.2 or do we hold 18.2? And he went. So you know what that means. So 18.2 break incoming, baby. 18.191 LOD at the moment on the NQ June contract. We're at 196. We are at lows, guys. 1.57% now in the red. At the moment on the NQ June contract, so we'll continue to see what we get there. Interesting levels here on AAPL as well. We were talking about this 175 and a third coming in, so let's have a look at that because that is the double bottom possibly here on AAPL owing to this little trough that we put in earlier. Do we hold up at these levels or is that just a level that don't even matter? So here we go, 175 breaking, 175 and a third breaking. Technically, the closing print on AAPL yesterday, 170, just above 175. 175.05, 175.06, something like that. So what's going on, Sean? The Katina man covered the Qs at 59, and it's on the way down, breaking heavily here. 18.183 new low of day on the NQ June contract. Things headed big down. And Big Kyle is loving life, my man. Full bear froth over here. I'm spending the money for Kyle, man.
Yeah, he's a rabid bear.
Kyle. Yeah,
he's a
rabid bear, right? Yeah, full. I don't even want to visualize that. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. What's going on over there? I see your pleases punch.
I'm so happy. Someone was joking in the chat saying that you should take a shot every time I say please just punch. I don't think anyone wants that.
Would be, well, if, yeah, depending on the what game we're playing, depending on how many words you and I repeat, because we like to say our
we have a couple
isms
phrases
all over.
Yeah, I'm sure someone could probably make a game out of it. I don't know if they'd want to, but
right.
But yeah, I am, as you were saying, please just punch with AMD. That is my one semiconductor short that I'm still in. We have a third of the position left, and we're trying to go for 163.50s. But I did exit my other semiconductor trade, and that is NVIDIA. And I'm just going to smile because I'm really happy with this.
Nice.
Thank you. I was trying to add a little bit too. I think I was a bit too ambitious trying to add at 888.50s when we got back up there. So like I said, I stuck exactly to my plan here. I said we take some out at 887.50 and then we save a teeny tiny piece for dreams. I'm so proud of where I took this out. Like right now it's bottom wick on the 5. So I have no idea if it'll stay there, but this was just for me watching, seeing where we had some struggles. We were struggling 886.50. I said Adara, punch, and we punched. So there we go, and that is why I am currently pretty happy. But yeah, right now I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA unless there's stuff I like with it. AMD, if you want to keep AM dropping, someone's going to keep their thumbs up and smiling. But yeah, I'm still down in the day, but I'm just really proud of just taking some risks and taking some opportunities. Thank you, I appreciate that. Because this market is not my type of market. There are no ranges out in these hills. And the only way you're going to be home on the range is if you find these tiny range opportunities. And that's what I've been trying to do.
I think you made big BPI chuckle.
Did you?
I don't think you've ever made BPI chuckle. I've never heard BPI chuckle back there. What? What are you trying to do, Ram Ram? Ram Ram's trying to cause beef between you and I. Did you see that? She's like, that's so mean. I'm like, no, BPI doesn't chuckle at our jokes. He's usually like stoic back there staring at Mara, right? You know, tell the people what's up, BPI.
I like the stoic, yeah.
Right? So keeping an eye on that. I'm long Apple, trying to hold this particular area, looking for a move back up. We'll see what happens. I got a dip trade set up on Tesla at these levels, but I don't know if that is the right move because it looks like we're headed down into these levels again yet, Adara. So I'm just going to have to put my stops.
Yes, and we also had a super chat. Fugazi Bear, 199 super chat. Yeah, Fugazi, I don't, you know, Obi, shout out to Obi, says that word a lot, but Fugazi Bear, 199 super chat. Thank you very much, saying thank you, Adara. Gold puts just made my day. Oh, you don't have to thank me for that. Let's take a look at gold. I mean, I appreciate it. Always happy to have everybody here.
Okay.
But yeah, we didn't even point out gold. A couple people in the chat pointed out GLD. So shout out to everybody here in this awesome community we have.
Yes.
But GLD, yeah, I mean, gold puts. Yeah, congrats to you. I have no idea where you got in here, but honestly, like, this is a bit bamboozling here. Look, we find support at that previous area of support here again at that 221.60, and gold's like, it basically, to me, is a bull trap. I hope I use that term correctly, because it makes you think we could be getting back up here. We chop and churn around that previous support area, and then we quadruple to the downside. And the Fugazi Bear, definitely also probably going to be a rabid bear for those gold puts, so congrats to you. Please as punch. Very happy to hear it. So, yeah, let's see what else. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. I'm honestly just happy to be here every day. I am also being tempted by the Cybertruck on this dip trade potential, Sharif. I know you mentioned it, and honestly,
it just keeps consolidating around there. I'm not sure what to make of it exactly.
But these wicks are a little stressful. And the one thing I will say, too, is look, every time the wicks end wherever 90 MA ends. So to me, that's the one thing that's making me a bit cautious for a long, I don't know. I don't know if we should go long here. I'm a little bit conflicted, but just keeping eyes on it and seeing what happens.
I'm long.
I see. Oh, you're nice.
Yeah, we'll see what we get here. So yeah, Tesla along at 45s. We'll see what we get. Also short Softy at the same time. So we'll see what we get on the Softy trade there. Apple, I'm out of Apple, got out of that one. We'll see what we get here on both of these. So hard. Okay, so I already wet my beak there on some profits on Softy. Good. Let's see what we get here with Tesla. We're long 45s. So the line in the sand for me is going to be the low of day. So it's going to be the break of 30. If it breaks 30, I'm gonzino on TSLA. And here it comes. Here comes 30s. So Tesla looking like it might break that low. Tesla incoming, baby. You never know how this one is. It's stressless. So we're gonna do exactly what we said. We're gonna risk about 15 pennies on this one. We're long 45s. The break of 170, 130 is gonna be in the line of sand. But look at Softy, man. Oh my God, Softy on the way down. We're like 80 pennies on the money on Softy on this. So here we go, covering Softy there. Now let's go back into Tesla. Gotta take out Tesla here for breaks. 30, we're printing 35s or thereabouts. I don't think Tesla's the right trade here, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, you win some, you lose some. We'll see what we get here, Dare.
Hey, congrats to you on Microsoft. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is an awesome trade. Microsoft killing it. Also, shout out to anyone still short NVIDIA, because that short is still working. I did get out, but like I said, if I have a plan, I can't be too upset about how it went. So I'm just going to be pleased as punch for everybody.
Nice.
So that's what you got to be sometimes.
Good vibes Adara too. We said good vibes Katina, but it is good vibes Adara as well, right? So quite frankly, your disposition is always like quite happy. So I think that's quite good, right? Good vibes Adara, baby.
I feel like this whole everybody is just good vibes around here, right? I feel like good vibes feed off each other, and so again, I always felt like I'm getting an Oscar, but I always shout out our community and our floor here because everybody has always been so pleasant and awesome. It's hard to find a way into a trade when there aren't really a lot of range opportunities, and one is a range trader. Even my good old reliable range today, AMD, making lower lows. So it's like, what's a range trader to do in these markets? Hopefully something, because I do want to be trading here while I'm on the show. I just don't want to force myself into anything too hastily either. You know what I will be watching out for? NVIDIA, I got out with the rest of this position, 886.50. Let me switch to my 1 minute because I do trade NVIDIA off the one to show you what I mean. Look at this pseudo flat bottom break we had at 886.50. If we come back to 886.50 and reject, I'm getting short again. This is what I mean. Like, this isn't a range, but it's playing off previous levels of resistance and support. So I have no problem being comfortable with it. Tesla's being stressful again.
Yeah, bounce right back up. That's normal. I mean, you know, that's why we call it stressla. So to be expected there. But I also want to mention that Apple now is at yesterday's closing print. So I'm negative on Apple because of all the umpteen amount of ins and outs that I've had with Apple on the day. But this 175.07, 175.05, that is the print that we closed out yesterday at 4 o'clock. Typically a level that I chart for both support and resistance. So let's keep an eye on AAPL here. I don't want to guess bottoms, man. But that is a key area of, you got to assume it's a key area of support. So yes. Okay. So I'm going to stay clear of Apple at the moment. I don't want to try to guess. It's going to have to prove to me that it's going to bounce off that level. So we'll get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. What's Softy doing? Okay, so a little bit back up now into that 421 and 2/3. Where is the right level here on Softy? Yeah, a lot of fugays today, gotta tell you the truth. All right, what is everybody else up to here in the chat? What are you guys looking at? Shane says free fall Fridays are back. Okay. So definitely you have a case to make today because it's 1 3/4 in the negatory on NQ June contract. What is the ES up to today? The ES is down 1.5, 1.44, so outperforming the NQ by a little bit. You have the Dow also 1 1/5. The Russell, not the second worst of the bunch, 1 2/3 in the negative. And here's something you don't see every day. Yields and equities are both negative. The 10 years down 1.5, the 2 years down 1 2/3, and even the 30 years down 3/4 of a percentage point. Yet the indexes are all in the negative. That's interesting there. You don't see that typically every day. Taxi driver, Holo. No way. Holo's doing things?
Holo as your girl? Holo's Holo.
Remember Holo?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember Holo. I know you remember Holo.
Holo was a bad boy.
I gotta tell you, taxi driver, 5% not gonna cut it for me on Holo. A $3 name needs to do more than 2 1/3 million shares on the day, but it is trading above the volume weighted average price. So if you want to take that dip trade off 290 on Holo, shout out to you. Scott H, UVXY, new highs. Let's bring that in. XY, which is the VIX futures. So here we go. Good look coming into that 40 area. Shout out to you, Scott, because that's a key area of resistance. We topped out initially 39, is that 88? Yeah, 39.88 on UVXY. I'm just putting the ticker for everybody. Yeah, let's zoom out a little bit here. Let's go to the hourly first. Why does it do that with some charts? So unusual. Okay, so it looks like we won't be able to show the hourly. I apologize. Maybe the histogram is the one that's causing all the beef. Let's take the histogram off and see if it shows up. Volume histogram. There we go. And yeah, the split is screwing it up. I see. Okay. Well, that's all right. So we'll just switch to the 5. I got to tell you, Scott, we're at highs, so unless we're going to really get going here, I'm looking for an area of resistance at 40. So we'll see what UVXY does. Otherwise, possible dip trade, maybe off that 39. I mean, I know that's $1 lower than where we're trading right now. Just to me, I'm not going to punch in willy-nilly at these highs. So, yeah, a bit of a tougher look there, UVXY, but good. Thank you for pointing that out. That is a great-looking chart on the day. 18 2/3% on the ProShares Ultra VIX short futures. So, yeah, that's a good look there. All right, let's flip into some other stuff here. Let's see what the other Mag 7 names are doing. Wowzers, NVIDIA on the way down. Here comes close to the low day. So the low day on NVDA, 88293. We're at 8. We're about to break 884 here. So beautiful retracement on NVIDIA. I'm really disappointed in myself for not having held that NVDL short, but that's whatever. I'm happy that I got out of that Tesla short, though, that Tesla long, though, because Tesla on the way down just broke 171 on TSLA.
Tesla.
170. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking. Yeah, it is. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. No, go ahead. I just didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, Tesla still with the breakdown, says Diamond Realty at Miami. Shout out to you, my man. I always like when I see you in the chat. OG, one of the OGs there in the chat. Diamond Realty of Miami, baby. Scott H has been playing UVXY all day. Made a killing on it. VIX going to spike into the close bigly. Shout out to you, my man. Big Kyle Burdett, NQ coming, 18150. Yep, 18151, my man, is the LOD on the NQ June contract right now. A bit 10 points off that at the moment, but yeah, great look for the shorts today on the short. Congratulations, Adara LePage, says Diamond Realty in Miami. So we'll spin it for Adara.
Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, these markets are giving you opportunities.
They're doing things.
Yeah, they are doing things. She likes to quote that one from me. But yeah, so I got back in this NVIDIA short. I wasn't trying to chase. I said, we're going to come back up here into 885s. I want all the smoke, or at least some of the smoke. The out's going to be if we get up into this 887, 886.50 area, that will be the stop, because I don't like that. We could be reversing on NVIDIA. I don't like this big green hammer candle on the 1. Let's see, how are we doing on the 5 with NVIDIA? It might have been a little bit too hasty. This could be a double bottom, so this might actually be a problem. But it hasn't been one yet, so I'm going to not panic, and I'm going to stay in the trade. We're going to be taking some out around 884s, and then save pieces for dreams. That's going to be the move here. So let's see what happens. Also, wow, congrats. Yeah, Kyle Burdett, are you, sounds like you're $10 in the money. Congrats to you. I definitely should have held on to this when I had this first short earlier, but I'm still happy I'm able to find ways to make profit through these scalps. So I'm gonna, I'm not gonna be too upset at myself, but I am trying to learn, and that's why I got back into this when I saw the things that I was looking for. So we'll have to see if this comes to fruition. Yeah, I guess I should wait for the 5 to close. That's true. Let me keep an eye on the 5. Yeah, I think the 1, it helps me with my points of entry, but yeah, I will be a little bit more patient, I think, hopefully, going forward. Also, Brad Gober, I'm long Amazon, 185.50, prayers up, LOL. Let's take a look at AMZN. Oh, I like this. Okay, so here's the thing, is I see what you mean. We did have this kind of pop back up here, right? So let me switch to the 5 minute to get a better sense, because the 1 minute's not always helpful. Okay, I totally like what you're looking at here, because look at these little wicks down to the downside here. We wick down into 185.40, and then we skirt back up. So you were like 5 pennies in the money right now. That's awesome. I'm going to be watching to see what Amazon does here in this 185.80 and then 186.20 area. 185.80 because that was previous support, and then 185.86.20 is a real, to me, that would be a bit of a doozy of an area to watch out for, because that becomes resistance, then it flips to support. So 185, 185.80 and then 186.20. Right now, though, please this punch for you. You are in the money, about 5 pennies with that long, and we are always happy for everybody over here.
Who's printing?
Brad Gober in the chat with his Amazon long. Look at this wick, look at this candle here.
Amazon long, that's beauty. Wow, in the face of this huge declining market, you gotta love that. All right. Let's look at some small cap gappers, because we've been talking about, my God, do you know that we forgot to do the lesson?
I just realized that. These markets were too crazy.
Bro, I'm like completely not in my zone today. I totally forgot the lesson. Man, this isn't my call, Katina, man. It's kind of what I'm told to do around here. All right, let's do the lesson, baby. Sorry, let me slow this up. All right, optimizing range trading through volatility analysis. Sorry, one sec. My headpiece on. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this, guys, okay? The importance of volatility. So today, we're going to delve into the world of volatility and explore how to use it to optimize your range trading strategy. By understanding how price fluctuates within a range, you can make more informed entry and exit decisions. So the importance of volatility can't be understated. But let's talk a little bit what it is in case you are a newer trader. Volatility measures the extent to which price fluctuates over time. So that's really what we're looking at there. That's your Oxford Dictionary definition. In range trading, though, volatility will determine the breathing room the price has within that defined range. So the more volatility there is, typically the wider the range you're going to have to trade. Conversely, low volatility results in tighter trading ranges and with smaller potential gains, but obviously a little bit lower risk there. So that is how volatility factors in to the whole range trading idea, okay? More volatility, wider ranges, lower volatility, tighter ranges. Kind of simple, right? And obviously, you know, with the wider ranges comes increased potential for profits, but higher risk. With the tighter ranges comes smaller potential for profits, but less risk. All right, and some tools that you can use to help analyze the volatility. So you can use something like average true range. We talked about that earlier in the week, ATR. So this indicator measures the average true range price movement over a chosen period. Typically that period will be 14 trading days, not calendar days, trading days. A rising ATR suggests range expansion, while a falling ATR indicates potential range contraction. So what you're looking for there is, as the ATR gets up there and increases in value, you're going to be noticing that the range is going to be widening. Conversely, when the ATR comes down, you'll be noticing the range contract a little bit. There's also Bollinger Bands that you can use, and I have these on my side chart over here so I can just show them to you easily. So Bollinger Bands, all you really have is one band to the top, one band to the bottom, and essentially the top one acts as resistance, the bottom one acts as support, and so what you're looking for here is the range between the two. Now, when things really start moving, you'll notice the range between the bottom band and the top band really open up. Case in point, let's look at that pre-market action on UVXY. Shout out to Scott for bringing this one up. Look how rangy and tight the upper band and the lower band are there until around 8:30. That's when traders start sitting down their computer, people started punching in to the positions, and the volatility started increasing. So what happened? The distance between the lower band of the Bollinger and the upper band started expanding, and that's how you know when increased volatility is coming in. So you can use that as well. And you can use the historical volatility. Analyze historical price charts to understand the typical range and volatility of assets you're trading. This can help you set realistic expectations for the potential profits within the range. And this is one thing that I've talked about in the past today too. You can look at historical volatility in different sense. You can look at the wider time frame and say to yourself, okay, what's the range on the half an hour chart? Okay, it's $10. Or you can do it on a per candle basis if you're intraday trading. And by that I mean, you'll often hear me say the range per candle is Oh, I will absolutely stop teaching for this. I'm coming up there too. I'm gonna narrate this. Oh, well, I'm telling you, when you do it, I'm narrating. Hey, I like that.
Oh my God.
Get him, Neil, baby. There he is. There he is. I love Neil.
That's awesome.
We'll just finish the lesson real quick because I want to see this from Neil. Let's go. So you always hear me talk about average range per candle, and that means you've got to take into consideration the volatility there. Obviously, the range per candle is a measure of volatility, and the whole point of judging that is to judge your profit target and where your stop needs to be. If there's a wide range per candle, putting a tight stop, kind of silly because you're typically going to get stopped out in those situations. So that is what I mean by that. And here is a great little chart that Adara threw in there. And we're going to have to thank her again for always putting in the hard work and throwing in all that, the images here so that we can kind of put an image to the text. So here we go, tight range, and then bang goes to what? Making some loud noise. And then you can see the distance between the upper and the lower band really expands there. So how do you adapt your strategy to volatility? So with respect to high volatility days or periods, during periods of high volatility, consider using wider stop loss orders to account for the larger price swings within that range. What's happening over there? What just happened? Did the market tank?
I'm not seeing.
Why are they yelling?
I have the cues up on my side chart.
Okay.
Nothing's really.
Maybe they're just like watching something. Anyway, you might also target slightly higher profits to compensate for the increased risk. So higher volatility periods, you want to use wider stops to account for the larger price swings, but also look to take wider profit targets kind of helps you keep your risk to reward ratio in line. Low volatility times, though, in low volatility periods, tighten your stop loss orders to manage risk within a narrower range. You might also need to adjust your profit targets to reflect the smaller price movements. And also consider taking profits within a range of at previous support or resistance areas, just like we talked about on Monday. The first lesson we did with respect to range trading was to identify key areas of support and resistance and do that rinse and repeat strategy. So that's exactly what I mean here. And your techniques to combining these indicators. So you can combine volatility indicators like ATR with other technical analysis tools for a more comprehensive picture. By way of example, you could use price action signals like pin bars and go back to the lesson on Tuesday to figure out what those are. Essentially, they're topping tail and bottoming tail candles appearing at key areas of support and resistance. You can use these pin bars near the range boundaries and combine it with ATR when ATR is rising, suggesting a potential breakout attempt with increased volatility. So by that I mean, if you're at that 200 level on Apple, for example, we all know that is a key level of resistance for Apple. And then you see ATR rising bigly, and then you get a pin bar that occurs at that 200 level, a key area of resistance. You may be looking at a breakout, especially if it's combined with a catalyst, likely, obviously, an AI catalyst coming later this year. We'll see. And here's a little bit of a bonus tip, guys. Consider using volatility filters to focus on trading opportunities within your preferred range width based on your risk tolerance. So figure out which indicators work for you and try to combine them for some profits using range trading strategies. Adira?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we love range trading strategies over here.
Baby.
I will always trade the ranges or talk about the ranges and always try to trade them better. Right now, though, we're trying to extricate ourselves from NVDA. She popped up above the 887 on a 5-minute with a bit of a viciousness. I was patient here. I was proud of myself, but now it's like, girl, will you please let me leave? I would like to be out Vidya now. Thank you very much. So hopefully one of these orders will go through. I've noticed, yeah, NVIDIA will sometimes like kidnap you. It has this big move up and then it just will not let you leave this trade. Right now though, we're out. We did take a loss on this. We're down on the day on everything. Yeah, looks like we're down on the day and everything, but that's okay. That's all good.
I really didn't get that feeling because I thought you had a lot of good trades.
Oh, I thought I did too, but this last NVIDIA, I guess, every time I don't scalp, this happens. I think I need to be scalpier is the lesson here.
Honestly, stick to your guns.
Because I'm trying to
really
learn and
scalping,
I appreciate that, thank you. I'm trying to learn and try other strategies, but I do find it's like, if you're noticing a pattern, maybe, you know what I mean? So I appreciate everybody's help and everybody's support, and I think I will probably have to go back to the drawing board, which for me is range scalping. But yeah, I mean, especially as I go live, right? I want to make sure I'm profitable and I want to make sure I'm making smart decisions. I'm not down too much. There's been worse days this week, but I'm just trying to like learn from everything. And we're up on learning, that's for sure.
Good. We're up on learning. Wow, spend the money.
Thank you.
All right. What else are you looking at, Adira? Because I haven't had an opportunity to even look at anything over here. I just finished the lesson, so I didn't get a chance to look at anything. INDO. Let's see what this one's doing. Ooh, okay. So INDO came into that $5 area here, Ram. You want to have a Ram? No, I told you it's busted. The only persons whose headset is working is Adira and Sean. Neil's ready. Oh, now he wants a second. Oh,
that's funny.
Man, all I know is that he made me wear a Josh Allen jersey on the morning rundown. And then that same day, I had to do the Sally Up challenge. So, you know, I'm taking a lot of pleasure in watching him do this, as I did when he ate pineapple.
I know.
That was great.
Those like that day too, because I'm a pineapple pizza person.
Are you?
Huge.
Does Neil know that?
I don't know if he does. I love pineapple with pasta too. I'm not even joking. You can add pineapple to pasta
I'm good with
white
really,
sauce, and it's really good.
Are we good?
Don't at me. Neil looks really traumatized.
He's really upset with what you just said.
I really like pineapple.
I'm going, Ram, but you just have to let me know to go. Okay, I'm going. Bye. All right. I don't like the form, I'm going to call you out. Absolutely going to call you out. Yeah. Okay. Are we going to play the music? There we go. All right, there we go. That's some form, baby. He's keeping his back straight on the toes. I like it. Keep those elbows in, Neil, to engage the chest more than the shoulders and the tries. That's really good. Can you see him? I'm not blocking the... Oh, I am, right? Stand here. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. All right, can we get a countdown? Is there a time that we can see so that the poor guy knows where he's at? There you go. Keep breathing. Mouth breathing, Neil. Mouth breathing. You got to get that oxygen in, baby. Yeah. Isn't that awesome? Keep holding it, Neil. Engage the core to balance out your... There you go. Very good. Nice. All right. How those anterior deltoids feel, baby? Don't talk. Don't talk. Just keep focusing. You're doing really well, dude. Really well. Come on, baby. You're looking real good here, Neil. This man puts in work. There you go. Big deep breaths, Neil. You got to oxygenate the body. Let's go. No. Getting gone. Bear me belong. Bring Sally up. Come on. There you go. Shout out for Neil, man. Shout out to Neil. It's hard to do this, baby. It's not easy. Good job, brother.
I told you I fall on my face.
It's all good. If you're not falling on your face, you're not doing it right.
You don't fall down.
Yeah, you're not doing it right.
I don't know how many. It's like the time. It was more about how long he lasted with this challenge. I don't know.
A minute 32. Shout out to the Neil. It's hard work, man. It's hard work.
He killed it. He killed it. The forum was on point, and he had a great coach with him as well, Coach Sharif.
I tried to get him to breathe a little bit more. Okay, am I good? Thank you for that. There we go. Now Neil getting the love, baby. Show my man Neil some love. Throw up ones, man. It is hard to do that. Throw up ones for my man Neil in the chat. I better see all the ones coming through. I'm throwing my own ones there. Let's go, baby. Throw them ones for the guy, man, for the boy in the chat. I'm spamming ones. All right, what do you got?
That was awesome. Yeah, I mean, right now I was talking to, also I got a little bit of lightly broiled, slightly roasted there for my pineapple and pasta comment. All I'm going to say is don't knock it until you've tried it.
Oh,
I'm aware it's weird, but then I tried it and I really liked it. So that, I just wanted to pat myself a little bit. But right now, Mahmoud, I just responded to in the chat about this Tesla short. I'm getting short Tesla. I like this. So my reasoning for this, look at this massive support area, double top or double bottom. I liked it as a long. If we had held it, we couldn't hold it. So you know what? Now I am going short. So I like that we're kind of rejecting that area around where we had the double bottom earlier. If we break above that 170, 160, I'm outie. We're going to take some profit here. I need to go back to my range basics. We're getting out here
I love it.
At 170.
Kill it. I love the passion with which you express that. Like that just shows that you're the real deal there. So keep an eye here on INDO. This one came into 5. And the volume weighted average price. This thing is a monster. So we're going to see if we can get long a little bit here on INDO. What did I just do here? Did I not get filled there? What's wrong? Or is this not tradable on our system or what? Let me see here. I'm going to try to quickly take a drip trade. No, okay.
Oh my God.
So maybe I did something wrong there. Okay, we'll see. INDO bouncing here, but I don't like the fact that it got away from me a little bit. I'm going to sit down in front of 5 for that 5 defend. If it comes back down, it's going to $0.25 here, so it looks like I did miss it. Good look here on INDO as it bounces off that 5 and the volume weighted average price, as well as HUSA. It's kind of doing the same thing. Very similar charts on INDO and HUSA. They're kind of the better two small cap gappers, if I could say so. Both trading kind of at the volume weighted average price, and both seem to dip right at that 11:30 time slot. They both sold off, and then they both got bought up. Very, very similar looking charts here. And that's not something you see typically with small cap gappers. That's more something that, for the Mag 7 or some of the big cappers that move in tandem as a result of the connections to the futures. But that's not typical for small cap gappers. So keep an eye on that. I do like this INDO area here, not just because it's $5, not because VWAP, but this area over here earlier at around $5. That was around 11 o'clock, right when we started the show. Rejected off 5 and then pop back in. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. I know she was trading INDO earlier to good effect. Tisha, if you're still there, let me know what your look is here on Indo and whether you've been holding long or getting long now, Adair. What are you looking at?
I mean, I'm in my Tesla. I am locked into the Cybertruck. I am buckled in, and I'm ready for a move to the downside.
Down.
We did have that little pop here into 45s. I had a resting sell order at 50s. Did not get filled. That's okay. I am happy with the amount of shares I have, and I'm ready for that Cybertruck to go down to the downside. Like I said, just getting out at the bottom here. I was proud of myself for trying some other stuff today, trying to hold positions a bit longer. It's just not my bag. And sometimes you have to understand, if that's not your bag, you can go to the store and get a different bag. And right now, we are returning our bag and repurchasing our short bag. That's the vibe. Yes, Tesla.
Okay.
Get me in here. Like I said, if we break above this double bottom, the 60s area, Audi, and we might. I honestly don't know how long this trade will last, but I am involved for as long as it does last. And I'm pleased as punch. Also, thank you so much, Richardson, for the €2.49 super chat. It's just a 1, so I guess he is down for Neil there, putting the ones up in the chat. Thank you so much for that.
Showing the love,
also,
baby.
D. Westmeyer saying, great job, Neil, with a plethora of exclamation points. Mad respect for the form. So shout out to D. Westmeyer. I know he was
his form was excellent.
His form was great.
Yeah.
That was great for him. Yeah, because you were great coaching him on there too, making sure.
Well, you could tell he has like an obvious athletics background. He does track obviously for many years. We know that. If anybody who's been watching the show knows that about Neil. So yeah, shout out to him, man. It's not easy work, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know that was all. That was awesome. It was like the arms were perfect. I was looking at.
Oh yeah, like elbows tucked in, takes the pressure off the shoulders, engages the chest, right? So that's the whole look there. All right, Katina Man's laughing. Why are you laughing, bro? I'm just talking technique. I do want to know actually. Microsoft just came into that 420 area. Who remembers a 420 dip trade, range trade, let's call it that, on Softy that we were doing a couple of days ago? Well, here it is again. 420.74 just came in to that level again, and that is where we based out earlier. So this candle over here took us down into 420.74, and this candle, which was the earlier one, 420.74. So literally off the exact same level, spaced 2 hours and 5 minutes apart. No, that's not right. 1 hour and 5 minutes apart, excuse me. So this could be an interesting area here. I just don't want to take Microsoft long when the future is continuing to go down. But is it though? We're getting that bounce off 18,150. So questions. Yeah, and look at this. Okay, so everything's kind of double bottoming here. Not everything. NVIDIA's double bottoming at 885. Google is at that level again, 157.50. So we're at these key areas of resistance or support. Softy at that level. And Meta as well. You're not seeing that so much on Apple, Amazon, and Tesla. But Google, Microsoft, Meta, and NVIDIA all at these kind of possible double bottom areas.
Yeah, there's a lot happening.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know here. So I'm thinking about what to do at this level. Yeah, I'm not going to jump into Softy willy-nilly. I'm going to need to see the futures curling back up here. So, yeah, how's your Tesla trade going?
Honestly, Tesla is being very respectful. It's showing me a lot of respect, which I have to.
I like it.
Give it props for that because it doesn't often do that. I said I want to see what we do with that 60s to 70s area. Tesla will not get into 60s. So that could mean when we break above it, it gets really dicey, which I wouldn't love. But it could mean that we don't break above it and we stay low, which I would be down for because I am in a short. So in a very roundabout way, I'm just going to go Tesla. Some Solo Cristo is saying rent is going up, which it is. If we reject this 23 area, I don't know, but we also have an upward channel. I'm probably going to take rent off my side chart. I don't think this is a rent that I want to pay. The price is too high. How are you doing?
I'm good. I mean, nothing's changed since.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, it's all good. No, I'm watching. I see you, John. I see you. John's saying 420 again here on MSFT. Yes, absolutely. Keeping my eye on that 420.57 now, the new low. So we did break that 10:55 a.m. low that we made, the trough there earlier. I'm talking about this area over here. Softy, back above 421, but I'm going to need to see a 5-minute candle to make a new high here. Otherwise, it's too much of a risk for me. I'm also looking at this 175 defend on AAPL, but it's also still putting in lower highs and lower lows. There's really no decided trend change on any of these names, and that's a bit of an issue for me. Eric Lundbald, go long and future now. All right. I like your confidence, Eric. Shout out to you, my man. What are we looking here on the future? So we're basing out. The thing is, Eric, though, what do you see here that looks awfully bullish? All I see is incrementally lower highs and lower lows. This is a downward channel on the future today, if I've ever seen one. And so I'm not really just inclined to jump in to futures long with this pattern in mind. I need to see something different. And I got to tell you the truth, too. Even if we pop up here, which looks like we are bouncing a little bit here on the future. Nice looking hammer candle forming at the moment. Look at this area. This 18.2 is going to be an issue to break above, right? We troughed out at 18.2 earlier, and then we broke it down. So if we come back into 18.2, I would expect resistance at 18.2. So another interesting look on these names, Adir.
Yeah, go to Tesla. It broke above 70s, then it broke back down below. So that's okay.
Bamboozlement Central.
Yeah, literally bamboozlement
Yeah,
central.
yeah.
And that's why, you know what, you just have to laugh sometimes.
You do.
That's
Otherwise,
what I say,
you're
'cause otherwise you're
going to throw slippers.
Yeah, I don't want to throw slippers, and we definitely don't want to hurt poor Trenda because she's, I guess, the most thing around us. We
could throw Trenda.
You're taking ideas.
I love how
Let's
she
not
just
throw
looked at me.
Trenda.
Give me the meanest look right
she
now.
gave me
Yeah?
kind of a death stare. I mean,
That's
I got
good.
it too, but I was saying please don't throw Trenda. So we pet Trenda for support because she is the trended ticker, and honestly, I'm sure she's very happy because there's so many trending tickers on this market.
No way.
Nvidia. I was casually interested. What's happening?
Oh, Endo boomed, apparently, says Tisha Perkins. I put my dip trade here, Adara, at 505. We didn't get the dip.
Missed.
Yeah, it looks like we defended that. We came down into 510, but not 505. And then, boom, goes the dynamite. Trisha Perkins says up into the mid-40s. Here comes the $0.50 on INDO. It's up a cool 97, 98% now. HOD just below that $6 area. 592 or 595, 594, thereabouts. So we're awfully close to the high of day, a lot closer than we are low of day. And we held that key technical level of number 1, the whole dollar. Number 2, volume weighted average price. And number 3, a key area of previous resistance. And you flip to support. That is that $5 area here, owing to the price action that we had between 11 to 11.15 on INDO. In case you're just joining us, it's a $55 million market cap. The float on this is 4.7 million shares, and it doesn't have a headline that I can see today to discern why it's up 100%. I'm looking previously yesterday, no headline from yesterday, no headline from the 10th, no headline from the 9th. So I don't know what the hell is going on with this name. Do you have anything on Indo?
I thought it's an energy related name because I looked this up when I was on the big desk, and I think it could be a geopolitical related play.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
That was my take on it on the
makes
big
sense,
desk, but I don't know. I couldn't find any news
Indonesia
on it.
Energy Corporation.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the energy thing made, because also Houston, HUSA, that's another energy name.
Oh, good call,
So
good call.
I thought that those could be like small cap plays related to energy. That would be my take on that. But I don't have any stories on it, no. If anyone sees, definitely let us
does
know.
Indo mean?
Right now, though, I'm kind of interested in this meta. I also thought that's what it was. Yeah. Indo, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say. If you
no, I didn't know that's what you guys meant. Endo. No. She wrote something different here. Indomie. What is this? Instant noodles? Is that it, Ram Ram? Instant noodles. See, guys? Yeah, I was not that out of touch. It's this over here. Ram wrote, I love Indomie. Here it is. Is this something that you had in Saudi, Ram? Because I've never seen it here. I'm just trolling you, Ram.
You're so suspicious.
Come on, if we don't troll Ram, then what are we going to do around here? Willis Addison, $2 super chat. War, will Iran, Sharif Indo, Husa, etc. oil. Yes, I did realize that. Thank you. We figured, you know, the issues happening in the Middle East right now are going to have an effect on oil. There's just no doubt about that. Just remember what happened in March of 2022. And if you're old enough like me, remember the Gulf War, right? So, yeah, those were interesting energy prices as well. Katina Man, what are you looking at over there? The Katina Man is short Intel. Can we price of, hold on, let me guess, Katina Man, 36.25? Just started. Okay. Katina Man just got short INTC 36.05. Down 4 1/3%. Obviously, in case you're just joining us, Intel, AMD, bad catalyst for them today. It looks as if the Chinese government wants to direct their telecom companies to stop using Intel and AMD chips, and they have big exposure there, and so that's going to affect their P&L, their revenue as obviously. So that's precipitated a bit of a down move, both down over 4% today on the day there.
Yeah, so it's interesting too. I was reading apparently that so the story was published today, but apparently the thing that they put out saying, hey, you know, we're going to be phasing these up by 2027. Apparently that notice was released in 2022. So this has been ongoing for a while. That's what I read anyway. Read the whole Wall Street Journal report. But that was what I thought that was fascinating is apparently this was actually released earlier. And now we're only just hearing about it.
Oh, okay.
So, interesting. Also interesting is Meta. I'm very proud of myself for not getting swept up or lost in the sauce here and staying in this trade. I said, as long as we're kind of above this 514 and change area, we're going to breathe. And we did, and we have. So, well, damp, because that bit is short. But
oh,
yes,
yeah. You know what I mean. I wasn't concentrating.
I know when you say pamp, it's generally like good vibes. Like I always interpret it as like never a personal thing. So good vibes, pamp or damp, what have you. And we say that to everybody as well here. And yeah, like I want to get this 512.40. That's the goal. So that would be a $1 winner, and I would be please just punch. So I was a little bit nervous about this because on the 3-minute, this looks double bottomish. However, on the 5-minute, it is not. It's a kind of a lower low. So I like that. I'm okay with it. I am a little bit emboldened by the fact that we waked up to the area I wanted to leave and then came right back down. So I like this right now. We're going to get our out ready. We are scalping. We are saving no pieces for dreams. Like I said, I'm trying to be comfortable. I mean, I love dreams, don't get me wrong, but in trading, you kind of have to have very few of them, unless it's based on previous areas of support and resistance. Congrats to anybody who killed that NVIDIA short, but that last one, I was a little bit too, I wasn't really playing to my strengths, is what I'm trying to say. And so I had more success in that name when I did play to what I'm more comfortable with, which is my scalping. So that's what I'm going to try to do going forward. We're trying to do that with Meta. It's 117. I guess we have to do the lesson one more time.
I just did it. Do you want to wait a little bit?
Oh, yeah, let's wait. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure because I forgot. We did it a little bit late.
Half past, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Past. There we go. I'm cool.
I'm looking here at Tesla for a couple of reasons. It's putting in a couple of topping tail candles here through the 20, and it's been trying to break. Like you saw earlier, we did a dance with Tesla at this 170, 150 level. For a long, and it broke down below it. So now it's actually using 170, 150 as an area of resistance. These two topping tail candles here look awfully good. Let's weasel our way into a short here on TSLA, see what we can get. And yeah, my out is going to be the break of that 2/3 of a dollar area, 171 and 2/3. Let's see if Tesla can maybe come down into 170. I don't know. It is a bit of a, obviously a downtrend. What's going on there, Katina Man? Get down, he says. Get down. He's talking to Intel. Yes, sir. There's a whole lot of noise today. I don't know what Mark is doing over there, but there's a whole lot of noise coming from that side. Yeah, let's see if Tesla can come down at least into that 171 area. Dude.
Yeah. I wish you best of luck in your journey in the Cybertruck. I considered hopping back in the Cybertruck, but I do not think Cybertruck and I have been in the same mood lately, so we're going to leave her be. That's okay. Right now, Meta is trickling to the downside, so I'm going to let it do its thing. I'm going to be calm. We're breathing. We're staying calm. Also, Microsoft. I know you were involved in Microsoft, and I honestly, if we reject this 90 MA one more time, I'm going short this. I like this.
Oh, that's a good look.
I'm actually just going to take this now because I can just take it down to the bottom of this range. Anything I can play range, I will. So that's what we're doing. And then we're going to be My stop is going to be basically a break above this 90 EMA. I like this, all this consolidation. We're getting this about 50 pennies then for 2170. But I don't think we're going to get filled in that because the whole market's going down, which is great for Sharif and his Tesla. And I'm also really happy with my Meta, but it means I can't get into Microsoft right now. That's okay. There will always be new opportunities. AMD still being oddly respectful of ranges. If we kind of curl down here at this 9 EMA, this previous, we're getting into AMD. I'm going to stop yakking and start punching into positions. That wasn't English. But here we are, Meta. I'm so
Nice,
happy.
Adara.
Thank you. I think I did that in my life. And right now we're short AMD as well. So
AMD.
all smiles on this desk over here. As Obi might say, oh boy.
Oh boy, where
He's
is he?
better than me.
He's right there.
There he is.
Right
He's
there.
chilling.
You love him. Yeah, the Obes, the one, the Canobes. There comes 171 on TSLA. We cover, baby. Nice move down there on TSLA. We went short 44s, covered at 171.05. Here we go again, 170.61. LOD, TSLA. It is lower highs, lower lows all day long on this. Now it's down over 2% on the day. I mean, there was nothing Tesla specific today, or was there? There was no Tesla-specific headline out.
I saw last night, apparently, this wasn't a huge headline, but I saw some robo-taxi regulators said that Elon hasn't talked to them about his whole, we're starting an August 8th thing. So they said
really?
they haven't heard anything.
Okay.
But I don't know. That was just CNBC. That was last night. I don't think that was a major market movement. But I just wanted to put it out there.
The Katina man is yelling at the market to get down, baby. So yeah, you're gonna have to oblige your market. Well, Katina man, the NQ is at low of day again, 18,141. He knows all about it, baby. Meta, low of day. Meta just printed another new low of day, 511.5. Softy, new low of day, 420.5. Google, again, low of day, again, 157.28, low of day. The dead one, aka Apple, not at low of day quite yet. It's got to dip down into 174.20 to get to low of day. And Softy, well, it's just pennies above low of, Amazon, excuse me, just pennies above low of day right now. So everything on the way down. Nvidia is holding up a little bit better than some of these other names. It's still about $4 off the low of day at 182.93. It's printing 186 mid-50s or thereabouts. I wanted to take another another attempt at Apple, another bite out of the apple, as Adara likes to say, at this 175 area, and it looks like I missed my opportunity. 175 is not just the nice round number. It is the closing print from yesterday or thereabouts. 175.06 technically the closing print at 4. And we got a perfunctory curl here, and it was kind of a dead cat bounce, if I could call it that, rejecting off the 50 and right back down we go. Not giving up the ghost is Apple, though, at that 175 area. Bit of a consolidation here, say from 12:30 till currently, so about an hour of sideways movement here at that 175 area here on Apple. But the trend is very clear. It is lower highs and lower lows despite the strength and the positive catalyst yesterday for this name. This was well over 1% today. It is now almost flat, 0.08%. In the green is AAPL. What else here? Oh, well, it looks like we covered Tesla too quickly because here it is again, 170.82, Katina man, and it's on the way down even more. So, awesome. Yeah, paper hands. Just call me paper hands. What's up? How was your chicken? My chicken? I haven't had any chicken yet. Oh, hit it. Woo! Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I love that animation.
Have you ever watched that movie where they go and they count cards in Las Vegas? What is it called? 21?
Oh,
21, right?
That one.
Yeah. And like every time they hit blackjack, like winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's where the.
Oh, I haven't even seen that.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like a casino thing, right? Yep.
I need to watch that. Oh.
Yeah, it's
I
one of my
love the way
favorite
he,
movies.
like,
I think you'll
wiggles.
really like it. I think because like you may have an affinity for this because you like math and you have like that eidetic memory type thing where you have to remember all the cards. You have to be able to add +1, -1, or 0. So if it's a card above 7, I forget the exact same thing. A card above 7, you add 1. If it's a card below something, you -1. And if it's within a certain range, you give it 0. And so you want to see if the deck is hot or cold, right? So that you can know whether to bet big or not. Yeah, that's how you count
I like
cards.
that. I would
Pretty
probably
cool.
really like that. You're right.
Yeah.
Also, I don't really like NVIDIA falling a little bit here. I was trying to play this see what we bounced here. We were actually holding up decently, then we fell. So we're just going to be getting out of this post haste because I don't like what happened here. We fell below my area of interest, but yeah, I should get into that because you're right. I mean, I like ranges and I love. I'm such a math nerd. I'm a huge math nerd. We're out of Nvidia, so now I am. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, like I was trying to play this range, and we actually held up decently for a couple seconds. We were about 40 pennies in the money, and then we just kept falling. So that's okay. You know what? You have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Going back to cards there. So
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, thank you for telling me about that. 21 is the name of this movie.
It's a really good movie.
I won't watch this.
Kevin Spacey's in it. There's a couple of other individuals. I'm sure they're popular, but I just don't know their names.
Well, I know Rain Man too. There's like a lot of card-related movies.
Yeah. That's the original card counting one, right?
That was it was like.
And that was a real story, though, wasn't it?
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure,
so.
Based on a real guy, right? Yeah, the story may be augmented for Hollywood purposes, but the dude was real.
That's a great way of putting it. Augmented for Hollywood purposes. I love that. Yeah. No, I really. It's a good term. It's a good term.
All right, we can.
Oh, right, lesson time. Yep. So I'm just letting AM go down. So
I can take over while you deal with that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I'm good for now. I'm just gonna let her do everything, because she's actually pretty calm. So, but you know what's also calm and what's really fun is range trading, but not always, because volatility comes into play. So today we're going to delve into the world of volatility one last time and explore how to use it to optimize your range trading strategy. And by understanding how price fluctuates within a range, you can actually make more informed decisions, entry and exit decisions. So volatility basically measures the extent to which a price will fluctuate over time. And in range trading specifically, volatility will determine the breathing room of a price within the defined range. So how much is it moving? Is it like making these crazy moves? Is it taking big breaths, or is it taking little gasps for air? That will help you can kind of help determine that using volatility. High volatility basically will translate to a wider range. That gives you more profit potential, but it also gives you greater risk. Now, low volatility, on the other hand, is going to result in tighter ranges with smaller potential gains, but lower risk. So there are ways to definitely profit and benefit from both. You just have to be very cognizant of what type of market you're dealing with. So how do you analyze volatility? Average true range, or ATR, is a huge one. This indicator will basically measure the average true range of a movement over a chosen period. So a rising ATR suggests range expansion, but a falling ATR will indicate potential range contraction. You also have Bollinger Bands. These will widen and contract based on volatility, and wider bands suggest higher volatility and a wider potential range, where narrower bands will suggest lower volatility and a tighter range. We also have historical volatility. So look at historical price charts and see what they're doing. That can help you understand the typical range and volatility of the asset you're trading, so you can set more realistic expectations for potential profits within the range. And that's why I love range trading, is because it has those little profit areas just built in. They're little cushions, little trampolines, little areas that you can use for your profit. And that's why I do find range trading to be really fun, at least for myself. So here's one example I put in here, and I love the little labels here. Shh, be quiet, making some loud noise. So this is volatility with the Bollinger Bands. You can see here, this is going to be a lower volatility range, just la-di-da-di-da, chopping and turning, having a great time. Then we make this big move up, and the bands get wider. So this shows you wider Bollinger Bands could be a little bit less of a range, more volatility, and these tighter ones are low volatility and a bit more of a defined range. So what are some strategies you can use adapting your strategies for volatility? Well, in high volatility, you might want to consider using wider stop loss orders to account for larger price movements and larger price swings within the range. And you might also want to target slightly higher profits to compensate for your increased risk, which is kind of what I was trying and mostly failing to do with NVIDIA earlier today. We also have low volatility though, right? What do you do in these cases? Well, in low volatility periods, what you might want to do is tighten your stop loss orders to manage risk within the narrower range. You might also want to adjust your profit targets to reflect the smaller potential price movements, and consider taking profits within the range of previous support or resistance areas to make the most of the low volatility ranges and maximize your potential profits. And then journaling, which left over from yesterday. Technique also to combine indicators can be really key. So you might want to combine your volatility indicators with ATR or like ATR with other technical analysis tools for a more comprehensive picture. So instead of just having a sketch, you can have a full color Van Gogh painting by just painting in these other areas and using other indicators to shade in the areas that might be blurrier. One example might be using price action signals like pin bars, which we talked about in a previous lesson, near the range boundaries when the ATR is rising to suggest potential breakout attempts with increased volatility. However, keep in mind and remember that volatility is dynamic, so you want to constantly monitor these indicators and adjust your strategy accordingly. You might also want to use volatility filters to focus on trading opportunities within your preferred range based on your risk tolerance. So there we go. That's the range lesson. Way to wrap up range week. I love this week. I love range trading. So this has been fun. I've learned a lot as well. Some tips I want to take into our next week. I can't believe we only have half an hour left today.
I know, and the week in general too. So it's been an interesting week. Obviously, there's been a lot of catalyst-driven events. We had CPI, we had PPI, we had the news with Apple yesterday. Multiple different market-moving events possible for the week. For the weeks coming, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Big Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. So frothy, many red rockets falling from the sky. Absolutely. As I look at my side chart here on the Mag 7 names, there is no uptrend. That's just the way it is. The Katina man is printing. Looks over there. Yes, I did. I asked him, do we break or hold 18.2, and he went like this. That's 80 handles because we're printing 18.124. Make of that what you will, baby. The one that I keep my eye on here, and I'm a little. It's okay. So Softy is putting in these doji hammer-looking candles at 420, and we know what Softy did with 420 last time. Here's what I'm talking about. Let's go to the half an hour. This is what I'm talking about here with Softy. This is back on April 10th, so that's Wednesday, where we had all these bottoming tail candles into 420, and it ended up holding up. We're right there right now, 419.99, 420.03. So this level is, let's see if it's a rinse and repeat level. I mean, the market looks like it's intending on going down, but does Softy do its own thing 21 at these levels and try to hold up at 420. Did on Wednesday, does it do it again? Where is Softy on my trading screens? Here we go. So right back into 419 again. I don't know why I have the sick compulsion to always want to look for a long when it's a short type of day. Meta just broke the low of day again. Amazon just broke the low of day again. And Tesla just put in a new low of day. And now AMD is almost at low of day again, breaking into 883. Sorry, not AMD. Well, AMD, I meant NVIDIA though. Someone's in an AMD short, I love that. I meant NVIDIA. NVIDIA is almost at low of day again as it comes into that low 883. So everything on the way down except Apple.
Yeah, I actually did have an NVIDIA short, but unfortunately because I fat figured into it, I got out a little bit early, but it was profitable. So no complaints there. The plan was, and I just typed it wrong, to get in 885.50s. We got into 885s even, so I just basically got out at 884.50. So this was a profitable trade, but of course didn't manifest quite how I wanted it to. I would have been out by now anyway, because I would have been getting out at that 884.20 level. So actually, you know what? We basically got what we wanted in this trade. Why am I getting upset? There we go. As I've said before, sometimes fat fingers save lives. Obviously not ideal, but if they work out in your favor and it's still within the direction you wanted, sometimes you can't complain. Because it's not like I was trying to go long here. I was trying to go short. I just didn't type in my perfect entry price.
Nice.
There we go. AMD is a little bit more bamboozling here. I did get some out here because look at this. This was an area of previous resistance. Initially, I was going to save everything for 162.40s, but then I was like, Adara, we're struggling with 162.80s, and we struggled with it earlier today too. Look at that support. So I said, you know what, Adara, take some out here. I'm not going to take out everything here unless we keep struggling, but this is, they appreciate that. I'm really trying to get better at my
top
range.
wick?
Oh, it is. I added on top wick. I didn't even notice that. Because I just had the resting order and I didn't know where it would add, of course, right? So I was very happy, very proud of this. And yeah, we're going to keep seeing what these markets give us. Tesla doing something, as I sometimes say, and as Sharif often says, I say, doing things. So Tesla, if you reject La again at this 171, I'm going short. If we keep holding support here at this pseudo double bottom, I'm going long. However, Tesla continues to be the capital of bamboozlement nation because every time, like this, I honestly don't mind this short entry. This wasn't a bad idea. We kind of had this area that we had previous support coming in for resistance, and then I add here and I get out because we have this wick above, and then Tesla's like, oh, sorry, did I say I was going long? I actually meant I was going short again.
I got eyes.
So little bit bamboozling, but that's okay. That's what these markets are for, to bamboozle you. And the type of trader you are is how you deal with it.
The Good Times Katina wants to come on and drop hotlines on the mic. He's setting up right now. He's going to likely talk about his Intel trade. will be talking about the Intel short that he took off 36 bucks. I'm assuming. And the number one trade idea of the day vis-a-vis the sticky note? Is it vis-a-vis the sticky note?
All right, look.
Okay.
I'm going to do a screen share here. All right. Yeah, good enough. All right. Look, this is the whole thing about what we do here, right? We talk about this over and over again, and we didn't even make money here on Intel, okay?
Okay.
But the idea behind everything and what you're trying to trade is your plan, okay? I was hopefully as confident as I possibly could be, telling everybody what the number one trade was for the day today, Intel. I'll even show you. We'll talk about this when we come back on, 25 minutes. I'll talk about what happened to Alibaba, Microsoft, all the trades that we had today. Okay? Today, because following the plan is another one of those. Intel right here. We didn't even really, once the market was going down, first of all, we had the TQQ short. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. Shout out to everybody. We did get out too early. We had that short. P&L number 1 on the day is actually going to be Apple. But right behind it right now is Intel. And the reason why is because when we weren't sure of what we wanted to do, we just went over and trusted the damn work that we've done before. Okay? So having confidence, trusting your ability, and having the balls to take a shot, that's what trading's all about. All right? Or you waste your time, you sit there, and you just burn your tracks, and then the next thing you know, you're going to look back and say, I didn't make any money over the last 2, 3, 4 years. Okay, so definitely make sure you look at this, study your own stuff, and that's it. So I just wanted to say that, like, even though the market is heading to the south side and Intel wasn't super aggressive really early and we wound up losing, wait, pick your poison. It broke through 36. That was the start. Then the reload was the 50 period. And again, we talk about it all the time, but just keep doing what you're doing and everything will be all right. So back over there to learn to trade.
Shout out to Sticky Note Nation, baby. Shout out to Sean. Thank you very much for dropping hotlines midday, giving us an update on your trades. I know we're often asked, what is Sean trading? What is Neil trading? I'm going to take this opportunity to let you know that we have another channel that you can actually see their positions. You're not going to be able to get color like you did right now from Sean, obviously, but you'll be able to see Neil's positions on the left and the plethora of shorts he has there on, it looks like a lot of EVs on there. Well,
Yeah,
2 EVs there.
He mentioned a lot of EVs earlier today, too, so it looks like Neil's just taking the EVs to the downside.
Yeah, and the Katina man sticking true to his guns, taking the number one trade idea off the sticky note, short INTC. You'll be able to see there all their ins and their outs. The left side of the screen, the extreme left, Neil's last trade, Sean's last trades on the extreme right, and the plethora of other information that we have there at the bottom. All right, we just wet our beak there into the mid-30s as, as Softy curled back up off that 420 into 420.30. We'll look to see if Softy can at least make it up maybe into that 10-period EMA, which is 420.70. So taking some profits there on the Softy. But it is still a very tentative trade. This 420 could give way any time because we are at lows. No question about it. On the future. How goes your trade on AMD? Oh, now on Tesla. You got into the Cybertruck. I like it.
Did get into the Cybertruck, and initially we got part filled. And one thing I remember you told me that I've noticed is very true. Sometimes when you get part filled, it means a lot of people want a price, so it could be a good price. That happened here, and I have to say I'm really happy with where I got in here.
Nice.
I chose this. Thank you, appreciate it. I chose that bit just based on kind of levels I was noticing we were struggling with. Then around this 91, I do have the opportunity to add to this position, and by that I mean I have a rip sell. Instead of dip buy, I like saying rip sell sometimes. So there we go. AMD, I didn't even realize my entry was that on AMD. I'm so proud. We did get part of this out. We do still have a third. I got out another third a little bit earlier here because we were struggling at 70s. But if we get down to 50s, I will be out of the trade. I said that look with a really weird look, but I'm just really happy with this position. So there we go. Let's keep going, AMD. Keep going to the downside. I will be pleased as punch. Trader Life asking what my out is on Tesla. This is rangy, so it's going to be around these 30s. It's going to be around 37. What's my size on this?
Who is this Fed Schmidt?
I've heard of Fed Schmidt,
Who's
but I feel
this?
like Fed Schmidt's like Fed Kugler and that they don't talk that much. And then every time we do, we're always like, who are they?
Well, they're dropping hot lines as we speak.
They are dropping hot lines, yeah.
Here are some of the hot lines they're dropping, ADRs. So Fed Schmidt says current stance of U.S. monetary policy is appropriate, urges patience on interest rates until clear inflation ebbing to 2%. Economic resilience creating monetary policy uncertainty. Inflation levels are still too high. Job sector strong. Economy growing above trend. Bank reserves abundant. Fed balance sheet cuts not causing strain. That's a whole lot of point form there, God. But yeah, good look there. Okay, so nicely into softy here. Okay, here comes the $0.50 on our friend Microsoft. Let's see if we can get a move at least into the 70s. The reason I'm targeting 70s is because it's been one rejection after another off the 10-period EMA on the 5, and that's where the 10-period is showing itself right now, 420.70 on MSFT. Let's see if we can get a nice move up on the softy off this key 420 level. And we rinsed and repeated on Wednesday, and again, it comes into play today. I don't know why, and I don't care why. As long as it is an executable, profitable trade, we'll keep taking it over and over until it stops working. So that's the way that looks there. I'm looking to see if anybody else is dropping hot lines midday. No. So we know we're expecting Raphael Bostic, and we're also expecting Mary Daly. I didn't have any news of this Schmidt person here that was going to make, I guess, an unscheduled hotline drop midday.
Hotline
hotline. AAPL also curling up a little bit here through that 50-penny level, 175.50 here on the formerly the dead one, Apple, holding that 175 level, which is yesterday's closing print. Good luck here for Apple. Let's see if it can make its way a little bit higher there.
Whew, yeah, I'm in this. I'm really proud of myself for not getting out of AMD when we got back up into 90s instead of DARA. We're still below the 90 MA. Breathe. And I breathed. And it worked. So I was pretty pleased. Also, in this Tesla short, shout out to Trader Life, who's in this as well, saying, I'm going for 169.40 out, ride with me. I think I will politely decline the trip. I'm happy in my Cybertruck, and the reason for that is I've noticed when I tried to trade outside of my style, like I was doing with this NVIDIA, holding on a little bit longer, it's not for me, and I don't trade my best. But I do appreciate the invitation to join your Cybertruck. I think my Cybertruck and I are going to be continuing on this little ride down here to 170.40. Also, the Cybertruck analogy got kind of weird halfway through there, so it's all good. I'm watching what we do at 170, 120s here, so kind of getting into that area that I no longer want to be in. Let's be cautious. But I'm happy with this trade so far, and I'm happy that I've been staying a little bit calmer. But AMD is really testing my patience over here at this. She's very bamboozling. I think we might have to switch this. We're going to have to get 50s aren't feasible. We're going to have to switch to 60s on this one. We're going to do, we're switching. We're going to get out at 60s here, but it looks like we might even break below. If we break above 163, I'm just getting out and taking profit where I can. Tesla, though, massive push up. So I'm going to have to hop out of my Cybertruck basic born style to the downside. This did not work out, but that's all good. Not everything does, and you learn, and you live. And I think that's a great thing, too, about being able to trade in front of people, is you have to really practice, just emotional control.
Yes.
Smile,
no question.
Get up. Market knocks you down. You just get up and smile, and you keep shouting out everybody. It's a good time.
And throw slippers. No, I'm kidding. There goes Softy. Here comes 421 on Softy. It's breaking through now the 10-period moving average. That was 70 on my there. Here comes 421. I think it actually broke on a wicking basis. Obviously not closing. Yeah, got up to 18s there on Softy. So 420 holds again. What's up? No, that's a great level. Thanks. But I took it on Wednesday, and I remembered it from that. And so, yeah, 420 on Softy. Excellent move up again. Here comes 421. We're 2 pennies off 421. Let's see if we can get a closing print above the 10. We haven't been able to get a closing print above the 10 since 12:10 today. That was not done on purpose. 12:10. The Masters are on. BPI is watching the Masters. Shout out to BPI. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, Apple ripping as well. I see you guys in the chat. We just mentioned that as well. We talked about Apple holding that 175 level, which is yesterday's closing print, Ram. This is the white line there. That is the yesterday closing print. So despite the fact that we are still in that trend of lower highs and lower lows, yeah, let's see if we bounce off here. I don't think, this trend line is put too much weight behind this. I'd like to see if we reject off the volume weighted average price on Apple. That's what I'll be looking for. 176.40 to 176.50 or thereabouts. Apple is strong on the day, but the market is overall almost down 2%. Man, have you looked at the range that we've been in the last few days on the futures?
I just saw that. I was like,
let me just show you this. Hold on. Look at this. Down, up, down. It's literally zigzagging. This is big boy range here. We're talking 400, 500 points of range there. Yeah.
I was kicking my feet under the desk. That's how much I like that range. Like, not even joking. It's a beautiful range. It's very pretty.
Yeah, imagine that swing. Taking 500 points on the future on a swing. Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Well, right now, I have to say, the Tesla, we did hop out of the Cybertruck and then accidentally, I didn't even realize I did this, got in long when I was trying to get out of the short. So we got out of that immediately the second I noticed. Probably lost like a couple cents there, but nothing major. So it was just like a case of we were waiting. I was like, we didn't want to be in this, you get out. There you go. AMD, though, I am very proud of myself for. I said if we break above that 163, I'm getting out, and I did get out. We are profitable in AMD. I am so pleased. I am all smiles over here. So I'm really proud of what I did with that name. And we'll have to see if there's some more opportunities. Meta, I was trying to see if we were going to reject here off that previous support around this 152, 150, 512. Wow, I just took these numbers and flipped them in my brain. Good times. 152, I did it again. 512.50. I like, if we can keep rejecting this 512.50, someone needs more coffee, then I will be taking this short. I think that's a nice look. Also, a couple people in the chat yesterday were joking about me getting sponsored by coffee or Red Bull. Coffee or Red Bull, people, if you're watching.
Throw some love my way, baby.
But yeah, so I do, in all seriousness, although I could not say the numbers right for the life of me, I do like this meta rejection at 512.50. There, I said it. So we're going to get involved here. I know it looks a bit bullish. I know we had this topping tail candle, but we've generally had lower highs, lower lows. So in my opinion, I don't really have a reason to be scared of this. And I don't want to be a scared trader because, as Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader. And this isn't like the type of trade I'm not comfortable with. This is a range. So we're going to get involved. There we go.
Very nice.
Breathes. Breaths. Wow. I cannot speak. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, on the futures again, curling into that upside, but we are at that 20-period EMA on the NQ June contract. And the last time we were up here, we did reject. And I'm talking about this candle here at 115. But it looks like we're curling up aggressively past that. Again, I'm going to have my eye on 18.2. If we don't break 18.2, then it's a dead cat bounce. We have the trend lines here denoting the lower highs and the lower lows, the fact that it's been a downward channel all day. Yeah, and we're pumping up. There's no question about that. We defend that 18.125 area, kind of a random area to defend, but that's not really the point. Back into 18.2 we go. Let's see what we get here. Softy back above 421 again, also coming in to the 20 period. See that? You know, there's no change in any of these trends. They're all down and to the right. So if we've been taking longs on these, we've been taking them off key areas of support, because there's no trend to the upside today. So let's leave that. Let's look at the small cap gappers. What is Indo up to? Oh, okay. So Indo just dipped into 5 again, and I missed it because I did cancel that order. Sucks to be me. Here it is, INDO, right back at that 519 level. I'm going to put in another dip trade here for Endo at 505. Let's see if we can get filled, because that's my favorite number is 25, but I'm also born the 5th month. So my second favorite number is 5.
So confluence.
Yeah.
And 25 has a 5 in it.
Superstitious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Why
are you
not?
superstitious? Not really, eh?
Okay, a little bit.
Okay.
So there's like a reason I always talk about I can't do small cap halts because of AXLA.
Fair.
Like, that's my biggest trading superstition.
Okay.
I think I do have a little bit of a problem with like the recency bias. So like if a thing happens, we think it'll happen again.
Okay.
Type thing. But yeah, I have a lucky number. I like 11, which I just
Nice.
realized also might be correlated to my birthday because
Exactly.
January 1st.
Exactly.
1-1. But yeah, so but also like if things work and they prove that they're showing up for you, then I think sometimes superstitions come from, I don't want to say a very real place, but they come from a place that makes sense for you. So I don't ever mock people's
Okay.
superstitions.
Yeah,
because,
neither
like,
do I. We don't have to mock it.
right? Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. But I guess sometimes, I think it depends on the thing. I have not had enough caffeine today, so we're going to do more of that.
You have all weekend to relax and chill.
I massively overslept, so.
So we've got 11 minutes left on the show, so we can tone down a little bit now the aggression. So we know that you're obviously a writer. We know that. We've established that before. Are you writing this weekend?
Yeah, that's the plan. I have a couple projects I'm trying to work on. There's also like a TIFF networking event this weekend that I might go to if I'm feeling awake enough. So that might be, we might go to that. We'll see.
Very nice.
Thank you. But yeah, mostly the plan is to write and then maybe also sleep. But writing, I definitely want to get some writing done this week.
Fair.
That's
cool.
the goal. What about you?
Hold on. I'm not done my questions.
Sorry,
I have a line of
I
questions.
didn't know you were done. I'll let the lawyer.
Wait. But you entered a competition.
Yes.
That you were writing for, and there were certain rules that were prescribed.
Oh, yeah.
How did the competition go, if you don't want to talk about it?
Yeah, it went well.
Okay.
I think. Well, here's the thing. So I don't know how it went yet. I don't know if I'm in the next round. I'll find that out, I believe, mid to late May.
Awesome.
My thing is, though, is I was very tired the week I did the competition, so I don't know if what I wrote was coherent. You know what I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really honest.
Okay.
I was like, so I kept being like, oh, time to write, and then I would nap for like hours, and I would like wake up and be like, oh no. So it was like a little, like this is a hard thing when you are a very sleepy person.
Yeah.
But it's all good, you know. I'm really proud that I did it anyway, because this is the first time I've done this contest as well since working here, where
cool.
you know the hours are a bit different. So I was really proud of myself for just doing it, and we're gonna have to find out what happens next, because whatever happens, I wrote stuff that I'm pretty proud of.
Very good. Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to find out because we didn't follow up with you on that, you know.
Nice of you.
And people probably wondering as well. Elon says, hi, Sharif Adair. Today's goal is not to lose money, and to practice what we learned yesterday. Practice gratitude and take profits. Elon, you sound like a very wise individual. Shout out to you. Yes, absolutely. And you know, this is something my old man drills into me all the time. Again, you guys know I've been working with my old man a lot more lately with the new project that we're doing, and he's always trying to get me to realize, you know, that grass isn't always greener, you know, that you got to be happy for what you've been given by both life and everything else. All right, let's talk a little bit about this trade that I'm into at the moment, INDO. I've been watching this for a little bit here, Ram, and there seems to be a hidden seller at that 520 area. Tish, if you're still there, let me know what you're seeing on this. But every time for the past about 10 minutes or so, we come back into that 5 1/5, and we seem to be met with a wall of sellers, despite the fact that there just isn't enough size on the book to justify rejecting off there. So we'll see exactly what we get at 520. I'm going to be looking for that 5 hold. This is the area that I'm drawing my line in the sand on. If it breaks this trough right over here, that's where I'm cutting it, and we'll see what we get from there. But INDO, it's been very strong all day. 85% right now, was well over triple digits at its high. Whether or not it continues, we'll have to wait and see what the rest of the afternoon brings. But it is an energy-related play, and as a result of the possible belligerencies there in the Middle East, oil is running up. I'm expecting the drive home now. Not drive, I didn't actually drive today. I'm expecting the ride home to see gas prices higher at the pump, and when I looked this morning, they were already higher.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 166, I think, and a half, or some garbage like that. So
You said your car, am I wrong? Did you say your car has like a specific gas? Like, does your car use more gas?
90, well, yeah, it's a V8.
Well,
it's
that's-
a monster. It takes a lot of gas in there.
I need to look up a V, because I feel
know.
like I'm always trying to picture what this car is.
Oh, it's F-Pace.
Oh, F-Pace.
Hey, Sharif. Hey, Chief and Adara. I'm just teasing. I know you meant Sharif. It was a nice week watching you trade and teach. Wish all the community a great weekend. See you next week. Shout out to my man Richardson, €5.99. Thank you very much, Richardson. Appreciate you there. And hope you can join us next week, because you know what we're talking about next week? Small cap trading all week. I hope the market is conducive to small cap trading. We actually get good small caps, so we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of small caps, Adara, look at this level on Indo 520, and it just keeps rejecting off that level. I haven't seen one print above this 520 in a while. Endo, there definitely seems to be a wall of sellers at this 5 1/5 of a dollar. We'll see if this one can hold the $5 level and curl back up. Right now, struggling with that though.
Hopefully you that Indo works out, and then you got a nice sweet. Hopefully you want all the smoke, maybe in Indo.
Oh, I like that. I like that. There you go. Do we have the weed animation? Anybody? There we go. I like it.
I was pretty happy with that. Also, I feel like that sound from the old 60s Batman show is very apt, given the whole same bat time, same bat channel.
Did you actually watch that show?
Oh yeah,
With
I grew
Howard
up on,
West and stuff
with
like
Adam
that?
West. I actually met
sorry,
Adam
yeah.
West. I have his autograph from when I was like a kid, and then also Burt Ward playing Robin.
Oh,
and
that's
I don't have
right.
his autograph though. And Yvette Craig was Batgirl. Yeah, I grew up on that because my dad was a huge fan.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so he
you
got like
told
the
me.
box set,
Love
and
it.
so we would watch it
Love
at the
it.
cottage. So yeah, that's a great
No
show.
way, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
Very
I like
cool,
that. I have
very
nostalgia for that show for whatever
I like
reason.
the guy who played Alfred too.
Oh my gosh, he was great. That old British dude.
And the way that they got into the Batcave, they had to like lift that statue or
That was
whatever.
amazing.
Remember?
And the bright red bat phone that doesn't look suspicious at all. Yeah, that's good time.
Yeah, it's completely inconspicuous there. Guys, I just want to mention HUSA, the other small cap gapper du jour, just broke down below VWAP here. So it looks like it's given up the ghost. First time it's made its way down into the 50-period moving average on the day. However, it hasn't printed a newer low in the sense that it hasn't made a newer trough. The trough here earlier on bases out at 207. That print came in at 1135. So if you're trading HUSA, careful here. The first time we've got a closing candle below the volume weighted average price since these two candles over here at 1135 and 1140. This one not as strong as INDO, but it is related in the sense that it is an energy related name. And so it seems like a lot of energy related small cap cappers doing things today as a result of the headline we brought to you earlier. I don't know, Eric. To be honest with you, I haven't really looked. You know, I'm obviously doing the show here, so I haven't had an opportunity to see what's going on in Europe. But yeah, keep your eye on that. Pretty Panda. Richard, okay, well, not at all. Tisha Perkins, Endo making low lows on the 5 and the 10-minute chart. But I am seeing the hold up at VWAP, Tisha, and that's what I'm thinking here. So let me show you what I'm thinking, and then you let me know what your analysis is, Ram, if I can show the chart. No.
I was going to think if you were asking her for her analysis.
No, well, yeah, Rayburn wants to chime in. She's more than welcome to, obviously. But this is the area here, Tisha, that we obviously had an area of resistance at earlier, and we keep seeing a bounce off this area. Now, your point is very well taken in the sense that we haven't made any newer highs since that 594 touch. That doesn't mean, though, that we don't get a hold off 5 and make a lower high, maybe to 550, maybe to 560, and then eventually get that flat bottom break. At least ideally, that's what I'd like. So we'll continue to see there. Shout out to Tisha. What's my stop? My stop is the break of this trough over here. So that takes us into 496, 495 territory. I'll show you on the trading screen. Here it is, right there. So here comes $5. So I might be in trouble here. Send it to you, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm just looking at this Meta. Also, this is a bit of an older company, but I saw this is after the talking about gas prices. Darwin saying wait until egg prices go up again too. So you're getting a little bit roasted there.
Yes, I know.
For the eggs by Darwin. Right now though, Meta, I am in the short still. The reason for this little green candle was, would it surprise anyone to say it's a fat finger? I find at this time of day I was getting a little bit tired, and then my trade entries get really sloppy, unfortunately. So maybe like I need some kind of like immediate like instant caffeine at 1:30 or something. I don't know, because this is the time of day where I'm like, these entries and exits hurt. But so, yeah, I still like this short. We're below, we have this lower high, right? This was the area I was kind of watching. We didn't make a higher high on a closing basis on the 5, so I'm staying in this. Although the midday's over in 3 minutes, so I will probably not be overstaying beyond then. What are your plans for the weekend though? Because I don't even know if you answered the question.
Why am I still in this?
Oh, no.
No, I'm not.
mind.
Okay, so that's incorrect. Okay, so I'm no longer in the Indo trade. What's going on? Oh, okay. For the big cameras? The Chilean Nightmare showing us the newly arrived equipment that just came in. Shout out to him. What am I doing this weekend? I have nothing planned this weekend. Nothing yet. I'll
That's
probably
good.
call
You
a
can
couple
just kinda
buddies.
chill, yeah.
Yeah. I'll always be up at the parents' house in Markham. Probably swing by, steal stuff from the pantry. You know how it is, right?
Yeah, I know you said, and then your
yeah.
mom's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, one time I took something I wasn't supposed to and ended up getting rinsed for it. I'm out. So INDO broke down. Tisha, you were right. The volume weighted average price gives way. Third time and not a charm on INDO. So we'll have to, take the punch in the face on that one. And that's just the way these small cap trades work. Let's have a quick look at the futures before we send it off to you, and you can send it off to Brendan. Looks like we wicked into again 18.2 and rejected 18.2, and right back down we go into 18.16. So it looks as if we are destined, at least for now, to remain below 18.2 on the future. That is after touching almost 18.5 yesterday. Big move up, then a big move down. So next week, I guess, will be the decider. We'll see.
Yeah, what a day. I cannot believe this week is over. It's funny, we do ranges, which I'm really passionate about, and then next week we're doing small caps, which is Sharif's bag. So we both get best of both worlds there.
Yes, ma'am.
But yeah, clearly I am not able to talk anymore. So great time that we are going to pass it over. I'm still in my meta short, still kicking, but not for long. Nice. And we will see you again. I hope everybody has a great weekend. So grateful for the support. Hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, I will be trading live next week. So pass the test. Super excited to see what the future has in store. But for now, what the future has in store is the Big Kahunas. We'll see you same bad time, same bad channel. Brendan's at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in Friday afternoon here as we get into the final 2 hours of the day. I was just noting, pretty negative across the board still, 1.5%, 1.8 for the NASDAQ. I was going to double check if we are still holding on to anything for the week at this point, but we'll do this first. Here comes a few things still moving around this afternoon. Ugly couple of days back to back. Yesterday, take it away after the overall market move. But the week itself hasn't been great for Tesla, down another 2%, 171, 172 coming back into play. Initially 172, 171 down here. Trying to roll over right now. Overall, pretty high volume on Tesla today from a relative standpoint, close to the top of the relative volume look that I have anyways. Here is a very red S&P 500 to end the week. Let's talk about what isn't at this point, because that's maybe more notable. Apple holding up very, very nicely after that big day yesterday, 3% to the upside. First time in a long time. Apple had a 3% day on that AI headline, still holding on to 0.25%, a little bit less than that right now, but trying to get back to break even. One of few, let's put it that way. Walmart relatively strong today as well. Everything else pretty much, including, the banks getting really hit here. JP Morgan, almost 6% downside coming off that ugly forecast. It was mostly the forecast, less the report itself this morning. We'll get into more earnings from the banks coming up Monday and Tuesday. With Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, other way around, Goldman Sachs and then Morgan Stanley on Tuesday. Yeah, more Fed speak during lunchtime. It was Schmidt and then Goolsby as well. Mostly noise, says Goolsby, as far as the market movement at this point. So I don't know. We had pretty ugly CPI print going back a couple of days ago. That certainly wasn't noise, I think. As far as the inflation market is concerned, if you want to call it that. Here's the overall NASDAQ, just giving back yesterday. So let's put it in perspective. There we go. Just giving back the entire move from yesterday. So we're just back to where we were in the pre-market, essentially. Let's start things off with a look at semiconductors. We were touching on a few things this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, my keyboard's not working. There we go. We're talking China and semiconductors, or the possibility of China further restricting, I typed in semiconductors, further restricting US-based semiconductors going over to China. Obviously not good for this group. I just said the overall market, guys, giving back the entire day yesterday. Here's NVIDIA, only about 50% of the way back.
Something like that. Actually, I didn't measure NVIDIA off of how much of the gain it gave, because you're looking at everything else basically pulling the whole move. But really, yeah, you're kind of right. Like, if we're going to start with NVIDIA, why not? It is holding up really well. I know it's deceiving because the trend is so very clearly to the downside, and when you're sitting at lows like this, it would be easy to just be like completely gloom and doom, bearish, and all that good stuff. But yeah, NVIDIA was at $865 when we started the show yesterday in the morning. So you still got $20. Maybe it's a flat bottom break. I think if you get into ifs and buts, you got some candy and nuts that you're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, probably.
Usually that's how it goes.
That's how it goes, yeah.
But NVIDIA's down 2.5%, but it's not the dog by any stretch of the imagination. AMD and Intel were the ones that bore the brunt of this. Did we skip banks? Doesn't matter. We're talking semis. Bore the brunt of this China news and the tit for tat back and forth. The good news for AMD is they made the low at 950 something. And have been attempting to bounce, although, I kind of like VWAP in here. I think I'm going to like the VWAP retrace when we get back up there on AMD. But unfortunately for Intel, the truth remains they are the dog, or the black sheep of the semiconductor group.
The dog of the Dow.
Well, not the dog, because I feel like the stock's got that dog in them. Like,
Yeah.
NVIDIA's got that dog in it when it goes up. It's
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
So I want to say it's the black sheep, because dog is, I like it for positive
like
term.
Intel.
So I'll go that way. Look, Intel, it's nasty. We were short pre-market at 37. There was, unless you sat in it right at the open, the only other play was off of VWAP. And that was like a mixed bag for me because I was short into VWAP. It did stop out. I got back in. Then there was the curl. I'm basically holding on to the last little bit right now with a 36 trail. And this is going to get, I feel, nastier on Intel because you've now broken a 1 year long trend if we close underneath 36. And it feels like that's a very good possibility. Everybody, if you watch the show along a while, you probably remember the 25 bottom when this trend line all started, when it made a higher low off of this. So your earnings are going to be coming up for them, and the question becomes, are they going to be able to hold the line if the last few reports haven't even been all that great? So nastiness on Intel. It was a short this morning. It's been a short. This stock's been a short since 50, and absolutely nothing has changed. Short the pops until it continues to drop. I am in Marvell, but that was a midday VWAP retracement trade, so more of a setup thing.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Adara, coming with a nice little refill. Ooh la la. Thank you. Okay. So, we didn't make it all back, but we made back 25%. So yesterday, NVIDIA, we didn't have the greatest relationship. We were going short yesterday during this. But then, as we were coming back up, I was like, let's break 890 and let's go. So there's the break of 890, and we did this live on the show, by the way. So this was live on the midday show. We broke 890. We got half out at VWAP for 892. That's a $2 winner right there, so that's good. Then we got out the next half at the 200 period for $4. So that turned out to be pretty decent. So that was it. And then we were done. But the story is not done, my friends, because we went over and we had a little interruption there of the midday show, and I apologize for this one. Because we just came online and just said, look, Intel early, we were short early. I was short into here, right? I mean, I'm down with this. Short into this high, we hit it, it was fine. Until it wasn't, we gave some back there. Then, as this market was falling down, we'll talk about our TQQ trade. I'm not in the chat yet, by the way, my thing didn't roll over, I gotta load up that chat. We broke through 36. This was the #1 trade idea today, was to go short Intel. We were short there, and then we didn't leave it alone. It came back to the 50 period, and we shorted it again and just got another piece out right there. So although this looks like we're planting purple flowers, as long as those purple flowers spin out one thing, then we're happy with that, man. I'll plant these trees all day. So Intel right now is the number, for me, the number 3, Apple 1, NVIDIA 2, TQ's 3, Intel 4. So again, another big day. Pretty happy with this trade. It's Intel, and we're net short. But we have 16% left, if not less than that. So not much left on Intel. Great outs near that bottom. It's going to be, again, trade idea #1 from here. We'll talk about trade idea #2 if we ever get to Chinese ADRs. But Apple API on deck.
He glanced past the banks there. Probably a good idea to revisit. A huge monster, if you zoom out a little bit here, huge monster volume day for JP Morgan to the downside, rightfully so. Got to go back to the last earnings day to see the last one that was this high. So ugly, almost 6% at the lows here for JPM.
Yeah, net interest income, the issue here, Brendo, as you pointed out this morning, despite the fact that they did very well on earnings, both on the top and bottom line, and they also have lesser loan loss provisions, meaning that the money that they've allocated for bad loans is actually, they're going to use less than expected, which means that moves to the profit side of the balance sheet. Despite that, the market really making them pay here, almost down 6% at the lows.
Quick recap, if anyone missed it this morning at 10 o'clock, we got that Michigan consumer sentiment number higher than expected on the inflation side of things, which seemed to kick off more heavier selling anyways for April. So that's a 1 year, 3.1%. The 5-year, they're still saying in 5 years, Sharif, we're going to be at 3%. Versus a 2.8% expectation. So that was kind of ugly. I mean, the actual index itself downside as well. So pretty ugly print there at 10, guys.
Years, we're going to be at 3%.
Hopefully a little sooner than that, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's extreme. I mean, sometimes you get like, I don't know, you're trying to grab a headline, you're trying to shock the world, all that kind of good stuff. Now, we mentioned look, the lesson of the day was about staying in your lane, right? So if you're a fundamental trader, you're probably going to be looking at that report and asking yourself, is this going to be value in the banks and all that good stuff? But if you're just trading price action, then there's no question JP Morgan was not a buy the dip today. You could have had a couple of shots at it, and now you can say there's a double bottom, but hindsight's always going to be 20/20 when you can look back at a pattern like this. So, I stayed away from it. I do think one of the things that can be interesting, at least in the couple of days, when we get, next week we'll get Goldman Sachs, we'll get Morgan Stanley, as these start to proliferate through and it ends up midweek, we'll have 2 or 3 days of data and we'll have more earnings reports, you'll probably have some really good tradable levels, I'd like to think. The 50 period doesn't hold, but so far you got 183 in here, 85 looks like a resistance level. I want to see it put in some higher lows. I want to see some consolidation, all that good stuff. And when that does happen, I think JP Morgan's going to be a really good trade at some point next week. I just think you want to wait this one out. If you're looking to be a momentum trader and you obviously if you were short it was fine today, but if you're looking for that bounce play, then you're just going to have to be very patient for it because obviously it wasn't really that good today if you tried it. But I mean, if you're looking long term, some people probably were all over buying this dip, I would assume.
Yeah, and like I sort of mentioned at the beginning of the show, I'll trade some earnings names, but it's going to have to be in the space that I'm pretty familiar with because, for a day trade, the banks, especially on the day of, and Neil mentioned staying in your lane and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to repeat the same stuff, but it's just like we had been talking about this for a long time. Here on the after market show. We started to get into this down channel here. Recap show, my bad. Oh crap, hold on a second. So we started to see this sort of channel that was building up here. And what we noticed, obviously, as we talk about this, is that we started to fade out a little bit here on the RSI. So although we had the channel for the stock, the RSI was actually starting to push some of these lows. And it's true of a lot of these banks. So as we kind of remained up here, leveling off in and around 190 or so, the RSI was really pointing down. Now today you're going to get way oversold. I mean, obviously it's down 5-6%. Probably the last time it was down here was whatever, maybe that was earnings right there as well. But the idea here, we had oversold condition. We had Daniel Shea on. We had a bunch of different traders to talk about this. We all thought, I think, that this was an oversold condition or overbought condition, and today you're getting it pushed down in. So as per Neil's discussion, I think that this could be a little bit lower into here, maybe 175, something like that for a buy. I've always said don't buy something until the third day. So we'll wait for that to come through for the banks. But for me, a no trade zone on the show, but definitely something. I'm out of JP Morgan. We've known that for a bit. So I'm a seller right now if I was in, but I think it might be a little bit too late. We probably should have got something out before earnings. And that just goes to show you, as we head into earnings season, you have to decide what kind of a trader or mindset you're going to have, because if you are swing trading or something like that, completely different to get into position before earnings, slightly before, waiting for an earnings bump. But again, to the same point that Neil was making, so I love it. It's just, this is probably a good time to buy JP Morgan. If you've done the work, you think it's settling down. Today, you get a 5-6% push down. So if you're dollar cost averaging, some of these reports on what I believe to be best of breed are probably worth buying. Yesterday we had Morgan. I think you got to wait a little bit, but like yesterday you had that huge dump down in Morgan Stanley, down 6-7%, bringing you right into like a real nice level. And we talked about potentially buying some of this in around $85, $86, $87. And it just, it's bouncing off there. If they have a good report, maybe you make some of that back. So again, just be careful with your investing decisions here, and don't make them too irrational. Let things settle down for a little bit before you throw these all out.
Awesome.
All right, let's talk Apple. Trying to get back above 176 here, but yeah, still one of the few here in positive territory after that monster day yesterday. Nice move out of the gate this morning. That was the best opportunity today. It's been pretty sideways, but holding up here. I was just saying to Sharif off camera, it's like if the market upticks at all, this thing's going to be through the highs in a second.
Oh, yeah. And Dan Ives making us all aware of how he feels about this, mentioning the 2.2 billion active devices that they've got that they can monetize. But that wasn't the reason that we pumped up here, Brenda. It was because of the new M4 AI specific chip that was released yesterday. Just to recap here, we should be expecting 3 new MacBook models this year, all with the M4. And then next year in 2025, we'll get different variants of their product with that same chip, Brenda.
Yeah, pretty good day, once again, considering the market here, obviously, guys, for Apple.
So just real quick here. All right, so Apple was not on the radar. This is not going to be one of the sticky note trades of the day, but it's going to be my P&L number 1. So that's part of the feeling you have to get. When we saw the market, I just want to show this because we bought this immediately off the open. Okay, and if I just zoom in, our best out is up here, 177.50. So I thought we did pretty good. The best that we probably could add was 178.20. I was fine with that. We can explain that was the 50 period at the time or something anyways, why we would have got out. It must have been the 50 period. All right, so anyways, as it goes up, we just see this base down here at 74 bucks. So I was sort of like, this was going to be an out anyways. It's an option level. It's a Friday. I mean, if it's going to break that, then they'll push the short. If not, they're going to push the long. And yesterday we had, I mean, that's why Apple's on the board, right? They had Apple AI. There was the chips going into the MacBook, which makes us think that they're going to put those same AI-based chips that they're making themselves into their own phones, into the watch, into whatever. So increasing margins, increasing safety, right? Because if all the processing is on your device and not in the cloud, that's probably better for speed, blah, blah, blah. So yesterday, I mean, I was doing a little bit of research on it, so that's why, like, I was very puzzled by that move yesterday. But it's getting back to the 50 period. So when the market started to get going here right off the open, I was just like, okay, so see, all this green, this is the open. So all this green with a hold of this bottom of 18, whatever, I didn't even care about the features at that time, just saw some buying. So honestly, we just went right over into Apple. So again, I don't think it was necessarily rocket science. We just went over to Apple. We said what was strong yesterday. We bought it. And I just wish we would have made more money, but we did pretty good on it. It's P&L number 1. And again, it doesn't always have to be sticky note related. I wasn't sure what kind of levels would come into play, but we knew we wanted the long. So we turned that into a trade right off the open. So pretty good, happy with it, can't be upset as our last out is still $2 higher than where we are now. So good trade there on Apple, but that did surprise me, that move. So wish we had more shares.
Yeah, it's one of those, and looking back on it with hindsight being 2020, it actually wicked the resistance on the daily chart here, unfortunately. Like it got up to 179, which is exactly the resistance level on the daily, and then wicked back under the 50 period moving average. And that's a pretty big rejection. So I do think that if it closes underneath, if it does close underneath this at 176, it's probably going to be a little bit of a pullback, like a pretty significant pullback potential going in next week. Because when you reverse a move like that, that's nasty. That said, if you look at support to resistance, 175 this afternoon looks pretty decent. So 175 is already higher lows. The market seemingly is making or attempting to make a bottom. I think you're looking long off this bad boy at 175 today.
I just want to say, we'll go to the desk because we're going to complete the rundown, but I do see this question in here. So we'll talk about Uber coming up, but I think it's probably, do you want me to do this now, Brendan, or are we on time? Okay, so let's do this now. All right, so here we go. Uber breaking the low of the day. If yes, do we stop at 73.50? Okay, so first of all, where we stop, no one knows. So let me just call up Uber right now and find out if we like that place. 73.50, okay, no. So I'll already say this. I had no idea where we were. I don't think, just looking at, we have 2 hours left. It's Friday. Could be quiet. I only say could be quiet into the close. Again, weather getting nicer. Fridays are always one of those days. I could see the market being not necessarily slow into the close, But even if you get down 2% in the NASDAQ would be a pretty major move there, Turin. I don't think we get to 73.50 today. You're probably asking that, obviously, for options. I don't know the value of those. But do I think Uber can go lower? Yes, because we're still underneath all of this. I would say it actually looks pretty strong because we bounced off of its low already. So when I think of this and I look at a stock like this, I say we came back into here. That's great. Nice move back up. But then we stopped going down. So someone came in here and bought these levels up. The volume's not great down there, but I would say we may be tough breaking this bottom right there. So I don't love the short here, no. But it's nice that we're going to get rejected off VWAP here. I would say you could take a short now into the bottom of the day. And actually, now that you mentioned that, this might be a trade that I'm going to take. So thank you so much for the super chat there. But looking at a larger time frame, yeah, I don't, to get all the way back down here right now, it's a great look. You nailed it with 73.50. But to go down another 1.5%, I'm not sure that's going to be there for Uber today. But good look. We're under the 200. We're under the 50. So for that, Turin, I say you nailed it. That's a great short. Uber, possibly a good short against this high of 75.20. Good look.
Yeah. No, I remember that. No. Let's go to Chinese ADRs downside here right out of the gate this morning. Huge gap in the pre-market, and you get a negative catalyst, negative market, negative sentiment, and it's just a lot of red candles here on a 15-minute chart for Alibaba's down 4% today. If you zoom out a little bit, I mean it's 3 days. We're just back to the beginning of the week, essentially.
Yeah, and if that wasn't enough, Brendo, Chinese government coming in with more regulations here, telling their telecom carriers that they got to wean themselves off AMD and Intel's chips. Yeah. And that's caused a lot of problems because they're well into that economy. So we'll have to see how this works.
Yeah, back and forth we go here, guys, for all things China.
Only traded one Chinese ADR today. It was NEO. It was a flat bottom break. It was very similar to what we saw over there in Rivian. Ouch. On the $10 break. 435 went down. This once, twice, 3, 4 times it tested it. Today it broke it right at the open. Your only shot for this is essentially just to put a stop order when it does that. And then it pretty much never found a bottom until 408. I'm trailing it now to VWAP. So it was really just exactly the same thing as we did yesterday in Rivian off the $10 level. And then you just got to get into those flat bottom breaks when they happen. Sometimes it'll be at 9:30, other times it'll be late in the day. It's not the only one. We did try Lucid as well. So sometimes they look like that, sometimes they look like this. Like I was reading the Lucid one, that flat bottom broke, it got to 42, didn't really extend more than like 6 cents worth of a win on a 3-cent stop loss. I reloaded at 49 to just get out at 51. So that 250 level on Lucid, I'd say was a pretty big disappointment. I would have expected this to flush to like 225 was going to be the target, as I was saying this morning. But NEO, I mean, if you're looking for risk reward trades as a breakout trader, and we all like when stocks go up, it's exactly the same principle as when you have a flat bottom break. How many times we've seen NVIDIA breaks 500 and goes crazy or something like that. So with these EV names, they've got these bottoms that are getting really, really nasty and very testy. Probably not going to be much of a trade this afternoon because you can see it's fallen asleep at this point.
Okay, yeah, good look on that one with NIO. I know Neil likes to look at those, especially some of those EV names today. For myself, I'm going to have to slap the fail again, and I'm going to hit the sticky note box again as well. Because we're going to have one red name today. And it's going to be Alibaba. And honestly, I'm going to tell you about it because what happened to us is completely fine. And this is what's going to happen when you make calls and they don't work out. So where is it right here? Here's the sticky note. We liked Alibaba. 73 long. But at least we said to ourselves, and we talked about this in the pre-market, that once the market started to dump in the pre, that we were looking at it and we were like, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, this was going to be a level for us to look at was 72 because we had looked at 72 a bunch of times. So 72 came in there, we took a small position at 72.15. Came back in, we averaged it at 72 flat. We got some out there at 72.09, but not enough. We take the L, it breaks lower. Then we said, hey, if it breaks back up, we want the long again because maybe this was a failed break. Look at the volume on the 72 break. We had wrote this on our sticky note for years. for weeks and weeks that we like this Alibaba long. If it was years and years, Alibaba used to be a $300 name. Can you guys believe that? Well, of course you could, I guess. But anyways, there it is. Nice move back up to the upside there. Took a little bit of an advantage until eventually we took one more shot and it broke lower. So for me, it is, and Neil mentioned that I don't do this enough, so let's do it. We will flush down Alibaba here on a red trade idea, okay? And the thing about it is, we wind up losing less on this than Apple, but to be honest with you, it wasn't that much less. About 20% less we lost on BABA than we made on Apple. So I'm not super proud of that, but again, on an idea that I believed in, I'm gonna throw, we're still green on the day, a lot, like perfect. But that was an opportunity that we took and we lost it at 72. So there we go. You know, we got to sort of talk about the good with the bad, and for me, that was bad. So we lost on Alibaba, but not that much. Yesterday, I was mad at NVIDIA. We lost 4 times more yesterday on NVIDIA than we lost on Alibaba right here. So all is well on that one, but yeah, that's trading for you, and that was the Chinese ADR of Alibaba. I still like that Uber short, man. I was going to think about looking at that, so. But we'll do that when we get back. What's up, Kevin Mendoza?
Yeah, we'll talk about Boeing here at day lows right now, trying to bounce off 170 once again, but wasn't much this morning, just JP Morgan. The latest to lower their price target. They maintained overweight on Boeing, so I guess they want to buy more lower?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a tough look there with JP Morgan, but here's what's going on from earlier in the week. You'll recall that Sam Salahapur, who was a whistleblower and a former Boeing engineer, basically said that there are issues with the Dreamliners, not just the 737, it's their flagship airplane here, and that precipitated a big sell-off. On the other side of the equation, though, they did win this $112 million deal, Brendo, to upgrade the F-18s and the EAG. I don't know what this one is, but apparently it's going to make them some money.
This daily chart is through that level now, so you got to go back to, I guess, this level, but free fall mode almost here, guys, for Boeing.
Yeah, it's so bad with Boeing that it's at the point now, like, I didn't even want to go short. I was so convinced that at some point it's like they're just going to stop having bad news and you're going to look for that one day. Just that one day where it's going to be a green candle and you get that upshoot. And that was like the wrong analysis. It was a very simple, we broke the lows, 52-week low yesterday, and once it was underneath that, all you had to do was short it. It's that simple. The low was 171.40. It gets there, consolidates, and then right at noon, it just falls like a rock. That's almost like a free dollar going with the trend on the stock. And it's like, slap the fail on it, because we've been saying if you have a bias on a stock, it's a short till it's not, it's a long till it's not, all that kind of good stuff. But how many days in a row does it have to be red before you just say every single day I'm going to look for a short in this stock until I lose on it? And we say this about the EVs, and it's easier to do with the EVs because they're just bad fundamentally in a lot of levels. But most people are probably going to go and tell you that Boeing, there's value here. I completely believe there's value here. I actually think I'd be a buyer of this stock if there's no bad news for the next 2 weeks into earnings, which I do believe are on the 14th. If they don't have a single piece of bad news till then, and then they have a good report, and this stock is still under $180, I'd be a buyer. But that's a lot of ifs, and until then, you should probably just be short this thing until the cows come home.
Okay, so Boeing.
JP Morgan cuts.
That's what screwed me up this morning.
Boeing. No, I did the same thing this morning.
Yeah, this morning I saw that and I was like, okay, JPM? But okay, so Boeing. Yeah, I mean, I know Neil and I have talked about some of these things as investments and so on and so forth. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I would honestly say GE has an aerospace division. Like, if you, and our charts aren't going to show properly here because GE did not have this tank. I mean, a lot of you that are shareholders would know that you got that Vernova there. So, but anyways, I think as an industrial, there's so much else to look at right now other than Boeing. Although I know Boeing is a completely own beast, sort of, and you may find value eventually in BA. But I mean, these industrials, I'd almost look here, Caterpillar, Deere, just the XLI, it is pushing back into the 50-period moving average. Some of these ETFs that we really like, if you like the story moving forward, I feel like ETF might be the way to play. I don't know of like an ETF that Boeing would be in. Like as far as like, I don't think there's like an airplane ETF or anything like that, because there's Airbus, there's Boeing, and then there's going to be Spirit and things like that. But for me, I like Boeing down here. It's just, we said this, until the story starts to change, I mean, you're bouncing your head off here and wondering where the bottom's going to be. If everybody's looking at the same charts, then I mean, this 170, I mean, like you're already broke through 180, which was sort of, as we've said before, I know Neil uses it more, but the Alamo there, you've already broken below it. So like you're on the other end now. I'd be very careful about Boeing, and I don't even think it's worth averaging in. If you're in the name, I'd say it's a very solid hold. I would not sell at these bottoms, but the bad news keeps getting worse. So Boeing definitely not working out here, and yeah, that's Boeing. So I don't have much else to say. We got credit yesterday because we had mentioned getting out of it. Someone, I don't know if it was Elon, I'm not sure who it was on the chat, and I apologize for whoever it was, but we had talked about it up here when they sort of had their miscues. And once we broke below this 200-period moving average, at that point, the trade kind of got sketchy. Yeah, it's only been getting worse from there. So Boeing, unfortunately, this is just such a stupid pun, but should probably be grounded right now. Like I mean, we both think, I don't think we can buy it at this level. So
no, you need.
But for average, maybe.
Something
but,
has to change. I'd rather
Yeah.
something change first and then be late to the move. Like if you miss 10% on an up move in Boeing, I'm already on. I was like, AMD, if it somehow magically gets to VWAP, I think it's going to be a short. But when I say magically, it's because it continues to go down. No, I just think that if you miss the first 10% of a Boeing move and it is a good move, then it's probably not going to be a big deal at the end of the day, because this could be $250, $260 if you just look at sort of like the valuation, what Airbus has been able to do. Like Airbus has been absolutely fine, and they've been the ones winning off of this. So, you know, I'd rather miss out on this one than try to. Picking a bottom's really hard. I saw that in the chat. It's like, how hard is it to pick a bottom? There was a question just now about Mara, and is Mara a good buy? And to answer that question, like look at this thing. The question is Mara a good buy here? It's at the 200-period moving average, but I like strong stocks at the 200-period moving average, not necessarily ones like this. You got the halving coming up. I think you wait till after that. That'll be in a few weeks. I think now it's like the 21st. It's supposed to be the 18th. Now I think it works out to the 21st. But support's been at 14.15. Let it start to make a move to the upside, because when Mara consolidates and then breaks out, look what happens. Consolidation, then break. Who cares if you miss the first few shekels? Consolidates, then breaks. If you miss the first $3 of a Mara move breaking out, well, it went another 12 the last time. Well, it's like a moving. The halving's like a
18th.
It's like a moving target. It was the 18th,
Oh,
and
okay.
I saw it could be like the 21st now. So
okay.
it's sometime mid-month. It's not good for the miners. It's good for Bitcoin and scarcity, but it's not great for the miners, and that's why Mara's down another 9% today. And I mean, if
Gemini
there's
says the 20th.
the 20th, okay, so the 20th.
You're going to be right about
But
that.
like, look at this thing. I don't know. Would you want to buy this stock when it looks like this almost every single day? When Bitcoin's above 70,000, or well, it was above 70,000. Now we're at 67, 66, 66 and a half,
What
66.
What the hell is going
what
on
just
with
happened
Bitcoin?
to crypto?
Is that Bitcoin is really starting to go lower here.
What just happened?
You would think that as there's uncertainty.
What are the odds that just now fell apart?
Is it? Let's look at. Well, you're looking at IBIT, right?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, right now, Intel. Here we go, man. Intel is going to be close to P&L number one. It could take over Apple right there, which is great because it is sticky note idea number one. Just like the last couple of days, man. The sticky note ideas that we've had have been pretty hot fire. But again, you got to trade what you see. And what we saw earlier, guys, was a market that was about to get absolutely crushed. But unfortunately, we went short there, we went short there. Unfortunately, come on. Whenever there's some money, it's not that unfortunate. But at the same time, I thought when we went all the way back up here and then I went for my damn walk, and sometimes when you go for those walks and you regroup, you do miss opportunities. And man, that would have been a hell of an opportunity to short that market one more time. You know I would have done that at the 200 period. You guys know I'm firing bullets at this short all day. So that, come on, I'm not short. Anyways, that's a reload there. It came back in, and I honestly felt like maybe we were holding 18.2. And then Sharif turned over to me, and he goes, we're at 18.2 again. And I had just gotten out. It was right here. And he had said, are we breaking 18.2? And I was actually like, I think, yeah. So I should have gotten back into the short and probably shorted again right there. So let's have a look. If we come back into the 200 period right now for the Qs, this is just a 1 minute chart. We'll probably look to go short again here today. But Apple, great P&L name, my number one. That's a long. Amazon is there. We're up on it, not huge. That was a long. Alibaba, my number one and only loser. That was a fail. On the long. Intel, let's go. That's the short. Microsoft, boom for the long. That was nice too. Nvidia, we hit long. You know, TQQs, short. So again, I just feel like me and Neil have, honestly.
This is getting nasty.
Well, what I was going to say is
IBIT's tank. What is spot Bitcoin at right now? And is
holy
it moving
shit,
this
can you
much?
see it's right there, 65.8.
No, but this is moving faster than that. Why is IBIT falling so
U.S.
far?
Senior Administration, BTC, Bitcoin. So I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing it's dropping. Bitcoin to go on another huge run was the story from Benzinga. So that ain't it. And the most recent story I'm getting here is Senior Administration officials that China is supporting Russia's war effort. That's not good. In Ukraine by helping it ramp up its defense production. Not good. Okay, so, all right, that's FXI and China names, but you're right, Neil. I mean, now you're bouncing to 65.
If it holds 65, this is probably
Did you find a level on IBIT there that you like?
65,000 is like 73, 37.5 looks okay.
Off that bottom?
If there's nothing specific here, it just did a huge, but it's still heavy. I don't know.
Here it comes back.
37.40 maybe.
Wayne, what's going on with crypto?
What is
all right, right now we are starting to go a little ham. We are long now at 37.49. I'm going to try this below 36. Stop order under 37. What's up, A?
Not seeing anything on Bitcoin right now. Going to keep my eye out for it. There's lots of discussion on Twitter with regards to Bitcoin, but that's pretty much usually always the case, so not seeing anything specific. However, Tesla, though, on watch here. U.S. Treasury saying that Tesla and other automakers have received a combined $580 million so far from the IRS this year for reimbursements for the EV point of sale tax credit payment. So interesting note there with TSLA. Still looking for the Bitcoin story, guys.
Yep. IBIT down here, so we are now nicely in the money. We are now at another 25 cents in the money. Remember we said, man, get those damn tools out and sharpen them up, baby. Yesterday we nailed that news story with Morgan Stanley. How good was that, right? Let's just get a piece out here. If we can get this out in the 80s, we just saw a nice move up. Now it's coming back in. Have the ability. We brought this to you. We were just talking crypto, and then Neil was like, wait a second, what the hell's going on with IBIT here? And yeah, what was going on with it? Nice move to the downside. Come on, we're at 8. I don't know why we're at 83. I hit offer enter, but we are at 83.
There's sellers
yes,
at this 80
exactly.
level.
So, all right, well, we're in it. Let's see what happens. Quick little trade here. We'll try to hold the rest of it. Our stop was going to be 37 flat, but I also wanted to average in. So if we can get another dip, let's try to take it, but be very, very careful here. You never know, like I said, man, where that bread's going to be buttered. But if you're watching Trader TV live, then you know you've got the best station. So here we go. Let's see what happens here to the upside right now. I'm still excited by my guy, Josh. Where is that guy? The marketing maven, that guy. I want to talk to that guy after this. He's out for a walk like we all should go out a little bit. Here we go. IBIT. We did not get out at that top. Well, we tried, but it's now really dancing, and we do have a Dara. So once not now, but when she's ready and sees something, we'll bring it. But right now, it is a nice downside move. SMCI, people talking about really getting dumped out.
Probably everything is falling on.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense there. Yeah,
SDR probably got destroyed.
I mean, the market is down 2%. This is a different story. When it went down here on Wednesday,
didn't.
I said, take a damn breath, everybody. But that's because we just went down like instantly on that CPI number and then ran into past support. So we're trying to get into those levels again, but this feels a little differently to me because we've just been stair-stepping down. And to me, the scary part about all of this is it has nothing to do with the economy. So we got JPM come out today and really not give a great report, and disappoint, I guess is the word I'm looking for, right? Then you have now apparently some worries, which there's always been here, but now looks like a little more serious about Iran, which is not going to be nice. So yeah, and then you get Nvidia losing 900. Tried to get up there. 880 now, Neil. Yeah, I mean, some of these markets are starting to fall down pretty good here.
Yeah, if this was just a liquidity grab on Bitcoin, it would have already got back.
Yeah.
A little bit more than this. Usually when you get a wick bottom, come to IBIT for a second. Usually when you get a wick bottom like that, I'm expecting you would have punched through that 80 level, the seller that was there, and we just sort of float up to 838s. I mean, this all accelerated at 38.50. And it was a complete coincidence. I mean, we just happened to be talking about Mara. Like, I wasn't even trading it or anything like that. And the next thing I know, I'm like, I was looking over because when I'm looking at Mara, and I'm like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's at blah blah blah. And then I see the thing on Sean's, and I'm like lower and lower and lower, and it just started happening. But the seller's still here at 80. I might take another leg out there at the 81 level, as probably going to drag some things down here because. Look, you talk about the wealth effect. Well, one of the things that's held up pretty well is BTC. So when you get that coming down, it's going to drag a few things with it. Adara?
You still not seeing any news for this, but I do want to point out, I have noticed here and definitely being discussed online as well, that this is not just Bitcoin. This is a lot of these cryptocurrency related names. Ethereum down almost 10% here. Solana down about 13%. Ripple 13. Dogecoin 12. Cardano 20. Avalanche 19. So it looks like this could be overall geopolitical reaction. But this is a pretty big move down here. Also worth noting as well, an update to that story Sean was mentioning with regards to China supporting Russia's war effort. Apparently, this specifically was discussed when Biden and Xi met. So previously discussed and said that that was not a good idea. So the fact that China's doing this could be interesting as well geopolitically, guys.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're still him, though, because look at this. Intel, still that downside move. There's two ways to look at everything. I always think that if there's something wrong in this world, people might flight to gold. We talked about that. A flight to silver, a flight to something that's more stable as far as we talked about the utilities, and maybe not multinational tech firms. All right, so we just took some profit there. Spin it one more time. Crypto, it's Apple, it's Amazon, it's Intel, it's Softy, it's Nvidia, it's the market. So far today, here we go. I know Sebastian was just joking earlier this morning, and it's okay? Take that? Oh, that's the flatten. Okay, yeah, sorry to hear about that.
Wow, no, that's like I just got saved.
This okay.
Should be.
Okay, I don't know if you want to. I can still talk.
No, I want to know if there's news on this thing, but I haven't found it just yet. A deal might have fallen through on this TCN stock, which had just dropped 15% to the downside. If there is nothing going on, I'm considering a punch long. But I was in the long already. This is insane.
Okay,
pick something up in front of the 10 level. So basically, a stock that's supposed to be closing a deal at $11.25 just tanked $2, which you do not see very often. And I don't wonder if it wasn't just the floodgates opening up.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. I'll let you deal with that because I know that's more serious than this. Okay, so just real quick, IBIT is continuously going higher here. Now, again, we've sort of talked about some of the things that are happening in this world, and some of them aren't that nice. So I would think, to me, that would mean Bitcoin strength, to be honest with you. But we did have a move down, and I don't know what it was about. We looked at it, and it's just funny that we talked about the halving and everything like that, and then this kind of happens. I could see Bitcoin here. Let me call up Bitcoin. I'm talking about it and just looking at IBIT here. All right, so here's that move down. I'm going to call up a 1-minute chart once this loads. I apologize for a second here. All right, so obviously, I guess Binance, who I'm using here, is pretty busy right now, needless to say. But that was a monster flush down to 65. Like, that's what happens when you break. So I don't, again, like without going over everything, because I don't know everything, that was a nice move down. All we can do is look at some charts. So let me go over to 4-hour chart, because look, oh my God, mamma mia. It just falls right into, again, support. Like we talk about all the time having lower bids on stocks, just in case an earnings report, comes out and it's not as bad as you think, but yet gets flushed in the morning, or an event like this happens in the middle of a day where you're waiting to buy some J&J, or I'm just using a healthcare name, tanks because of a report and then, falls and break back up, or Apple's a good example of that sometimes too. But anyways, here on Bitcoin, if you had that look right there, like that could be something as well. Down there for BTC, down to 65, 65.1, a nice little dip buy opportunity there for everybody that's a Bitcoin enthusiast, if you do like those dip buy opportunities. But all right, so there's what that is. You guys let us know in the chat, tweet it at me or whatever if you have any news, or just put in the chat, and Bears vs. Bulls will handle that as well for us. And thank you for that, Bears. But there it is, man. It's a nice move up. Neil's still in the long. I'm still in the long here. It's
still the same seller, by the way. It gets to I don't know what Bitcoin is at, but IBIT gets to 37.80 to 37.90, and someone is just sell when it gets to that price. So that's like 66,008 or 66.5 or something like that. If you're watching spot Bitcoin prices, it's nasty. Like the fact that you have a lot of dumping down there, maybe it's a sell into. You don't want to hold, but it's a 24-hour thing. Oh, by the way, I checked my Coinbase to see.
Is it down?
9 times out of 10, when there's a spike like that, I actually can't log in that moment. But I pulled out my phone, I logged in. I didn't make a trade, but I did sort of I simulated like I was going to, and everything was absolutely fine. So Coinbase looking okay. I mean, obviously it's going to drop in a situation like that. Adara, yeah, this is wild. What's going on here?
I don't have anything on Coinbase yet, but keep an eye. Novo Nordisk here getting a pretty significant volume candle here compared to previous volume candles on the 3-minute. Seeing here from the Wall Street Journal that some pharmaceutical drugs, including Ozempic, having new high levels of shortage. So lots of shortages potentially impacting Ozempic here as well. NVO down about 0.7%, guys.
40? Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Well, that's why you got to punch out. I mean, you can even discuss that if you want. I don't know. It's up to you. All right. So I just want to discuss one more thing here, because Intel, I just took another piece. So 35.70 right there. I mean, that's something, obviously. So, I mean, there's Intel. Nice little bottom move there. Came back in. It's trying to hold a little bit. This is going to be slowly. It's now P&L 2. I don't know if it's going to take over Apple, but that's good. We've now settled that out. Intel right there with your trade of the day, and it's my number one stock. So, and this one's pretty simple too, because we didn't have too much in the way for this trade. And what I mean by that is like there wasn't much. Like it was pretty simple. It's trades that we can all hopefully make if we have similar executions. 36 short is pretty simple. Okay, Ramin, we're going to go over to Adara.
So Fed's Bostic speaking right now, saying that he does not see more than one rate cut this year and in no hurry, to quote Fed's Bostic, to cut rates right now. So one rate cut currently, his outlook, and saying that in no hurry to change the rates, guys.
So there's a question in chat. Bhavin Patel is saying, are there any defense stocks ETFs? ITA is a defense ETF. Individual names, Northrop is a good one. Lockheed Martin's a good one. But I mean, it's not as if that's going ham to the upside. This is like an everything drop. Like that's pulled back. I just saw it. There's like this whole thing where Sean's screen flickers off and on, and it's like the pokeroo.
Yeah, but see, now you saw a different screen.
I saw it. I just saw it happen.
It's been multiple screens. You know what? I mean, we've been doing this show. So the thing is, maybe you guys can tell us, because I don't know if Rob's still here or not. At some point, HDMI cables and like whatever's connected, they degrade.
I think that's exactly.
So, I mean, we're literally have these screens on 8 to 10 hours a day. But I mean, most people do, I guess, in offices. So it's not like.
Yeah, but
I just wonder if the graphic quality, I mean, it's not.
The usage that these get, I mean, the PCs, like everything sort of Like it's on half the day, but sometimes it's on even more than that when you think about it.
Yeah.
Let's put it to sleep. But look, even when we say this is an everything down move, where are you? Why do I have to scroll? Okay, never mind.
What's going on?
Next time I'm just going to put it in myself, the AM, but I have to scroll down to get GLD. Look at gold right now. Flight to safety, huh? How safe do you feel? No, good. Look, gold's been on an absolute tear. Low of day.
Oh, no.
Show me something that is not like a reverse ETF, that's not at the lows and is actually strong, and I'll be all over it this afternoon. But it's 250. IBIT, look, IBIT's okay. Obviously, we're not going to get the short in AMD anytime soon. Let's be real about that. But IBIT, it's okay. It's now holding this line in here at 37.6. So I've marked it off. This is, okay, I happen to be long at this, just at this price, but it dipped back in and there was a higher low buyer at 37.60. So I'm just going to give it to that. If we get underneath 60, I'm out. Otherwise, let's hold and see where this bad boy can go. Let's just try to respect it. Because this is one of those moves. It's not like it's not the flash crash, because the flash crash was more extreme, but there was no particular catalyst in the moment, and everything just happened to be gliding down at the same time. And what you could have had was a bunch of liquidations on all kinds of things, stops going down as well. Let's go to the VIX probably moving. I haven't checked that out. Sebastian, good look there. Too many things to be watching at the same time. I'm going to hold IBIT. Maybe we can get back through 38 to VWAP, but let's go to the table or the desk and handle some business.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with the Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
AMD, what are you doing? Nope. AMD is not on the Amex. See, that's what happens. The last thing I'm looking at is on the Amex, and then I type AMD low of day here. Okay, I'm going to back off because I feel like if we do make the rally in power hour and get to VWAP,
It's almost power hour.
you're going to want to make a judgment call as to whether you want to be shorting something after that kind of a move down. Like, is that when you want to take it? I don't know. So let's back off that. I put a trail. I haven't added to Intel. I know you were able to in here. I haven't added it, didn't even get VWAP. So I'm just trailing it, and I keep moving it down. If it gets above 35.80, I'm out of that bad boy. What else we got? I feel like IBIT's going to be the thing back into VWAP. Oh, yeah, I should be getting out of Marvell. Marvell did not make fresh lows there, so that's a warning sign. Marvell, I had Marvell off VWAP here. It's a VWAP retracement trade. But if a stock didn't dip on all this nonsense that's been happening, the NASDAQ is holding the lows, then I think you want to take your profit if it tries to get back to the upside. Like, there's no plunge there. We just saw NVIDIA drop $8 and broke its support lows. So if Marvell's not going to get any lower, then I think instead of giving it to, I think, 71, oh, I didn't cancel my other stop. Instead of giving it back in here to 71, 71.20, we give it to 70, like 80 and change. And we'll trail it to there. If it breaks down, maybe we have a chance at that 70 level. Otherwise, let's just play it by ear, because I'm not gambling on a relief rally, but if one does happen, I do not want to get caught off sides. I already have a trail on NIO, but let's see what happens. I mean, IBIT is now really starting to stabilize. And for anybody that trades GBT or Bitcoin in general, I think you understand when these types of liquidity moves happen, my first response is I'm gonna look for signs of a bottom. Like, let it make a big volume wick bottom, and the second it makes a higher low, generally speaking, liquidity goes out on those moves down, and as it eases back in, you're able to get some kind of reversion trade. I'm never punching into that liquidity on the short. And ever since these ETFs have come around, now you can trade them like stocks. Now, obviously, this is what a lot of people would have been doing on weekends when they're trading spot prices, and it's fantastic. Now we can do it for real here with IBIT, and I mean, there's others, but we're always going to be involved in IBIT because the volume's the best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even try. I mean, I agree with you. I think the volume is the best, but I haven't actually looked
Well,
at
I
it. The only
checked
other
for the
one
first
could be
week.
like that ARC B.
No, the good thing about ARC is that
that's only
ARC
2 million.
ARC trades at the price, which is like a fraction. So
Yeah,
basically,
it's nothing. This is 45 million. It's not even close.
But ARK, you can just look at spot Bitcoin
Yes,
prices.
66.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, so here we go. Come over to the screen here. So that's a good point. This is why ARK B might be a little bit better for those of you that are actually tracking the price of Bitcoin. So like 66.4, 66.5. So 66.5, you know, it's all here. So it's 1% of the price. Yeah. Whatever that math is, all the way down here. So that'll try to track it pretty much exactly as you go. So that actually might be, I mean, I could actually be interested in that. We don't pay here, like some ETFs will have different management fees and stuff like that. Obviously, if you're an investor and you're looking at price decay or you want to pay less of a fee, you know, different ETFs will have different prices to those, but here as a day trader, and obviously for you guys as well at home that are day trading this name, you're not going to care about whatever the management fee is. You're just trading the name. So yeah, ARK B is pretty interesting there. We are still in IBIT, as we have noted a couple times. Even Neil mentioned there that there was some sellers up here. It looks like it doesn't want to break. So yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case on IBIT, and possibly waiting to see if we can break it and go back up to the upside. I'll sit in and around here like 38.50 maybe. That's probably a little high. We are entering power hour. So let's potentially start to look for some more trades. Intel's not doing anything right here. We've done really well on NVIDIA into closes. But wow, okay, down 3%, and NVIDIA right now bouncing off of, okay, 875. You know, that could be a level for sure, 875. We didn't get down that low today, no. But where were we yesterday? So yesterday we talked about dancing with the short all the way up, and that was not fun at all. But 875 in here yesterday. A little bit of consolidation, that wick at that very bottom, 873. So okay, so if you have an 875 short, watch out, or long, or any position there. This little wick candle that happened yesterday at 1020, that was 873. So that's going to be a level to look at here. So I feel like we want to do that here on NVIDIA. Possibly go long, but we'll have more of a look at it. I don't mind this long. I prefer a short today in a market that's down 1.7%. But maybe that 875 is something there on NVIDIA all the way at that bottom. So 873 is a little better, but right now considering an 875 long on NVIDIA. Coinbase still moving around.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, like, this doesn't feel like it's over, man.
The move down? No.
No, just in a general sense. Like, we're like this bounce
Maybe
here.
the market.
Like, this bounce just keeps stalling and stalling and stalling. What's this, Oscar play?
I just don't know if any of that, like China might.
China could approve Bitcoin ETF as soon as Monday. Well,
We have a dare there. If something happens,
yeah, look,
tell us.
no, and I'm not discounting it. It's just something I read in the chat. For anybody, if you're not paying attention to the chat, it's a subs only chat. So just to make sure it's not spam, we want to make sure we have our subs, so it's a reasonable amount of messages in there. So one of our viewers said China could approve Bitcoin ETF as soon as Monday and added us. I don't know if that's true. I have not heard that on Binzing. I have not seen that in any source that we have. So I don't want to say it is or isn't a thing. That said,
is it that bad though? I mean, it's not. We're not even really down.
It's not that bad.
I mean, we're down 5%.
It's not that bad. Not in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Like when you zoom these bad boys out, I'm probably still on the 15-minute because we were talking momentum trading. But if I go back out to a chart that I usually use, like an hourly, like if you put up an hourly chart of Bitcoin, there you go. That's much better. There you go. Like if you put up an hourly chart of Bitcoin, okay, since the start of March, support was the 60,000 level. I suspect there's going to be some buyers at 60 on this. And it looks bad, but is it really all that bad? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you know, this is pretty standard. We have seen moves like this before. I think the difference here is it happened on a Friday after crazy action in equities, and it didn't happen over a weekend. It happened live while we're here watching it. I think that's what's a little bit different about it. And so psychologically, it feels like it's a bit more than what it is. Let's go back up to the desk. Adara has something for us.
So yeah, I did find this story with regards to China and the Bitcoin and Ether ETFs. Bloomberg reporting that Hong Kong may approve. This is just the spot BTC chart or BTC USD. So Hong Kong might approve spot Bitcoin and Ether ETFs as soon as today, but the trading would not be happening until the end of the month, and this is not confirmed. The sources even saying that the approval timeline isn't fixed and could be changed at the last minute. So very, very tentative story here coming out of Bloomberg with regards to those China's ETFs, guys.
There you go. You know, the thing about Trade TV Live, we strive to get it right, and it's we're never doubting anything that gets put to us while we're on the live show. Not here to be that guy or anything like that, but I would hate for people to execute on something if we're not really sure about it. Like we saw that. I mean, we talked about this with the Tesla. Are they not going to do the new smaller model or not? And there was that story that came out, and then Elon sort of tweeting out that Reuters had it wrong, and all of a sudden he deletes that tweet. It was a whole mess, and you want to make sure you get it right if you're going to be executing. Look, I just took some out 38s as we just popped back into like 66.5. So I took some out on IBIT here. As that news came and it got to the same high, so it's another higher low, I figure we'll let it ride. Either it breaks 37.6, as I said before, or we're going to get like 38.5, like where this thing all started. And obviously, if you're trading spot prices, it's going to be a little bit different. What we were getting at, I don't know if we actually showed this for the ARC, or there is it, for the ARC B, and why this, some people might prefer to trade this, but the volume's not as good, is that when you look at this, okay, it's 66.5, and this trades at $66.44, which I think is easier for people to wrap their heads around. So this is fine. I mean, it's fine if that's your cup of tea. I can just tell you that as a trader, 2.7 million worth of volume, and that's ARC, versus 46 million in volume is a discernible difference. And there isn't an active trader alive that is going to prefer to make a trade on something with 2.7 million volume versus something with 47 million volume, unless their intention is to literally somehow be doing some shenanigans on it and pushing the stock around. That's the only reason you would pick the thing with less volume, and that's not the game here. The game's to make some real trades. So the market is still looking weak. It kind of stinks, but it's 2% down. I haven't even reloaded. It's weird. Like the only thing we've done is go long IBIT on this.
It's still 2%?
On this flush. No, the NASDAQ's 1.9% to the downside.
Wow.
So we got that 2% move. I know it feels really bad, but really it's a bull market, and sometimes when they take some profits, it's going to put some feels on you. But when you look at something like a Meta down 2.5%, if you wanted to buy the dip, you still got a ways to go to support or to the 50 period, 490. So that's another 15, 17%, whatever that, or 1.3, and then 15 to 17% to here. Yeah. I mean, you got support at $440 something on Meta.
Yeah. 440?
No, if I'm looking here, like this gap up, well, it's more like 451. Okay, so 451, it's 12%. But still, like that's a pretty hefty pullback for something like a Meta. I'm not going to be picking any bottoms here. That said, the only thing that has not made any kind of a fresh low is Apple. One of these things is not like the other. And if it gets above VWAP, this should be your power hour long.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's, like I said, number one for me today is Apple, and it is on the long. But I've just got a new position right now, so let's start it up because let's see. I want to take TQs again. So I'm shorting the market here. This is a pretty bold call. I understand that, but we'll try. All right, so the market's at its lows for sure right now. But the thing is like I don't see this getting any better. And even if it does, I feel like I have a decent spot to get out here. We have the 200 period, and then we have this move, 58.85. So 58.85, I feel like is going to be where we're going to try this. I have about half the position that I'd want right now. So, if it goes back up to the upside, we'll try to average in at this 50 period in and around 40 or so. And then if we're lucky enough to get anything up here, then fine. And I say lucky enough as in it'll be a losing trade if it comes all the way up here. But, that would allow me to put on more shares. and we won't do anything too crazy until we get into like 70s here, knowing that our stop is going to be in and around 85. I told you about the problem that I had earlier with Apple, and it wasn't really a problem. It was just that because this punch right here that I punched into this. This was one, and what I mean by that is I just removed liquidity. It's like, give me those shares. So when that happened there, I never do that with like a full default unless we're breaking, like you had that, I think it was it 850 short or 900 short you had NVIDIA the other day? I think it was 850.
It was 850.
Went down to 830. So those punches are like, okay, this is where, if my max is 100 share, that's like a 100 share punch or something like that, right? But for me, for Apple, when I made this move, I didn't get as many shares as I would have if it would have danced around a little bit here more and given me that opportunity. So that's kind of what I'm doing now with the Qs. Where did it go? So it's against me. So here we go. So now my average price is 31s as we start to, oops, here, there's the chart, as we start to float up a little bit. So there's the first couple average in spot there against this 58.85. Adair's got more.
Yeah, we're just take a bit of time to look at a macro minute and see what we've been doing in terms of the macro. Of course, with a day like today, that's certainly of note. Right now, DXY to the high side here at its highest level from what I can tell here since November 2023. So nice move up here for the DXY on a pretty uncertain economic outlook here. We did have Fed's Bostic saying about 12 minutes ago that he's not in a hurry to cut interest rates, that he sees right now only one cut this year, though inflation will keep easing, but slower than he would necessarily like. So some more hawkish comments coming from Fed's Bostic there. We also did just have a response from President Biden with regards to Iran saying that this attack could happen sooner rather than later. So definitely a lot of uncertainty with regards to the geopolitical situation. Not a lot of economic data on watch next week, but lots of Fed speak, which is certainly going to be of note. We did have some market-moving Fed speak both this week and also last week with regards to Neil Kashkari. So definitely keep an eye on what the Feds are saying, especially with regards to this geopolitical turmoil, guys.
That's all it takes.
Thank you, Adara.
And there was Crispix. Can you still call this a bull market, though? If you look at the ES down on the daily, NASDAQ, yes, perhaps. Well, the point I was more making is that when you have a bull market, the moves out of it, like downward moves, tend to be dramatic because you've been gliding up, and when there's a sell event, to move. And when you go up 100, it's just easier to come back 5. It's just simple math. It's the same thing when a stock gets destroyed like a Mullen or something. It's so easy for it to put up a 10% rebound or a 20% rebound because it's not having to travel through as much. It doesn't take quite as much of a move. I'm going to apologize for the wick on this chart here on Marvell, but I'm moving the trail now to 750. It does feel like the NASDAQ did not break the lows there. It's managing to hold out. So if we're making some bottoms here, I'm just going to go back trailing.
Up nicely here.
Yeah, I'm going to just move some trails in here a little bit because I don't want to let anything get back into VWAP on me. If we come to the chart for a second, Ramin. Ram? Yeah, thank you. So if we get back through 70.5, I'm just going to get out of this. I already moved down the trail on Intel. I don't really care about Neo. Apple, I still believe if there's going to be a long, it just keeps on putting in some higher lows here. So I'm going to take one of these, maybe the 175.50. If we dip into 175.50, Apple's the only thing I could find. I mean, Bitcoin was like an extreme example of why you might want to take a shot at the long, even though it was weak because you had that hammer wick down. In terms of looking for a more structured trade long, if it's not Apple, I don't know what else I feel good about. So we'll see. This is a bull trap I just saw in the chat. Well, if you're going to fall for a trap, if you're going to fall for a trap in a long this afternoon, I feel like the stock should be Apple. So give me that one or nothing else. And if it breaks 175.50, I'm not going to hold it to the low of the day or anything, which this isn't even the low of the day. So this isn't even the low of the day. 175.5 is not the low. This is not the low at 174.80. I mean, this was in the pre-market down here at like 173.6. At the open, this was $174. So I don't think you hold it all the way down there. It'll be nasty if this stock goes all the way down. I feel like I'd just rather be getting a short on the pop in like an AMD, which I know is a dog, as opposed to Apple.
Get at me, dog. Yeah, Apple. I still like the long. That was June comes WWDC, Worldwide Developers Conference, WWDC. Anyways, as we go, we're waiting for that. So there we go. We got the reload there. Not the reload, but another average in. Dollar cost average short. for our position here on the Qs. So, and this is the NASDAQ. So for those of you that may be unfamiliar with, how this works, these are the triple Qs. So we are in this right now. It's a NASDAQ trade. We're short right here. It's been obviously, a pretty bad day for the NASDAQ today. And we're going to see if we can take advantage of that and go shorter on this name. We've already put some money in the bank on this. It was one of the trades that we had earlier on, but we do have it again now on this short. I don't have any bids until the teens. But again, we do have a little bit more shares now, obviously, on that reload, but we only have half of what I am going to have if we get up into the 60s, which is where I want to short the rest of this against this level right here, 58 and change. So that's where we want to get it, 58.80. You guys can look this up on your charts as well, and you'll be able to see some of these levels. So that's what I'm looking at right now on this, and it's trying to get back into the money. Intel has been my number one trade idea today, and finally, it is starting to break lower, but we just have a little baby piece left because we did get out of Dodge on that one, and unfortunately, mistake or not, that is what we wound up doing there. So we'll have to wait now to see if Intel will continue to go lower. Realistically, though, my whole afternoon basically would be on this trade because this is a brand new position here for the TQs. Let's see if we do get a little bit of a fall down here as expected on this name. So that's what I've got cooking up here into the afternoon. And if there are any questions or anything at all, let me know. Sebastian, what does hit the buttons mean? We are right now, I just hit a couple buttons. We went double the short. Double your pleasure, double your fun. It's double the triple Qs down to the downside, and it's a triple.
How does the rest
levered.
of that go?
Double your pleasure, double your fun.
Something,
double mint gum. Double your pleasure,
but what's
double
the
your
thing
fun.
in the middle?
Double
your
the prices because of inflation.
How do I not remember that?
Not the inflation.
So I just got an AMD on a lower high, so I didn't wait for VWAP. Neil, wait for VWAP next time. But I didn't wait for VWAP. I saw it make this dipsy-do, 162.5, and it just wicked it twice into the quarters, the three quarters, which I'm not going to hold this into VWAP. Whatever. I got into this probably too early, but it just looked so weak, and it's AMD. So we jumped in. The price should be, if you're trading this, your price usually should be in the 50s and 60s in here, but I did grab it as it broke back down through 50, so my price is 45. I'll give it to this local high. But if it breaks out, you've seen this before. If it breaks out here, there's just no way that I want to hold it all the way to VWAP. Like it doesn't. Like it's not one of those trades. And it's a bit of it's a time of day thing because you always talk about, well, what's your risk to reward? At this time of day, AMD's not going to do that. Like we're not going to get a $5 drop in AMD. So holding a 162.5 into 163.5 doesn't make any sense. In the morning, you might do that. Because, and we did this with Micron the other day, like I was willing to give it $1 because there was like $4 downside that I saw in that trade on the flat bottom break, but not here. Like I'm gonna try and risk about 30 to 40 cents depending on the slippage. And if we get to VWAP, let's make another trade at that price and calm things down there. Top VoIP, XOM. I looked at that today and I was a little bit surprised how heavy that came back in. I know oil did a bit of a pullback, but you would think with the geopolitical stuff going on. Oh, whoops! Here, I have to do that thing. But when you have the geopolitical news, like I would have expected that XOM would have got a little bit better of a bid and some of the oil names, but that just hasn't happened. I mean, it's kind of going in the other direction and still looking very heavy. It's just like let's sell before the weekend and not hold anything over the weekend, kind of deal.
All right. Yeah, I agree. I think with all this tension here, it is risky to hold over the weekend. I mean, if there's going to be something imminent, then it could literally happen imminently. So I would just wait and try to hold some of these positions and see if we can't just make the right calls and, be cautious, but at the same time, try to remain net short and try to remain hopefully positive that everything will eventually settle themselves down. I'm just in this one. I see what Sebastian said there, double your pleasure, double your fun. Yeah, with double mint gum. I think that's all that it is. Double mint gum. Yeah. For me, I like double mint gum, but there's double mint, there's
I actually don't like gum.
Juicy fruit, which is a little bit, I mean, as a kid, that was probably my favorite because, yeah, it's so sweet. That would not be my choice now. Spearmint.
Double bubble. What's the one that
Spearmint? No, but it's all those Wrigley's. It's all the same.
But here, like, so you
There's
know what?
3 of them. Isn't there juicy fruit?
Tic Tac over gum for me. I'm more of like a mint person.
Tic Tac?
Who hit the fail on that? Which one of you was that? What's wrong with Tic Tac? I'm not allowed to like Tic Tacs?
No, you're not, Neil.
Okay. No, I think it's like a 50-50 kind of thing. I mean, I'd rather go with Tic Tac, nice and simple. I keep them in, keep them in the glove compartment. You know what I'm saying? Like I just keep it real with that. Excel's a good one. That's Ramin likes Excel.
This is the worst one.
But what's the worst one?
These ones. This is non-sugar.
Well, what's the point of gum if there's no sugar?
This is
That doesn't even make sense.
xylitol.
That's like gum without sugar is like certs without the resin.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, we should be making some ads up in here. Yeah, no, I agree. This is.
Bye-bye Intel again.
I'm gonna have one of these. No?
Huh?
Okay, I'll have one later. I'll have one on the podcast.
You're always telling us what we can and can't do.
So yeah, don't tell me what I cannot do. All right.
No,
all right.
Fabian.
Oh, do you guys want this? How about this? Can they ever hear what you guys say? I think that we should have a direct line from these jokers into the
I've always
show.
believed that.
Because there's a lot of funny things that get said here. And it's
like you guys hear half.
we only hear
You know
them.
when you're sitting on like transit or something and you hear half a conversation and it's like, it just makes you more engrossed into what is possibly being said on the other end. That's what you guys get. And it's hilarious what comes out of Fabian and Ramin while we're sitting here talking. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. What is there they are. That's a lot of Excel. Well, hold on a second. Did you just make that your background or was it already your wall? It's a photo you put up there. I couldn't. Yeah, there you go. That's what? No, that's not what you bought at the convenience store. That's her collection of gum. You chew a lot of gum. To each their own. So 2 things. I just got into Apple. We'll see how that long goes. The other thing is there was a question about what the imbalance looks like. It's only 3:15. I know it feels like we've already had an entire afternoon's worth of movement. But it's still relatively early. You'll have individual names that are popping up here, PBR to the buy, NCLH. That could be something. I mean, NCLH 1.4 million to the sell side could be something for an early look, but nothing that's going to stand out. The names that we care about are not on the early look imbalances. We'll let you know if anything happens. I'll keep monitoring that. Usually at about, at 3:30, we'll get a better indication on some of those types of numbers. So we'll keep you guys abreast of that. 3:30 is when it gets a little bit spicy. For the imbalances. The overall number, we're not going to get till 350.
Right.
When you get this kind of action, maybe we see a little something. So I just got long 65s in front of that 50 level. With any luck, we're looking for a VWAP retracement here on Apple. And as I said, Apple is that one stock. I want to.
All right, let's take a little.
It's the one stock that looks relatively strong. It's making higher lows as the future makes the same low. And I always like that setup.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who's with us right now. Hit the like and the subscribe. Let's see what happens here. Oh, there it goes. Okay, don't forget. All right, I like that. All right, perfect. Hit the like and the subscribe because you know what we just did? We're putting more damage on the board. Where's the board? We got to damage it. There it is, 58.31. So a little bit of a trade here coming through for us right now on here. So we'll have to wait to see, but there's the TQs now starting to push down. We talked about this, and I hope I said it confidently enough for everybody. I wanted the short in the Qs. We talked about some levels. There's a little bit of a breakdown right now. It's only 12 cents in the money, but I don't know. Hopefully it does go lower, and we'll be able to take some more profit on this. Again, small little trade, but for right now, it's only 317, and this is stacking up. So we'll do that. We'll start to stack up some more profits here as we continue down the road. Unfortunately, we're kicking the can, it feels like here, with our friend, and I guess most people's friends, Bitcoin, as Bitcoin's been very, very kind to many traders. Yeah. Not doing much right now, 38 on IBIT. So looking for some potential there to trade in.
Completely stalled.
Yeah, in and out of IBIT maybe. Right there could be something. But we're just focused on the NASDAQ. Get down, we're at 17. If we can get a 17, we like that one. But for right now, there it is. Oh yeah, it's coming out one more time. So let's go, as they say, monkey hits right there, as it's a nice move to the downside for this. So there it goes. Nicely done into 17s. Let's see if we can get lower, 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 lower on this trade as we've done it one more time. Do you want to hear the voice of production? Who? Right there. All right. So now we'll get going. It is in the chat right now. So we'll see. It's going to be yes, man. That's kind of ridiculous. I'll dismiss it on there, but I already know it's going to be yes.
Who says who?
Well, right there. I selected who because I was
like,
trying to be funny, but it's clearly not that funny.
Yeah. What's interesting is, there's no chance this couldn't get made. It's not just us that are, we're here, we're trading. You can see our faces and hear us all the time, but none of this works without Fabian and Ramin switching everything. And if you think, I have, my keyboard setup is ridiculous for trading in terms of how many gateways we have, and there's a lot of screens and charts. Every trader has a crazy setup. But what the heck they have in front of them, it's something out of the Starship Enterprise from, the old Captain. None of it makes any sense to me. And they're out there every single day, hitting the keys, getting all the camera shots and all that good stuff. So shout out to them for that. As I said, the only thing I am long is Apple. And the only thing, we have the IBIT, but we haven't really done anything with that.
No.
It really had stopped moving, so I guess that would be a good thing for the longs. You would think that it stopped moving. Apple's starting to break back into VWAP in here. If it gets to VWAP, I'm gonna just take that and run. AMD is actually running under pressure. Looks like that one's it's probably gonna come out. I mean, if the short's going to work, it's gotta work here. Because, like I said, I don't need this pressing back up. Apple will probably work, and then we'll give it back on AMD. I've moved my trail again on Marvel. Sorry, it's not Marvel. It's not Marvel, the chip company. Yeah, it's not Marvel Comics. I've moved it down to
Iron Man making those chips over there?
Well,
That'd be kind of nice.
yeah. What they need to do, actually, Disney, is find a way to get Iron Man back.
What did they stop at Iron Man 2, or was there a 3?
No, they did an Iron Man 3.
They did a 3?
You watched it. I remember you did the whole.
Oh, yeah. No, I ran the whole gambit, but I don't know, I wasn't.
You just pretend not to enjoy the Marvel movie.
No, I do enjoy the Marvel movies.
You made a lot of fun of Ant-Man.
Oh, Ant-Man. Oh, I don't think I watched that one. I think I might have watched that one.
You trash talk the.
Is it Ant-Man or Ant-Thing? What is it?
Exactly.
It's a man that turns into an ant? That sounds like a superhero to me.
I don't know the episode, but trust me when I tell you, it's on YouTube. Sean talked a lot of trash about the Ant-Man movies.
It's because of Paul Rudd. My wife hates Paul Rudd. I've already
It doesn't
talked
even
about
make any sense. Why? What is wrong with Paul Rudd?
She doesn't like him.
But why?
I don't know. Oh, is she in the chat? No. Does she like Timothy Chalamet? I'm not even sure I know who that is.
No, that's the guy. Wait a minute, hold on a second.
Yeah, he was in.
Do I know who that is? Is that the guy from Dune? Okay, the guy from Dune.
Okay, so
Right.
yeah. So.
You got to say where the person's from, and then for no problem. It's the main character.
Yeah.
It's a Atreides the main guy. But
No, I was just thinking I don't know. You have Iron Man, you have Thor, you have all this stuff, and then there's Bee Lady and
Captain
Ant-Man.
America's the best.
I'm not I'm not down with those characters.
So bye-bye AMD. Looks like we're going to get a bounce maybe. So AMD tried the short off the lows. I don't want this getting into VWAP. We'll have to slap the fail on that one as we are headed back up. Let's see if the trail's going to, I want to make sure my trail's in there. Marvell's probably going to trail out. I would assume that's going to happen, but I didn't do anything since VWAP on this. And we get a lot of questions about what our favorite setups are, and we'll have different answers for it. But I think in the midday, in the afternoon, one of my favorites is the VWAP retracement trade. So you get a stock which is showing you some kind of a direction. Now, I know this looks like an upward stock, but it breaks VWAP to the downside. And then if I pop this on the 15-minute and look at what's been going on this week, it's lower highs all week, so it's putting in another lower high, breaks VWAP. Once it's under, does it show rejection of VWAP and then short it back into the volume weighted average price? And to add some confluence to it, it also happened to be right at the closing price as well. So resistance at the previous close, resistance at VWAP, lower highs on the week at that price, and then you short it. The issue with that is sometimes you want to be shorting here too at 71, which I did not do. And you know what? Let's be real. Why did I miss this trade here? You know why I missed that trade? Because that stupid push-up thing, and I was stretching, and I was recovering from that nonsense, and I didn't even see Marvell go here at that moment. That was really tough, by the way. And Ponzi Fonzie, I'm with you. Paul Rudd is cool. I worked at Canada's Wonderland, and Paul
Rudd might be a super cool guy.
Paul Rudd came to Canada's Wonderland when we were in, it would have been our senior year of high school, and I worked. It's a theme park in Toronto, And I worked there. I worked on the stand-up roller coaster. And Paul Rudd rolls in, and he was, I mean, whatever. At like that time, I don't know how famous he was, but like he was on TV and stuff.
25 years ago? I don't know.
Yeah, he did some things, and he was pretty cool. I'm just throwing it out there. He was a pretty chill
I'm sure
dude.
he's a real cool guy.
Seemed pretty down to earth.
He might be a real guy.
He's pretty funny too. He's funny in the 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah. So
I don't know why I have to defend Paul Rudd.
No, you don't. Other than Ant-Man, he's Paul Rudd in every movie. Someone said that. That's right.
Yeah, but what's
He's
wrong?
nothing. He's a character. Look, I like Seth Rogen. I'm not saying I don't like Paul Rudd. Okay. I just think Ant-Man. I just think he could come up a little more creativity there. That's all. But shout out to Marvel and everybody that's in there as well. All right. So we are changing our plan of action, and that is with the TQQ. So we'll take one more short in and around here. We got out of only 30%. We got out at the bottom of the day. So pretty good there. We're not going to. Now I could see us bouncing. So what I'm getting at is we've tightened this up. I'm using the 200 period. So if we break above this, I'm not giving it up here. Like this is a trade. Bang, all the way down. Like these are the ones that we're talking about. Shorting on VWAP. Like Neil said, you get distracted. I was out for a walk, which I do every day anyway, so that I wasn't really distracted. I just wasn't here. But that could have been a short right there, obviously. Again, back into VWAP, so we missed that. And then I just wanted to say, hey, if we're going to, the 50 period hasn't been that great. I would have much rather it been up here when we shorted it. But I mean, again, triple tops, duh. That's where we'd want to be. But at the end of the day, a breakthrough of 60 is what it is. Join me and Brendo tomorrow because we have the podcast. We're going to be filming that tonight. So immediately after this, I got podcast. Then I got team dinner / fun games party with the kids, and that should be a lot of fun. So that's another hockey thing. So we'll be busy tonight. But remember, watch out for your trades, especially in the after hours. There's going to be no recap show. Liquidity pretty much dries up in the after hours. So if you do get any news about, like, unfortunately, something in Iran or something like that, just watch out. May want to, as Neil and I both mentioned, up to you, but flattening out before close is what Neil and I will do every day. This weekend, not financial advice, but might not be a horrible idea to try to stay a little flat if you can. I mean, look, I am net long. I'm long only. Like I've got my TFSA, I've got my 401k, which is RRSP, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, you got to be cautious, especially if you are swinging something there. So just be careful into the weekend. So that's all. But
the longest weekend of my professional career was when one of the traders on our floor, and it was accidental. He didn't mean to get stuck in an overnight position, but it was on a Friday. And like if you get caught as a day trade overnight, you're not supposed to. And the whole idea is that you have more leverage because the trades you're putting on are supposed to be short-term trades. So when you hold one over a weekend, the risk is obviously bigger for a gap. And I didn't get any sleep. I remember when the futures opened up on Sunday evening, I was like, all I could do was keep looking at the prints, keep looking for news. I was freaking out. I was like, anything happening on the stock. Before we go to Adara, we're starting to break back out here on Bitcoin. So this is 38.12 on IBIT. If we can maintain this, I'm moving the trail back underneath here. So instead of 37.6, let's just let it ride us. We're looking for VWAP 37.85-ish. Like right in there is going to be where the stop is. But let's just let it ride. It was a liquidity flash event, usually looking for the reverse when that happens on Bitcoin. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on testing some of these EV names here. Honda coming out and saying that they're in the progress of establishing an EV hub in Ohio to lead to more EV production in North America, expecting to hire some associates and committing at least $700 million to transforming some of its auto plants. So keep that in mind. Honda EV story, guys.
All right.
Prozo.
Yeah.
Why not? I'll look at some things that, like, if there's some small caps that are running. PRZO here. What is that? What is going on with this bid?
What is up with Prozo?
No. Like, see this? Like, what's up with that? Like, it's a bit of an algo or program sort of stacking the bid up above $1. It's 8 million shares. It's a 1 cent spread. Okay, now it's a 2 cent spread, but for the most part, it's a 1 cent spread. Actually, let me go back here.
on, dog.
But see this, outside of this level, like how much liquidity is there really? A couple thousand shares per level on a dollar stock. And most of this is just some stacking of the bid here. So you have to be a little bit careful. I like these dollar breakouts though. Like it's holding, you're holding a consolidation above $1. Generally speaking, the risk to reward is good. You just got to make sure you price it for, like you're not getting the normal amount of liquidity. Like when Nikola is at a price level like this, there's tens of thousands of shares at every single price level displayed. This one, you've got a few thousand at every single level. So it's a little bit different, this Prozo. I don't really know the news. I'm just sort of talking about the setup here. So if it breaks that funky bid, I'll see if $1 holds. If $1 holds and it bounces, I'd try to get like 1s or 2s on the way back in with a stop, or they just broke that bid. So now I want to see if someone comes in at $1. But until I see that happen, I'll stay away from it. Apple is not quite at VWAP. It's starting to roll back over. We wanted this to get into VWAP. Nice bounce. No follow through yet on AAPL.
Yeah, we're still here on the Qs, and I was just looking into. I'm at 30s, so I'm at 38.30. So for this, and we had looked at it before. It must have been where the 50 period was, but we just hit as high as about 18s or 19s there. So. Oh, you know what? No, it's probably here. This is 40. So yeah, so that's where we are. So we're just ahead of this. We'll see if we get that filled. Who knows? The trade that we're really just working with now is this TQ trade. We were at 48, believe it or not. It went to 48. We didn't get filled. I don't know what to tell you, but we were there. And it would have been a nice trade. Like I really needed that fill. That would have been great to get that, but we didn't. So, all right, we missed it by literally 1 penny. If it comes back up there, we'll take that fill again and see if it prints for us. IBIT we just talked about, and then it's Intel is the only one left on the board for me here. So that's that. Again, it will be a pretty positive day, man. I mean, we're putting up the numbers again here today. It'll probably be like my second or third best day this week. And yeah, other than that, good one. We do have a trade that was Alibaba. I could consider going long if there was a name here today that I've liked long, has been Alibaba, but today we tried it and lost. So this is the red name, the scratch for me there right now. But 171.50, I mean, it's been so hard to believe that China's on the rebound here. I mean, they had a bad day yesterday. Now you get this sort of talk of uncertainty. We had that story about China potentially supporting Russia there. So that's not going to be good for sure as we go. But yeah, so that's China, that's Alibaba. Rest of the day, I'm going to leave the longs alone. I'm going to stick with the rhetoric that I've been saying, and that is that I believe in the short. So I think that heading into the afternoon, heading into the weekend, I think the short would be right. If I'm going to lose, it's going to be on this one trade right here, right now. There's a half hour left. I will average into this. If we break above this 60, then we're gone. We're getting above there now, the 50 period, obviously. I don't have to look at the NASDAQ anymore because I'm looking at the NASDAQ here and trading it. So again, we're bouncing around the 50 period moving average. Generally speaking, we want to look at equity versus the market, but I'm trading the market because as far as equity is concerned, I like that Microsoft dip buy. Like I like more dip buys here. That's already happened at 420. I mean, we were like, hey, when's the next shoe to drop? Maybe if we're lucky enough to get Microsoft at 420. Well, that does happen today down there. There's IBIT. Let's
Still
go.
going.
Spin it up for IBIT right there. We'll tweet that one out. I mean, it's kind of like the Warren Buffett thing with Bitcoin. That's what I'm trying to do. When there's blood in the streets, man, that's where I'm in there. I'll say, yeah, sure, I'll take some Bitcoin. So that's what we did. So we did take some, we did take some Bitcoin right there. So let's just see what winds up happening now, as that's a pretty good spot for us for that out. And what's happening right here is this. The TQs are starting to go. So,
oh, I just got trilled of Intel.
Okay, so you're out of Intel. So this is starting to go up. We do have a position. We're short at 58.40s right now. So let's see what happens here. Should be a nice play. But again, if it breaks that 60, we're gone. This could be a quick in and out here on the TQQs for the day. But right now we're short at 42.
I just got out of Intel when it broke 75. I'm still moving the trail up, so from 37.8 to 38 now, and I think we got this shot to get back into VWAP. It's an out in front of VWAP. I mean, even if it wasn't an out in front of VWAP, it's 3:33, so, I mean, we have 25 minutes left, guys and girls. At some point, when you got the clock against you as a day trader, you do have to cover cover your positions. So NEO... Oh, I should probably just get on the bid. Why even bid down here? See, when this is happening, I'm just gonna bid the low of the day, and if it breaks like a penny, if it breaks this consolidation by 1 cent, I'll just get out. So if it breaks this, just get out and just bid the low of the day for something that's not moving. Marvell still looks like it's okay off the lows, trailing to here, but if I can just get 70, why wouldn't I take it? So I'm gonna get a bid out on Marvell. Coin's relatively weak on this move, says Oscar. But that actually doesn't surprise me. If it's a Bitcoin move, why does Coinbase need to move as strongly on a rebound as Bitcoin? It's not really the same principle. So yeah, Coinbase hanging off those lows. But that works in both directions. We've seen Coinbase rally on its own merits without Bitcoin doing anything. But yeah, Coinbase down 6%, not rallying with IBT. That's why when that move happens, the ETFs are great because we just go right to them. Before we had them, what were we doing? We're probably punching in tomorrow.
We were testing Bitcoin futures. Remember?
And Bitcoin futures we have, but we can only go long. And IBIT, of course, we can go both directions because it's an ETF. Let's go to Adara.
Getting some comments coming right now from Fed's Daily, last Fed speaker of the day and week, saying that given this week's CPI report, it's a good time to remind people that the Fed is not data point dependent. They will lower rates when they feel comfortable doing so. So when we get more details here coming from Fed's Daily doing this Q&A right now, I will let you guys know.
The Fed is not data dependent? What? Okay, I'll have to rehear that because I thought the Fed was data dependent. So, all right, so we'll wait for that one. All right, so right now here come the TQQs back in. We are getting later on in the day, so it's back to flat right there. We just touched 43s. We're short at 43. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. That 200 period, or that 50 period moving average is 36s right there. Do I have a bid down there? Yes, I do. Okay, so we'll wait for that to come out and fill if we're lucky enough to get that again down there, 36 or so for this. And this, of course, is the market. So we'll see. Maybe we get a fade, maybe we don't. Hopefully we do, and we'll be able to get some more out. So nice push for right now. We are short the NASDAQ. We said we wanted to stick with that sort of thought right there. I'm going to put another bid down here, 35.60, because honestly, if the market goes, then Intel should be fine as well. So we'll get down there. Again, let's take it out just because I'm already short the market. So worst case scenario, we get taken out of both of them, which would be the worst case scenario. So here we go, nice little move down right now. Let's see if it can be supported. NVIDIA 8, wow, okay. Oh no, oh no. All right, well, that's my bad. We talked about going long at 875 against 873. Remember, we even zoomed this out, and I was like, if we get, and I just didn't put the bid in. If we get down to 875, we even zoomed into yesterday, and we were like, okay, if we get down to 875, we have that wick down there that's 873. It's worth $2. So there's 875. Again, maybe you take 875.50. So you'd have to give this trade about $3. But there's the move back up to 882. Wow, props up. Let me know in the chat if you took that. I mean, I mentioned it. I don't have it. Doesn't mean you guys don't. I hope you do. Nice trade. If anybody had that one, because man, we nailed that but didn't take it. So I like when that happens, but I hate when I don't take them. All right, so right now the TQs trying to go back down to the downside. Hopefully it will when we get back from Adara at the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Heyo, it's all good. I'm out of Bitcoin, or IBIT, I should say. I know we should always say it correctly. So it just trail out. I just took it stair step to the upside, but once it broke this 38.20, I said, let's get VWAP or let's trail it back into the previous support level. And like I understand when a stock is going, or when something is going down, like say stock out of a just a force of habit here. But when something is moving down that way, and you just had the bid falling, and it turns into like a liquidity event to the downside, instead of trying to just sit on the bid and look for a long, the better approach or the safer approach is to allow the buyers to come in, allow it to show some strength, have the bid return to normal, liquidity comes back to look somewhat normal, and then once you see that, go long at that range. So that was right at about the 37.6 level into 37.40. And that's kind of what you heard us say there. And you get a bit of a rally. And I'm not saying Bitcoin's going to be fine from here and nothing will happen over the weekend, but generally speaking, if you're looking for the reversal play, it's a lot easier to try to catch that turn after the market makers, which is all algos now, come back in and start supporting the bid. And when that happens, you should be okay. Speaking of retracements or pullbacks, that was VWAP, no punch through on Apple. All right, 176 even breaks. I'll just get out of Apple. If you're going to tell me that it's going to be that small of a move, we'll just take what we're able to get here, because this has been a pretty heavy afternoon, or day, I should say. So if we can even get something busting through VWAP, I'll give it a chance. It's 3:39, so you are running out of time on the day. As I said, there's not much for the imbalances.
You guys do
NCLH is the one that still sticks
I've
out
done
for
it before.
1.4 million. I would suspect there's an outside chance Apple at 350 could be something. If it does, and I'm still in it, you know, I don't want to have offers out in case, but I'm going to put a trailing stop in there just so we can take the profits. It's like the only thing other than Bitcoin that we add to the long side. Thankfully, it's going to work out even in a market which is back down to the lows. The NASDAQ still 1.9% down.
Thank you, Kevin Mendoza. I mean, we don't talk about P&L, but it's been a good one right there as Hydration Nation is winning again here today. I mean, look at IBIT. Did we not call that? Look at the TQQs right now. Who's in TQQs with me? Let's go. There it is right there, man. Nice move back in on the market. Again, like, I don't know. This isn't a crystal ball or anything. It's just experience. And that's why we're trying to show you different trades that are there for everybody. So we just sat back down. We refilled our water, did what we did, said what's up over there, said what's up to Patrick over here. And then right now we come back and just find out that, yes, we are reloaded. We got the reload that we wanted, baby, right there. I told you we were waiting at 48s. That's 48 right there. So when that comes in, you know, that's the price we got 49s. My bad. We got 49s right there. Because we averaged in at 45, I moved the 48 down there. We just pushed in again. If we break 60, we're gone. But so far, so good. If you had that trade, I don't know, it's 340. You may want to get out, but we'll see into the close. Good little out there for us at the bottom. Let's see if we can get even lower and make this something really special right there. So, yeah, it's like the first rule of P&L is, right, it's like Fight Club, right? So we'll slow down on worrying about this because we could get stopped out in 5 seconds again on this trade. So I'm just happy that we went over here and did this. I mean, to me, this was bigger. Boom, bottom of the day in IBIT. I mean, missed it by 20 cents. And then we basically get pretty much the whole retracement back on half of it. So we take 30 or 40 cents on the first half, then we take pretty much the full move. I mean, I can't predict that's the full move. We were out of it with a couple pennies short of the full move. The full move was 40s. We got out at 31 or whatever, 30s. So pretty good back in. I really like this trade on Bitcoin. So 66, 67, and I think we will do that Warren Buffett mentality, and that's what we did there, and it worked. So the next time we see crypto absolutely crashing like that, which was kind of lucky because we were on Mara, right?
Someone asked a question about Mara randomly 2 minutes before that happened, and I was just kind of answering the question. I wouldn't have noticed it otherwise. That's so.
Yeah. I think Kyle W. This is
So
why
fortunate.
This is why I do this. I also, by the way, get very tired of my own voice. Trust me. You have no idea. Like, that's why I have this ibuprofen here. It's like, shut up, dude. But this is what's going on. We keep narrating the market thought, and we all get smarter and a lot faster. I mean, this is the whole point. As I talk through my own decision making, it's helping me get much better, which in turn, I know, hopefully, is helping everybody. So that's the purpose of the show. You just absolutely 100% nailed it. And also to show you, and it's why we do the leaderboard and stuff like that, to show you that, hey, you know, you can have an office of traders behind you, still a very profitable thing to sit here and trade. You just got to be smart about it. Trade what's been working for you, and then once you're confident, and we say congratulations, here we go, this is going to come out in a second here on the TQs. A little bit of a break.
Yeah, we just spiked.
Yeah, we just spiked up. So this is going to come out here on the TQs. And again, we'll give some back here because we didn't get it all out. We talked about that. But at the end of the day, we are still going to be, the TQs is still going to be a heck of a, here it goes, it's going to go. Still a very, very green thing here. But yeah, we'll fail on this one. It looks like we will get stopped out here into the close. It's 343. You know, my logic for holding the short I thought was pretty sound, and I still think it might be. I mean, this is probably a better out right there. I could hold it all the way to that. But again, with these imbalances coming out, like a little bit of a spike. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just change this 5 cents. Let me put this at 58.70. So a breakthrough of 58.70s, then we'll get out. Okay, it's a nice move up there. I didn't want to get wicked out by 1 or 2 pennies there, so we'll try it a little bit more because we got some out. The trade will basically be flat, maybe a little bit red at the end of the day. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But right now we're out of the money, 15 cents on the TQs.
Yeah, I trail out of Marvell there. Apple looks like it'll get to VWAP with 5 minutes to go till the imbalances. So here's the trail out. We said if it kind of broke this consolidation, I gave it a couple of cents past that 40 level, and once it got past, we just jump out of it. Apple, but the only thing that looked, other than we talked about IBIT already, you know, that was a very different situation. But Apple's the only thing that while the market crested at lows, higher lows on a stock that obviously is going to generally, loosely speaking, follow the market, showed you its relative strength most of the afternoon. Whether it gets through VWAP or not, we'll see. But if it does, I'm going to hold it to 350. If somehow Apple comes out as a buy and balance, great. If it doesn't, then I'll probably get trailed out. But once it's consolidating above VWAP, I'll probably move my stop up to the 20s, and we'll see where it goes. Chris, Intel 30 next week. I don't know about next week. I think it's got till earnings. When do they report? Let me just double check that. I don't know off the top of my head. We'll go to Adair in a quick second. April 25th. Ooh, the NFL draft. That'll be fun. So the NFL draft starts, and then Intel reports on the 25th, so mark that one off. I think they've got till then. I don't know if it gets to 30 until that point. That's just my 2 cents. Yeah. No, it could. It absolutely could.
Yeah, good call.
But
great question.
No, it could. It absolutely could. It's at 35 right now, so it's really not even that far. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on SPR and BA here. I have Spirit Airlines up, saying in a statement to Reuters that it's limiting its overtime and hiring for certain roles as the Boeing 737 MAX output drops, and that it's aligning production to support the current customer rate profile. So basically making some statements suggesting a drop in production and interest amidst the ongoing Boeing 737 situation, guys.
Yeah, about that TQs. I mean, this is, again, we got out there. It broke that high. It's coming right into this level of 80. This is why we get out. Again, you know, make the money short, and then once it breaks, you're 15 or 20 cents. We should have just got out when we said at 65, but instead we got 71s there. We actually wind up getting, I think we got 70s almost. I think it kind of, no, 71. Okay, so not great. We did get that trade, but it's okay. We are out of that one, and we'll slap the fail on it for sure. But this is the thing. This is why we talk about this. So again, today, little volatile here into the close. Nice move up for NASDAQ. Just right here now. This could be the spot where we turn around. But remember, in just a couple, I'm not taking anything else because we got to be flat. That's not, it sounds like an excuse, but we do have the imbalances coming out right now. It is a Friday. So in just 3 minutes, in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada right now, by the way. Let me know who's winning the Masters there in the chat, by the way.
I think it's still DeChambeau.
Is it DeChambeau? Well, let me know if someone's watching it. So I just wanted to say that these imbalances are going to affect the market, but the TQs just pushed right into that 80 level. Remember, if there was more time in the day, most likely, we would have used this 80 as our short, as our area to get out. It still ran all the way up there. It's not like, you know, but anyways, I feel like that's a better level.
So it looks like Apple's taking VWAP. There's about 2 minutes until the imbalances drop. So I'm going to tighten my stop up in here. I want to make sure we lock in the profit. If it can hold 50s going into it, great. If it doesn't, then we'll just jump right out. So like Apple, again, it's just whatever is relatively strong if you can find it. I said I was going to look at that Prozo, but nothing ever set up for that PRZO stock.
Right.
It was a small cap, it was $1, but the spread and the liquidity was actually trash on it, and that's dangerous. I don't think you should trade. It's my opinion. If you're trading like penny stocks, generally speaking, you want there to be good liquidity on it, because the positive thing about trading them is it's like infinite scalability kind of deal. And when you have one of those, a $1 stock or an 80-cent stock or whatever should not have spreads that are 2 or 3 cents ever. And if it does, then your risk reward is going to be trash. You'll never really be able to scale those. And I started out 20 some odd years ago. My first profitable month was trading penny stocks. And liquidity was everything when you trade them. And that's what allowed you to be good. So there's nothing against Prozo. If you made money trading it, good on you. I have nothing against those things. So I'm out of Apple. We'll ring the register on that. Just wanted to see what happened. With 1 minute to go until the imbalances drop, it's been a wild day, obviously. Markets are trying to rally to not end 2% to the downside. It was a great bottom-top move yesterday. Today, it was just down, really. There was a little bit at the open on 3 names, and everything else was just pretty much red the whole way. So we'll get those imbalances. Still not out of NEO. That can't even hit the. Yeah, this stock won't even move 1 cent. Now we're just going to bid the actual current bid.
Oh man. All right. Well, again, just thanks for watching. We only have 30 seconds left. Hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Make sure you check the podcast tomorrow. Brendan and I will talk about some fun stuff. We'll talk about the markets, and we should have a good one as well. So that is tomorrow at 10 o'clock as we spam the bottom of that. We're actually working on the podcast room. That should be pretty hot as well. So the TQs does fade off of that level. So let's wait to see. In only just 10 seconds. Dreams become nightmares. All right, no, just joking. Nothing's going to happen probably. All right, so here we go. We will watch to see what does happen here as these imbalances will come out for your Friday. And there we go. So a little bit of a move up in the TQs. We've got Intel for a buy. You guys want to talk about a good out for Intel. Whoopsies. Who's that out? Right there. There's Intel's. That's my last out right there. 35.70. Wow. All right. What else? BAC, so some bank names in here. I don't see major NASDAQ. Oops, I just saw Cisco. I just saw Apple right there. Apple with the buy, 800,000 to buy. So nice move to the upside right there for Apple. Amazon to buy. So is this going to be one of those days where the NASDAQ was down close to 2%, but then ends the day with a monster rally and we only finished down 1.2, and then we're like, what was it on the week now? We'll have to look at that. Are we red on the week? I guess we must be, right? Nice move right here for Amazon, back up to the upside, back up to 186.
You have to be sold.
Right there. So again, I think these all look like, oh man, I just wish there was a little bit more time left in the day. I think these are all shorts. Right now.
Yeah, of course we're.
Look at the TQs, guys. Look at the TQs. Wow, we nailed that level. That's risky, though, into the close. Hey, look, the good thing is we're back Monday. So definitely join us on Monday. We'll be back to hopefully do a little bit more of this for you. And yes, we did have a very good week. So very good week this week. We'll see if we can rinse and repeat that. The number is 1.5 billion with a B to buy, and that's only New York.
Yeah, that was a big buy balance because it doesn't include that number on Apple. It doesn't include that number on Intel. So, obviously a decent sized buy and balance, which makes a little bit of sense going into the end of a week where it was a bit heavy. It was a big pullback, so probably some short covering. It's a Friday. Always have a little more action there. Someone just said, look at Costco. Big smiley face on Costco. Costco back to the 50-period moving average. Buy quality stocks on dips. I know a lot of things look bad, but how about looking at something that looks really good this week? Costco dips into 700. It's right back to 730 in the 50-period moving average. This is what I think a lot of us are hoping you get some opportunities to buy, like your Amazons of the world and all that kind of stuff. What's the yuck?
No, because I was thinking, I didn't step into this because I wanted to look at Nike and Lulu. I was like, because Costco bounced back, is some of these bouncing back?
Lulu's a different story, though.
This is
Lulu's a different story.
No, I'm just saying it's still getting crushed with Nike. I just wanted to see because of China today. Actually, Nike's okay, it seems like. Yeah, Nike's flat. Okay, so just Lulu right now.
Lulu has some of the,
Yeah, so all the way to the downside. Pretty nasty here. If there's going to be some, wow. All right, that looks even worse than I thought.
Look at the weekly chart.
Right now for Lululemon. Yeah, I should get up the trade ideas chart for the weekly, but there it is, 360, nice dip down. 320 maybe. What is that very bottom? I have this Epic pen here. That is 290. All right, that might be in play as well. Intel next week in and around 30, I think is possible. Oh man, that's too bad. The TQs really fell off of that level. Brr. All right, well, we got to get stopped out at some point. Nice move up for AMZN, Amazon, and upside for Apple into the close. So in what has been a pretty nasty day, look at this, man. Apple up 0.79. So again, really, really good there for Apple if you are long, which I am, and I think most of us are. Apple holding out.
Everybody's long Apple.
Yeah, if you have any ETF basically in the, they're like even in like medical ETFs and all that because of the smartwatch.
Everything
yeah, everything that you ever buy, Apple makes money on.
Yeah, if you have an investment account, whether you have an advisor or whether you're in mutual funds, or I'm pretty sure almost every single one of us owns Apple. Well, for us, it's our like TFSA or RSP, and then it's different for you guys, your IRAs and all that good stuff. But Apple bouncing off VWAP and still trying to go up. It's up almost a full percentage point. The imbalances will probably start to pair off in 1 minute. It's 354 at 355 is generally when you see a lot of those numbers that were bigger. If they haven't already paired off, they'll pair off even more. Intel's down to 1 million. Already, Amazon's down 700,000. I don't even see Apple anymore. So Apple has clearly already paired off, and that's why you'll have it come back in to said VWAP. So what else? Yeah, April is flying by. So someone in the chat.
It's crazy. Every month is flying by. Oh my God.
See, the problem with that is it's like, as you get older, and the reason why it seems like time is flying when you get older is when you are only 10 years old or 5 years old or 7 like my daughter is, like every single month is a larger percentage of your life. And when you get older, like that little chunk of time, it is a much smaller fraction of your life. And the way our brains work and memory works, it just seems like it's moving faster because your entire perception is your time frame. So if you're like a 2-year-old, like 1 day is so much. And it flies by so slowly. And that's the beauty of looking at things through the lens of a child. It's just like I find everything that my daughter experiences, like we were playing just some board games yesterday. And it's just like we'll play board games for 15 minutes. And it's like 15 minutes is nothing here. But like that 15 minutes, it's like so much is going on for her. And she learned some stuff. She decided that she wanted to make up some rules in our code breaker, so that it would be difficult for daddy.
Yeah.
The code breaker, you're supposed to have it's like 5 different colors that you put in for your code, and it's one of each. She's like, Daddy, we're gonna play this time, and I'm allowed to have the colors as many times as I want. And I said, sweetheart, it's not really built that way. You're gonna make it impossible for me to actually win. She's like, no, it'll be fun this way. And if you can do it, then I'll give you a hug. And obviously it was impossible.
Yeah, rules are meant to be broken.
That's how she rolls.
Especially when you are a
But it all happened in like 15 minutes. It was crazy. So 4 minutes to go. What do you guys want to talk about here? Oh, wow. TH went into 80% cash?
What did?
Someone in the chat just said they went into 80% cash today.
Probably smart. Yep.
It depends on how active you are. I find like I just never want to be that aggressive. I just want to.
I think Neil should have a podcast.
Cost average,
I think we should do a podcast.
Blah, blah, blah.
Only with Neil or Neil and Sharif or something called Story Time with Neil. Every time you talk about that, people are like, "Oh, good, it's Story Time with Neil."
Oh God.
So let's do that. Let's get that scheduled up. We'll throw Neil on a podcast.
My wife is gonna hate it. No, it's no.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's
yeah,
content.
I get long-winded.
Story Time with Neil.
I tend to.
I'm being serious. I think that would be good.
No, to be honest, like I fall into this with the traders too. Like if I get a thought in my head, like it's usually like a complete story. Because I find like memories are everything. I'm a very, I like to be present in the moment. So I feel like your memories aren't like pictures and all that stuff. It's like you experiencing things and your perception of them, which is cool. Bedtime stories. I like trading stories. Like we have, there's some crap that's happened on our floor.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about this trading floor. I'm talking way back when Sean and I were, we had our own trading floor. It was by the museum here in Toronto. Some traders that are still in the game that started under us. And there's some ridiculous shenanigans that happened on that floor.
Always is.
Some good, some bad. some funny.
Most good.
Yeah, mostly good, but it was fun times, and that's the kind of thing we could always talk about if you guys are even remotely interested in it. But it is what it is. The market's still
Fun time.
it's still range bound. We're getting a decent bounce. I just want to see what happens at this close on some of the volatile names. Like what you want to see on a down day, what I want to see on a down day, is I'd like to see buyers into the close on a Friday if we've had a weekday, because that's always a good sign. Like, are there people buying this close, or is it just, like, it could be some shorts covering, it could be some people confident enough to hold over the weekend. It's just generally good. You don't want to be closing too weak on the market.
There's only a minute left, huh?
Yeah, we got 90 seconds to go here. It's not a minute left. We got 90 seconds to go. We got some time. Remember, of course, as already mentioned, there is not going to be a market recap show because the podcast is being taped. So at 4 o'clock, it'll cut to black. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's over. You can always go back and maybe watch the midday, learn to trade. I think that's always valuable. You might have missed something.
Yep.
The lessons there were fantastic, as always.
What was your lesson today? Was about.
Well, the lesson of the day was just stay in your lane.
Right, stay in your lane. Oh, that's the best.
Because look at JP Morgan. Like, did we trade JP Morgan today? Did we try to force a long because we thought the report was good? No. And talk about story time. We had a trader on our floor who, if a stock he liked had a good earnings report, he would just go long and he would average in long because he believed it should go up. And I'm not making it up. And he was a really good and smart trader. He just had a few fatal flaws in him, and that was one of them. If he believed something was fundamentally true about a stock, he could not trade against that. And it was a Achilles heel. That's the word I'm looking for.
I mean, a story about Sharif. He was sitting there trading closes, like earnings after hours, and I told him, I said, dude, that's pretty much the worst thing you could ever do. And he stopped doing that almost immediately. I don't know if that's true or not. There are other worse. There are other worse strategies out there, that's for sure. But that was just the liquidity and having the experience of, like, you never know, as Neil said, when earnings. Okay, let's go. We're already past
I missed the count on my bad.
Yeah, I was
waiting. Listening to you there.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
3, 2, and 1.
It's now.
Yeah, no, it was just about trading those crazy moves there in the after hours. So yeah, but again, a lot of people make money trading the closes, the earnings reports, things like that. So all right, it's been an absolutely fantastic week. I just hope that this world can remain somewhat. It's not really that peaceful, but let's hope for a better weekend from some of those stories that we got here today. Again, another very, very good week. A shout out to all the successful guys and everybody that's been trading here with us this week. Everybody behind us, of course. Shout out to Miss Adara. She passed the test. She'll be going live very, very soon. And then Sharif will be like, "What the hell?" Yeah, I know. Yeah. She's going live. Yeah, that's what passing the test. That's okay, Ramin. Every night at the podcast, like, she gets a little bit, because